Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to King Abdulaziz Racecourse in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. This is the Jcsa English-speaking broadcaster. My name is Callum Helliwell, and I look forward to bringing you 12 wonderful races here from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, although I will not be doing it alone. I'm joined by the man on my right, our wonderful tipping expert and my partner in crime, Mr. Rory Delagi.
Good afternoon again, Callum. Another tough Thursday. Tough Thursday is probably better than...
Tough Thursday, that is probably the best way we've got to describe them now, isn't it? Because they don't get easier.
They don't, no. A lot of maiden races, and we don't tend to be... Sometimes you get an outstanding one in these races, but sometimes they're all seemingly much of a muchness, difficult to get through, but we'll see what we can do. Yeah,
this is obviously the lower grade fair here in Saudi Arabia. The Thursdays tend to start quite quietly and then we build up rapidly from Friday to Saturday. But there still is plenty to look forward to today. And here are three horses that have caught my eye as I was going through the cards. The first horse is Flywing. He was a mightily impressive winner on debut, and he's shaped like the sort who would do better with time. He's not the biggest, but he's got plenty of speed, and he'll look to make it 2 wins from 2 from Connection. That I think he could be one to watch. Now, Our Ahoob is not a star for the White Stable, but he's been in red hot form this season, had 3 runs, and he had a win last time out. He steps up in grade, but he looks to be a horse on the right track. And finally, we've got Say That Sarah. Now, she's a fascinating runner. She was so unlucky last time out when she was just beaten when finishing like an absolute train. She remains in maiden company. You can just see how close she gets here, but the line comes too soon. Hopefully she can go one place better for her connections here today. Very much looking forward to seeing all 3 of those runners. Say That Sarah runs later on in our card. However, it is not just Rory and myself giving you all the action. Joining us today is our award-winning commentator, and no, I'm not going to get bored of saying that, Mr. Alex Fussy.
Callum, thank you very much indeed. A very good afternoon, everyone. Looking forward to today's action. 12 races, of course, on our schedule. Let's have a look what we've got in store. Action underway very shortly, about 15 minutes away from the first. It's a local bred maiden over 1200. We remain at that trip for the second, which is also maiden company. You can see lots of maiden races today. The fillies event is the third over 1400 and followed by a local bred contest at 440, another race over 1400. Maiden at 505, and yes, you've guessed it, also 1400, as are all of the following races on the page: a local bred open, an open, and another local bred open. Over the page, and we're up in trip. We're going to 1600, local bred fillies handicap 0 to 65 at 7:05. Then a local bred maiden over the 1600 trip, and a double dose of Arabian action to finish, a desert bred maiden at 7:55, and the final race is an Arabian maiden over 2,000 meters. So that's how we stand in terms of today's 12 race card. First of which, the local bred maiden for colts and geldings over 1200. Let's have a spin through the field. No reserves going here, but all 18 others standing their ground. Number 1 is Mutajadil, Adel Al-Faradi. 2, Gostafu, ran quite well actually at meeting 55. Number 3 is a newcomer, La Mayakfi for Tariq Al-Mansour, and Turkey Alofi gets the ride on the 4, Flash 1. Third, Altimat is on the 5, Murasht, and then the 6 is Gala Sad, who's looking for a first win at the 4th try. Number 7 is Amni for Louis Morales, an interesting newcomer, and 8 at the bottom there is Red Morgan. Over the page we go. We find another newcomer. Number 9 is Yatrud. 10 is Mirwas for Jose Rodriguez. 11, Max Sabi, another runner who showed well up on debut, but it's gone a bit disappointing since. Number 12 is Ain Al Saheb for Camillo Ospina. 13 is Sam Al Muhammadiyah. 14 is Al Hari. And 15 is Application, will be the mount of Rayan Al Turaish. 16, Til Al-Fad, that one for Abdullah Al-Shah. 17 is Batarik, and 18 down at the bottom, another first-time starter, Hibat Al-Wali. So 18 runners, and in general, gents, quite a few runners on today's card. Plenty for you two to get your teeth stuck into.
Yes, you're right about that, Alex. Plenty for us to get our teeth stuck into, including in this opener where we've got horses with varying profiles, but plenty of horses making their debut, including a couple that look quite interesting on paper. But we'll start from the top and work our way down. Rory, Mutajadil, horse number 1.
Yeah, his best effort saw him beaten 14.5 lengths, and he does look limited at this stage.
Goes to Fu, number 2.
4th on debut, but unfortunately that was the last of 4, beaten 50-odd lengths. And he's very difficult to fancy on that basis.
La Meakfi is horse number 3.
Represents powerful connections and looks interesting enough on paper. But the dam was no wins and no places from 17 runs. So on pedigree, there's not an awful lot to like. You'd want to have. It looks okay in the flesh, though.
Yeah, Flash One is number 4.
Yeah, Flash One tailed off early in the season here. Went 16th and not seen since. Needs to step up massively on that.
Marashed is horse number 5.
Marashed similarly beaten 17th and meeting 61 and needs to leave that effort miles behind to be competitive here.
Galasard is horse number 6.
Yeah, he's got a bit of size about him, Galasard. He's quite tall. He was second in the course and distance maiden. And has been in much higher grade the last twice. He was running in the Ministry of Education Cup last time out, for example. So although he hasn't really gone on from that promising debut, you'll find it's an awful lot easier and he's a big player here.
Amni, number 7.
Represents powerful connections again. The colours of Faisal Mohammed Al-Qatani. But again, the pedigree's all right. By Lord Nelson, out of a filly called Smitten with Kitten, who has produced the 3-time winner Blanket of Roses. So that's in the States. So interesting enough on paper, and Amni has to be one of the more interesting newcomers here.
Red Morgan is horse number 8.
Well beaten over course and distance on his first start, and he fared a little better when 13th last time out, so easy enough to put a line through him.
Yatrud, another one for powerful connections.
Yeah, the grand dam of this was a very useful performer at 6 and 7 furlongs for John Dunlop back in the day. The dam was a 5-furlong winner for George Scott. So there are good speedy types in the pedigree for Yatrud, and again, he needs to be considered.
Now, the team is only 3 strong at the moment, but there is a 4th member, and she is our paddock expert. She's live in the parade ring. Shamila, how are you doing?
Thank you very much, Callum. Thank you to everybody for joining us on YouTube today, as always. And you might notice that Alex Moreno doesn't have a ride today. That is because he is in Qatar with Foodapine, who is running in the Group 3 International Purebred Arabian Derby at 5:40 p.m. today. So best of luck to Alex, Lucas Gaitan and Uthba Racing in Qatar this evening. I'll keep you up to date with how they do later on as well. I will be trying to find you paddock selections and winners today, and let's start with the first race. Horse number 10, Murwas, is my paddock selection for the first race of today. Just a really nice looking 2-year-old colt by Equal Miller. Second last time out at meeting 73, so a pretty quick turnaround, but I just think he looks really, really nice in the parade ring. And there was 2 standout horses in here as well who are debutantes, horse number 3 and horse number 9 as well. I think 9 is the better looking one out of both the debutantes. As for paddock negatives, horse number 12 took great exception to the big screen behind us here next to the parade ring and was rearing up a little bit. Other than that, these 2-year-olds are being very, very well behaved, but I will be sticking with my initial selection, horse number 10.
Thank you, Shamila. She's not only keeping track with racing here in Saudi Arabia, she's also keeping her eye on the Akbar racing team in Qatar too. So clearly one of the busiest members of our team. But as we make our way through, let's talk about Maksabi, horse number 11.
Third on debut at Taif, but well held in 2 subsequent starts there, and now switches to Riyadh after a break with a bit to prove.
Ain Al Saheb with a negative for Shamila. It's number 12 in the parade ring.
Camilo Ospina riding does catch the eye, but the pedigree is pretty ordinary, and that paddock negative is a little bit of a concern as well.
He might have a bit of a quiet day, Camilo. It will pick up hopefully later on, but it doesn't seem to have plenty of big chances in the earlier races.
No. So it'd be interesting to see how Camilo gets on, but I didn't think that Ain Al Saheb was particularly interesting here.
Number 13 is Sam Al Muhammadi, a horse that was really disappointing last time out.
Yeah, seemed to have a very good opportunity and was beaten over 7 lengths into 8 behind Anna Al Sayef last week, having finished second to Hakimi in that auction race and meeting 68. Needs to bounce back from that.
Alari is horse number 14.
Yeah, not another newcomer, but not particularly interesting on paper. Again, the dam was sort of going from her form, and she ran 11 times without being placed. Sorry, I should say, her offspring have run 11 times here without being placed. So not a huge amount to cheer about there with Al-Hari.
Application is partnered by young jockey Rayan Alterash.
Was 10.5 lengths 8 to Adhar in a 6 furlong Taif maiden in September. There have been 2 winners come out of that race, so application might be a contender if improving for that. Needs to step forward, but there's enough promise there to think you wouldn't want to give up on him.
And Tilal Fard is horse number 16.
Bounced back to form, dropped to 6 furlongs, went a length and a half third to Merha Alayez in a course and distance maiden last time out. Needs to show that he can back that up, but he's got a couple of places in similar races, so shouldn't be too far away.
But Tarek is another one who probably similar profile.
Yeah, 5 starts, been in the money, 3 of those, and not that far away on the other 2 when missing out. The form so far has come at 7 furlongs to a mile in Taif. This is his first ever run over 6 furlongs. He did run the Taif Cup a couple of starts ago, so that was a tough contest. The question is whether he's got quite the speed for this, but I wouldn't. Again, he's got a rating of 72. That's a fair rating based on his form, and he wouldn't be out of things.
Yeah, and finally we've got Hiblat Al-Wali is number 18.
Hibat Al-Wali is another newcomer who's got a couple of siblings who haven't shown an awful lot on the track, so no immediate promise on paper with him.
You may have noticed that one of the horses late into the parade ring was Gustafu, who is horse number 2, who it looks to have a really good form figure next to his name with the 4th place, but it was a very small field race and he looked beaten very early on.
He's beaten, as I said, 50 odd lengths in that race, so no promise.
Well.
Obviously, you don't absolutely want to judge horses on one run, but when you've got a field as big as this, 18 runners, and you're trying to narrow them down, he's pretty much the first one off your list.
Absolutely. So who is making your shortlist in this contest then?
Well, I would say it'd be no surprise to see a newcomer win this. Of those with form, Galasad and Mirwas are the 2 most interesting, and we're about to see Mirwas in action as he goes.
Yeah, we're seeing Mirwas going down to post there. He was really interesting on debut, showed so much early speed and was just reeled in the final strides. How does the horse mature from that, or is it just a horse that probably just needs 5 furlongs?
No, I thought he did an awful lot of work in that race. He came from the widest stall and looped the field and went clear and then faded. That was his first start, so you'd certainly give him the chance to strengthen up a little bit from that. It may well be that he is a short runner. But you can't make that judgment based on the one run, and he has to be interesting here given he kept on well. I thought he might get swallowed up once he got caught, but he did keep on well enough to be second, even though he looked to be in a winning position at the top of the straight. But here he is, looking really well as he heads out onto the track.
Yeah, he's glistening, isn't he, under the sun here today in Saudi Arabia?
Seems has a very good demeanour about him today, and here he is, clear at this stage in a similar contest over course and distance on the 7th of December, and you'd have thought he'd be very hard to catch from here, but he does tie up inside the final furlong. The stride's shortening now, and he gets caught to finish second in the end. Now, I thought he shaped like the best horse in the race for a long way through that. The right horses were chasing him home as well. He does need to step up slightly in this to win a maiden, and you see he was being closed down by 1 or 2 others, but he's got scope, he's got size about him, he looks really well. I'd be disappointed if he doesn't step forward from that in terms of fitness as well.
Yeah, it's certainly fitness, maturity, it all looks to be ticks in the right boxes. I'm sure plenty of people watching us live on YouTube will be keen to see how he gets on. And remember, we are live on Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays here from Saudi Arabia on the Jcsa English-speaking YouTube broadcast. Remember to like, subscribe and turn on your bell notifications so you never miss an episode of racing here from the Kingdom. Great to see we've got plenty of early viewers, and I'm sure the viewers will pick up as we get through the afternoon. Thursdays tend to be one of our quieter days on the channel, but we do build up on Fridays and Saturdays.
We certainly do, yes. And in fairness, even though the prize money is lower on Thursday and the races tend to be a lot of local bred maidens, you tend to get the occasional star showing their form for the first time on the Thursdays as well, worth looking at. We get a couple of interesting looking newcomers here, which is Amni go through the screen as well. He's interesting enough, being a half-brother to a 3-time US winner. And looks strong and well muscled for this debut.
Would he be the most exciting of the newcomers?
It's difficult to tell. He certainly catches the eye. Yatrude also caught the eye in the parade ring. He's from a very good family as well, so he maybe might tick all the boxes for the newcomers, whereas Lama Yakafi doesn't particularly catch the eye on pedigree, but it looks okay on the track, and caught Shamila's eye as well. I suppose Yatrude would be the one you pick out there. But I think I'm going to stick with the form of the track and take Mirwas to build on its debut.
Yes, I imagined you would. It looks to be the most sensible of selections. There's a few horses in this sort of field. I look at a horse like Bateric, who's running really hot races and is now dropping down in class. The same can be made for Galasard. I'm quite intrigued by Galasard back into this level after showing real promise on debut and running in much tougher races in the last couple of runs.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got a rating of 74, Galasard. He looked a decent sort when he finished second on his debut over the course and distance, and just straight into much tougher races straight away. So he'll appreciate the drop back in class, and he'll give you an idea of how strong the race is. I think he's liable to run his race again, and he should make it interesting.
So as the loading process begins, and we can see one of the debutants, La Mayakafi, is just being a little bit shying away from the gates, but is going in perfectly fine now. We'll go through our selections. Rory likes number 10, Mirwas. Shamila liked... who did Shamila like? I'm just looking at it now.
She liked Mirwas as well.
Oh, she liked Mirwas as well?
Yeah.
Perfect. I just had Yatrude as her debutant that she liked as well. So both you and Shamila teaming up with Mirwas. I am going to go for Galasard, horse number 6. But as the field loads, there's only one man left to ask. It's Mr. Alex Fussy. Who are you with in this one, Alex?
Well, I think based on form, obviously, you would be with Mirwas, weren't you? But going down to post, I thought La Makefi really caught the eye, actually. The 3 colt, he looks a really strong individual. He's very well built, and probably looks a little bit stronger in the frame than the Yatrude, number 9, who's a little bit lighter in frame for me on the way down to the start and circling round behind the boxes. So I'm interested to see how these newcomers go. Form shown by a large proportion of them hasn't been all that strong. Mirwas with a good debut, but he did worry me a little bit with the way he shortened the stride late in the piece, but obviously will strip. No doubt fitter for that first go. They are now going pretty well through this load. That's Gala Sad, who's just gone in. Still number 6. And that will mean we're down to the last 5 or so runners now. Very pale jacket for Amni has gone into the starting stalls. Knocked away. Ghost of Fu still yet to go in, stall number 2, just about to be offered up, and there's another couple as well, Ain Al Saheb and Sam Al Muhammadiyah, still waiting to move into the line. Ghost of Fu is there. Looks like Mirwas just adrift as well. Ain Al Saheb is forwards. Also in is the Sam Al Muhammadiyah. Ready now. Getting settled in the gates. Flags up. They're off. Racing away over 1,200 metres, the Thursday opener is this local bred maiden event. Early speed. Where's that coming from here? Well, a good start made by the yellow and red jacket of Ain Al Saheb right on the outside. Got a very alert beginning as they work their way left-handed early. Mirwas is right up there, and Yatrude, the newcomer, very impressive start right there in between rivals. They're followed by the red jacket of Murashed, who's just currently in behind the pace as they work their way into the turning point. Wider on the race course as well is Amni, going very deep actually, drifting out to the outside as Mirwas is about to lead them to the top of the home straight. La Mayakafi is just trying to latch onto the group. He's going to the inside, the dark green colours. They're well stretched out, but it's Mirwas in front, trying trying to see off Yatrude, who's run big on debut. They're followed by La Mayakafi, who's staying on well on the inside railing, but up towards the line we go. It's Mirwas, who's still clear by 3 or 4 lengths to the line and will not be caught today. Mirwas has won a really nice debut. La Mayakafi, lots learnt there, running on to get second. Yatrude was back in third place. Bacteric was across the line in fourth, right down at the bottom of your list, staying on from an unpromising position. Success then for the 10, Mirwas, who takes the opener. Goes on to improve upon the second placed effort on debut and clocks a time of 1:13.19 over the line. Has gone on to win by 3 3/4 lengths as well. Beats off La Mayakafi into second place and Yatrude in third. Both newcomers, both you'd have thought be winning races of this nature next time out. Particularly the second, who was a little bit green early but ran on well. And then Batarik is in behind those in fourth and fifth place to Murashid, who was up there with the pace early on. They got themselves well stretched out, but a nice winner here. The 10 Mirwas goes on to score, and our order for race 1 is 10, 3 and 9.
Khayal Rodriguez Jose. Well done, Rodriguez. Tell me about the race.
I know this horse. I know this horse is good horse. So I telling the trainer, give me the opportunity, the second opportunity. So tell me, okay, Jose, no problem. So give me the opportunity. I now look the result. Thank you.
Very well done to myself and Rory for sticking with horse number 10, Mirwas. And I'm a very modest kind of gal, but that was a 1, 2, 3 for my paddock selections as well, because I did mention the second and the third. However, we will be focusing on Rodrigo Jcsa and his fantastic win there. This horse was second last time out at meeting 73 and obviously needed the run on from there because he flew home today really easily. He was a stunner in the parade ring, and I'm sure that he will do great next time out. So it'll be great to grab a word with the jockey after this race, and very well done to the trainer as well. So this horse is a 2-year-old caught by Equal Miller. As we can see here, Rodrigo Jcsa is just weighing in there, absolutely cannot wipe the smile off his face for a good reason as well. So we will get him shortly. Make sure he doesn't run away from us. Congratulations, Rodrigo. How was that race for you?
Thank you. I know the horse. I know the horse is fast. So I go to the front. I take the horse little bit. So wait for the stretch. And the stretch go. This horse is good.
Did you think you were going to win today?
Yes, I know I have a good horse. So thank you.
And tell me a little bit, you jumped out of stall 10 and you kept him at the front. You knew he was going to stay. Do you think he could go further, maybe 1,400?
Yeah, this horse, I now is ready for the 1,400, 1,600, no problem.
Thank you so much. Well done.
Thank you, you got it.
Our winning jockey, Jose Rodriguez. Oh, not even I can say his name now. It's totally catching here. Jose Rodriguez, who has done very well on this horse to guide it to victory, because he could have just worked out that I'm going to sit there and make sure we get home. But he rode him with the same confidence he did last time, and the horse has clearly come on from that performance.
He has, yeah. He didn't get home last time. You look at that race and you ask yourself the question, is this a lack of fitness or a lack of stamina? And to me, especially as he had to come out from a wide stall and go around the field, I thought it was more likely to be the fact that he was lacking experience and was forced into going a little harder than ideal on that debut. He had challenges off the bend here. But although he looked like he would face a strong challenge at this stage from the newcomer,
Yeah, true.
I thought he showed real guts to keep going from that stage. Yatrude obviously made a peel on paper and got out of the stalls pretty well to chase him, but Mirwais actually goes away quite well. Yatrude actually showing signs now with a furlong and a half to go of tiredness himself, and he struggles to get home and ends up finishing third in the end with Mayakafi on the green colours finishing best on the inside rail. So the runner-up was run a similar race to the winner did on debut, showing lots of speed, bred to be okay, but then just sort of uses that speed up and has nothing left at the finish, but should do better next time out. And Mirwais, who showed that bright speed on debut before tiring late, has shown that was just a case of needing the run on debut, as you tend to expect with horses like this, and he's stepped up markedly to win in a decent time, 1 minute 13.19. A number of the newcomers caught the eye. You'll see that Amni was back in about 6th place. He was wide all the way with the big white face, just disappearing out of our shot at the moment. So the interesting horses really came to the fore. The disappointing one, I suppose, was Galasad. He was dropping markedly in class, but still couldn't recapture his debut form.
Yeah, what's interesting about Galasar's performance is that he was actually upside Lamayakafi for most of the race, and Lamayakafi ended up running on to finish second. Galasard has finished nowhere. That was a very good run from Lamayakafi, and a great spot from our commentator Alex Fussy, who called him out and made him his selection. So it was a 1-2-3 for Shamila, and also Alex getting the second, and a really nice horse who looked a little bit less exposed than a lot of these, and I imagine will love a step up and trip to 1,400 metres. Certainly got the shape for it, so plenty more left in the tank for that one, I imagine. And then thirdly, Yatrude, I imagine next time out we'll be looking at this horse and saying he's probably got a very good chance to do what Mirwais has done today.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing about Yatrude you might say actually is that on pedigree there were a few 5 furlong performers in that pedigree in the UK.
No.
So maybe he might be the type who'll always be best at a shorter trip, but not the case with Mirwais. He's bred to stay this and further. He looked really well in the preliminaries. Arrived at post very collected and calm, and just looked really professional today as he went about his business.
Yeah, he's been very professional there. He didn't get the best of breaks. That went to the horse on the inside, Mutajadil, who didn't hold his position at all. But once Mirwais got to the front and was able to dictate, it was only whether Yatrude would be able to stick with him. And you knew at this point that he wasn't, because Jose Rodriguez was just swinging along here and really getting a good tune out of this horse. And what I also liked about this winning performance is the style in which the horse has done. He's got his head bowed in anger. He's really powering forwards, looking very streamlined. I thought it was a very nice professional run on second time out.
Yes, yeah, you can see that he'd gained an awful lot from that debut, and I liked his demeanour pre-race, and he's done everything right in the race itself. He's not wavered, he's not over-raced. When he was challenged on the bend, that didn't really bother him.
Handled
and then he's
the bend
cleared
well
away.
as well.
Yeah.
There's a few young horses struggle on these bends around here. They are quite sweeping.
They are, and I thought he was absolutely absolutely fine on the day. Everything he did was correct, and that's a good sign for his future. We tend to start marking horses up for doing things wrong in races, and we don't necessarily give horses enough plaudits for doing everything right and being professional. And yes, you get to see the best of them on the day, but it does help them. It helps them develop when they're doing things right, when they're amenable to what they're being told at home by the trainer and on the track by the jockey as well. So I'd imagine he will step forward for this, and they'll find him a suitable non-winner to do next.
Yeah, I was about to say non-winners of 2 next for him. Up next for us is race 2, and Alex Fussy can take us through the runners and riders.
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, let's have a look at this field then for the second. We've got 16 of them this time. Maiden again, over 1,200 metres. Number 1 is Mobeen, the mount of Eddie Castro. 2, Shayek, looking to transfer some European form. Number 3, Warrior's Head, Luis Morales. 4 is Icab for Camillo Ospina. Number 5, another interesting first-time starter for Adel Al-Faredi is Al Munib. Number 6 is Asif, looking for a first win at the 7th time of asking. Number 7 is Mad Al Wasil, and 8 on the bottom there is Najd Abdallah as we go over the page. The 9 is Dahamat Alays. 10 is Black Best, who's already got some decent form in his book, for Waswanas. 11 is Namir for Tariq Al Mansour. Number 12 is Batal, who was well beaten on his first try. Number 13, Al Birhoni, third Al Timyat. And 14 is Faz Al Waga, who's 0 from 5 so far. 15, Sultan Storm, an interesting newcomer. And 16 is Jamrat Arab, who rounds out the field for Ayad Al Turisi. That is our field of 16 runners then ahead of the second race of the day.
Thank you, Alex. And yes, 16 going to post for this contest, and they're already in the parade ring as we fly through the early stages of this card here at King Abdulaziz racecourse here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And Rory, this is an interesting contest too. We're staying over the same trip, and we're keeping to the 2-year-olds. So plenty of horses with either no experience or a little bit to play with. So we'll start with Mobeen, number 1.
8th of 17 on debut behind decent sort in Saudi Neon in a 7-furlong maiden here in November, but beaten 14.25 lengths, and will need to step up a bit on that.
Yeah, Saudi Neon boosted that form, didn't he, in that decent race last week. Shayek is horse number 2, fascinating runner.
Yeah, he was a useful sort in the UK, runner-up 4 times over 5 furlongs for Alice Haynes, including enlisted company. But he showed a dubious attitude and was gelded midway through the season in the UK. He finished 6th on his debut here, beaten 7.25 lengths in a decent contest. If he steps up on that, he's got a big chance. With a rating of 80, you can see that he's a strong chance on form. Whether he wants further than 5 furlongs is a question mark. And whether he's got the attitude to win races is a bigger worry based on what he did in the UK. But he's got the class to win if he consents to put his best foot forward.
Warrior's Head, number 3.
Newcomer by Munnings out of a poor UK maiden. Good jockey booked in Luis Morales, but ordinary enough pedigree.
Munnings is a fun side to go to war with, though, isn't he? Coolmore have got their teeth into him.
Yes, yeah, Munnings is a well-bred and was a smart racehorse and quite an interesting sire.
Yeah, they seem to be making quite a bit of money at the sale. I've seen they're certainly looking at one of the real value side. It's hard to call something a value side when they're so expensive, but he certainly seems to be getting a good return on his progeny. A Cab, number 4.
A Cab was 5th to Safa on debut over 7 furlongs, and that was a pretty promising start. But he has been beaten 20 lengths and further over a mile since. Drops back to 6 furlongs here for the first time. That might help, but questions to answer after a couple of disappointing runs.
Al Munib, for powerful owners, Al Lasil stables, we've seen them have a few good ones.
Yeah, this is very interesting. Went by Frankel. You don't see too many Frankels here. Obviously, we saw a very good Frankel win last weekend. Out of a mare called Squeeze. There are 2 half-decent mares called Squeeze. So I'm guessing this is the US-bred one, which would make Al Munib a half-brother to US winner Jcsa, out of the mare Squeeze, who won a maiden special weight from 2 starts in the US. Interesting pedigree, and you'd have to give him plenty of respect.
Arfif is horse number 6.
Has a bit of ability, but isn't progressing with racing and looking exposed now.
Mad Al Wasil is horse number 7.
Showed a bit on debut the first day of the season here at Riyadh, but not gone forward in 2 starts since.
Najd Abdallah is horse number 8.
Yeah, another newcomer by Unified out of Astorg's Galaxy, and that makes him a half-brother to 2 winners, including the useful mile to mile and a half multiple winner in the UK, Cardano, who's now with the Ben Brookhouse. Now, Najd Abdallah is out of Astorg's Galaxy, is a Galileo mare. And there's plenty of stamina in there, obviously, with the half-brother winning at 1.5 miles. So I wouldn't have thought 1200 would be Najim Abdallah's trip, but certainly an interesting one going forward.
Yes, Shamila has had her eye over them in the parade ring. She had a 1, 2, 3 last time. Can she do it again?
Well, I'm not sure about that, Callum, but the horse that I like the look of in this race is horse number 10, Black Beshta, coming up behind me now. 2-year-old colt by Practical Joke, ridden by Fawaz Wanas. 4th last time out, 2nd the time before that, so has had a really good, consistent season this year. Has had a pretty long break. Haven't seen him out since meeting 49, but he looks really, really nice and ready to go, as all these FMQ stable horses always do in their shining silver silks. A horse that I also really like the look of is a debutante horse number 3, Warrior's Head for Louis Morales. He is sporting a tongue tie and a flare strip, so just opening up those airways for him there, first time out. And I think that he could come really close. I'm just watching him go down to post now and looking really, really calm and collected, considering it's his first time on a racetrack in racing conditions. It's really great to see him at this calm, but I will be sticking with horse number 10 at Black Besht, and no paddock negatives for me in this contest.
Thank you, Shamila. No paddock negatives here, which is great to hear. Everyone looking like they're ready to give their best running. We will keep going. Dahamat Alays, horse number 9.
Yeah, well held on debut, only 16th, and easy to put a line through.
Black Best, Shamila's selection, number 10.
4 lengths, 2nd of 17 on debut behind Al Sohal, and then was a creditable 4th to Sayboot and a non-winners of 2 over 7 furlongs next time out. Both those runs in Taif. But he looked above average, Black Best, and back in maiden company, he has got a decent chance.
Yeah, he's certainly got a good chance. Number 11, Namir. Special mention for Namir because I know the man who bred him. Joe Robinson bred this one, and hopefully he can do better now, dropping back in trip after 2 starts over a mile. Yeah,
and showed a little bit on debut, meeting 52 when finishing 7th. That was the end of the Taif season, but no improvement when beaten 20 3/4 lengths into 11th of 15 last time out. I should say both those runs over a mile, drops back markedly in trip today. That may help.
Batal is horse number 12.
No promise first time out, finishing 18th. Maybe a long-term prospect, but makes little appeal here. Although interesting to see one being by Hit at a Bomb here.
Yeah, there you go.
He was such a good juvenile for Aidan O'Brien.
Alberoni is horse number 13.
Showed a bit on debut, but went backwards from that with a shocking run last time out. And in fairness, was beaten 37 odd lengths on debut as well.
Just think Black Besh going down to the start now. I'm going to see him in action. This wasn't a bad run. This was the 4th place last time out at the back end of September. The end of the Taif season hasn't been seen since, but Saybout's a good horse. He beat him.
Yeah, so this wasn't maiden company. This was a non-winners of 2, and as you said, Saybout was a decent performer who won this race, and Black Besh plugs on into 4th place. Can't find any more at this stage. This is over 7 furlongs. I'm not sure. Black Besh not really making any ground from the home bend, and actually might benefit from the drop back to 1200 on a faster track.
Do you know what I put in my notes?
Go on.
Tripless.
Tripless. Well, that's a big.
That's
that's
my
a
fear with him.
Big shout after 2 races.
Big shout to 2 runs, but he looked so much like he was caught for speed when dropping back, and then stepped up, looked like he didn't get home. I'm just trying to wonder where his best trip will be, and he's almost the type that you just think 1,300 would be perfect for him.
Yeah, I don't like to pigeonhole horses so quickly, and obviously I think the fundamental thing with his most recent run was he was up in class.
Yeah.
So he's facing stronger opposition. I'd see how he fares in maiden company here before I'd start trying to put him in a box at all.
Well, let's keep trying to find ones to beat him. Father Al-Wajah is horse number 14.
Won't be that one.
Won't be this one. No, not 45 rating. It won't be Sultan Storm, number 15 on debut.
Again, another one with an interesting pedigree. Half-brother to 4 winners in the US, including the Tappet Stakes runner-up Spanish Kingdom, who was a big earner there. And if this son of Midnight Storm shows the same sort of ability, he'll be a good thing to win a maiden. Wide draw for debut is not always easy, but an interesting pedigree, and one to consider here.
Here's one I'm fascinated by. Jamrat Arab, horse number 16. I thought he gave Kalastify a proper scare on his debut.
Yeah, came clear of the rest, ended up finishing 3rd in that race, 3.5 lengths behind Kalastify. That was over course and distance on debut. Lots to like about that run, and although she doesn't have a rating after that, she looks very competitive with a repeat of that run, and hopefully she can improve a little bit on it as well.
The only concern I've got is the wide draw. She didn't handle the bend on debut. She was really fighting. I thought it was a great ride. They were hard left-hand down and almost completely loose on the right range, and just trying to keep her inside. And I think she almost lost the race with the way she wasted so much energy on that bend from a wide position. She does have early speed, granted, but whether she'll be able to get across in a race where you've already mentioned there's going to be some pace on the inside of her.
Yeah, there's likely to be. I mean, Sultan Storm, we don't know what place that's liable to show, but it's bred to be pretty smart. In fairness, the 3 or 4 immediately inside that one don't have much in the way of form, so it should be easy enough if Sultan Storm doesn't break well for Jamarat Arab to ease herself across. How she handles the bend from that position, we'll find out. But she did a respectable time on debut. It needs to step up a little bit on that, but as I said, there was a lot to like among the negatives first time out. Now the question is how many of those negatives she can overcome this time around.
Absolutely. So your shortlisted horses here, who's made it, who hasn't?
There's a few sort of bubbling under. I'm going to go with a newcomer in the shape of Al Manib. I think the best of those with form is Black Best, and he should go fairly well, but he's unproven at this track. Shaykh is the best turf form.
That's what I'm going for.
But I just thought he looked untrustworthy in the UK. He may have turned a corner. And I thought this looked a good spot for a newcomer. And Al Manib, the son of Frankel, makes a lot of appeal on pedigree. And I thought if he was ready for this, he would go well.
Yeah, he's got a fascinating pedigree, doesn't he? So let's go through the selections for the team. Shamila likes Black Best, horse number 10. She's looking for her second win in a row. Rory is also looking for his second win in a row. He's gone for Al Manib, the debutant with that fascinating pedigree. I've gone for Shaykh, horse number 2. I was quite happy with the way he ran on debut, and hopefully, like we saw with Mirwas last time out, he can step forward from that performance, although it's not really his debut, it's his Saudi debut. And a special shout out as well to Namir, who goes for some English owners who are very good people all in all. Gleneagles, Out of the Mare, Sprinkling, and I think related to Can in the Rain, who's a decent enough horse in the UK. So those are our 3 selections. The loading process is just about to begin. So to go through them one more time: Black Best for Shamila, Al Manib for Rory, Shaykh for myself, and Alex Fussy. Who do you like?
Well, I was somewhat of the same sort of opinion as Rory, really, that a newcomer could be the way to go. And I was going to side with Warriors Head the 3, quite a strong, stocky, imposing sort, who's been nicely enough on toes down at the start. So I'll give him a chance here with, of course, that man Morales on board to aid in terms of the steering. Very wary of Shaykh. That English form is rather strong in places, particularly that Sandown 4th in the National Stakes, as runners work their way into the starting stalls. Sultan Storm down at the post was just kept away from the others for quite a while. Is going to be one of the next ones forwards, actually, just going into the starting stalls, but was away from them briefly. There is Black Best, Shamila's pick, coming forwards to stall number 10. Looking rather well in himself down at the starting point and has just gone in. Batal going forwards, stall number 12. A cab coming up and in. There we are in the stalls with Al Munib, the Frankel newcomer. Asif. A little warm between the legs, as you can see, going up and into stall number 6. Faz Al-Wagar is about to come up, albeit needing some encouragement. Warriors Head is going in as well. In fact, the last trio have just about gone in together. Set to go. They're off. Racing away here. They go away over 1200 once again for this maiden event. Very slow to go was Najim Abdallah, shifted right as well from the starting stalls. Up on the inside, Shayak very alert, and Warrior's Head also bang there, the black coloured jacket. These two are forcing the early pace. Fars Al-Wagar is wider out the striped silks, and even deeper Sultan Storm is right with them. And just in behind the pace, Ikab is tanking along in fourth position, latching on his Mobeam, and already these 5 or 6 are getting away here. Some of them in behind coming under pressure. You've got Asif up on the inside of Black Best, who's got about 8 lengths to find, but is starting to weave a slight passage through. Al Munib is following that runner into the straight from Dahamat Alays as they level towards the final 200. Warrior's Head has now edged past Shayak here and is moving very nicely and powerfully forging on. Warrior's Head goes on and clear by 2. Shayak in second spot there, followed by Ikab. But as they head to the line, a smart start by Warrior's Head. Looks a nice prospect, wins it well. It will be quite close for second. I reckon Ikab will get that on the bob in advance of Shayak, and they were followed in by Mobeam, who made progress from midfield. Warrior's Head goes on to land race 2 in the hands of Luis Morales and has won in a time of 1:11.56. Good stuff on the clock as well from Warrior's Head, stretching away in good fashion, having got a good break, and also raced very nicely next to the pace, just pulled off and past Shayak as they turned for home. Has won by 3 lengths, and it's a pretty easy 3 at that. It could have been more, I suspect. Ikab does get the bob for second place in advance of Shayak, and then Mobeam, the closer, in fourth. He'll be following Black Best, outpaced a bit early, and then eventually finishes in 5th spot. Nice performance by Warrior's Head, certainly a name for the notebook, and the order of finish in our second is 3, 4 and 2.
الخيال لويس موراليز. Well done, Lewis. Good race.
Alhamdulillah. Congratulations for the Prince, Sultan bin Mishal bin Abdulaziz, and all the team.
Tell me about the race, Lewis.
Well, you saw it. He just broke in front and he kept the pace. Alhamdulillah. Very good. Alhamdulillah. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, Warrior's Head goes and does it. First time out, breaks his maiden on debut appearance under Luis Morales. And this horse was absolutely stunning inside the parade ring and out on the track as well. This is a 2-year-old colt by Munnings. Jumped out of stall 3 and sailed home quite easily as well. Really, really good result for the trainer, Shala Al-Dehani. He does really well at the moment, this season, especially with these 2-year-olds. That he has bought from abroad. So he does have a really good eye for these young horses. And it'll be interesting to see what Luis Morales made of the race, what he thinks this horse is capable of, because the horse doesn't even look 100% fit as of now. He is sweating quite a lot, but it is quite a warm day. It is much, much warmer than it was last weekend. We can just see the horse getting a little bit agitated here, but you do have to remember he is a 2-year-old, his first time appearance, so very well done to the whole stables for that, and huge well done as well to Prince Sultan bin Mishal bin Abdulaziz for his win. Congratulations, sir, on that. But we will be speaking to Lou Morales, and he always has something great to tell us. Congratulations, Louis, well done.
Thank you so much, appreciate it.
And his first appearance, and he sailed home quite easily, didn't he?
Pretty much, alhamdulillah.
And what did you make of the race as soon as he left the stalls?
Well, he just broke sharp, and I tried to control the race pretty easy, but he wasn't easy. He was running. So in the last 400, I asked him a little bit, and he started running. I just used the whip a little bit easy on him because he was running very well. He's very professional.
Do you think he's 100% fit today?
I think he was well worked. Not 100%, but maybe close. So it's a good performance. He won 11 first time out. It's all right.
And were you expecting to win this race today? Because there was a lot of experienced horses in there.
Yeah, definitely.
Do you think he could handle a further distance as well? He looks like a miler, maybe.
I hope so. But he allowed me to do anything. I mean, if he broke slow, I could manage him because he's very smart.
Well done, Louis. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you. See you.
We said Thursdays are not the days for the highest class racing, but if you stick around, you might see a star first time up. And I think we've seen one today here in the shape of Warrior's Head, put up by our commentator Alex Fussy, who came very close to the second in our first race. He's got a winner today, and Lou Morales I think he's quite excited about this one.
Yeah, he was clearly well schooled for this. He was sharp out of the gates, as Louis said. Afterwards, but suggested that he might find a bit of improvement. Shayak, who's got lots of form over 5 furlongs in the UK, was best away of all, but it wasn't. It was only a few strides before Warrior's Head was on terms and travelling at least as well as Shayak. And that pair really had the race between them for a long way before Akab, who's on the outside in about 5th with a black cap. Moved into it, moving into 4th now in the sort of blue with a black sash. So a lot of change. The front two would have the speed for 5 furlongs. I think the Shayak might end up still proving best at that trip, but kept on okay over this 6 and has run one of his better races. But the winner, he's bred to stay further. Now I got his pedigree slightly wrong. Not a million miles away. The dam didn't show an awful lot of the track in 4 runs, but it wasn't the same dam I was thinking of. There was it's called What's Your Story with no O in the year, which means that you actually have a very well-related US maiden. She ran 4 times, never made the first 2 in those races and only earned a few bob. But she's got about 9 or 10 siblings or half-siblings who were winners, including 1 or 2 who were smart. So it's a decent pedigree. The dam, I think, was sold a couple of years ago for $135,000. Munnings, obviously, was a massively talented racehorse for Todd Pletcher back in the day, and is making his mark as a stallion who was Coolmore owned in his racing days in the States and standing at stud for Coolmore in the US. And Warrior's Head looks a pretty exciting prospect. He will definitely stay 7 furlongs at this stage, and we'll see how much further he gets in time.
Yeah, he's yet another 2-year-old who's exciting on the map here. So we're looking forward to seeing how they all get on. You can just see Shayak has absolutely hit the lids then and done everything he can. But if you can't run the sting out of them and you've got a horse on your outside, you always thought Shayak was going to be in a bit of trouble. However, he plugged on nicely. I thought he showed a good attitude. One thing we were concerned about, he didn't just throw the towel in as soon as he was passed and sort of stuck on. He was just outstayed really in the end to finish 3rd. Talking about the stallion Munnings, I know he's not a stallion that everybody's heard of. He's a son of Speightstown. We mentioned he was offering value. He's currently standing his fee for 2024 is a very affordable $75,000.
Oh, well, there you go.
Basically free, isn't he? But he's had yearlings in 2023 sold for $775,000, $700,000. So there's plenty of progeny that have done well in the sales ring, and this is one that's done well in the ring and doing well first time up on the track.
Yeah, he's got size about him as well. I was going to say, I'd be interested to see what he weighs, say compared to the 3rd there, Shayak. Shayak obviously was a pretty early juvenile in the UK as well, but this fella's got more size and more substance and scope about him for the future, so a pretty exciting one to look forward to. And we were saying that the winner of the first race did a reasonable time, 1:13 odd in that maiden race, but 1:11.56
that's fast,
is pretty rapid. Yeah.
Yeah, so would you be happy to take a look at the second as well in this as well? Akab ran on for second, much better race than he's shown previously.
Yeah, he doesn't stay beyond 6 furlongs. He, as I said, he shaped quite well on debut, feeling late over 7, and then was moved up to a mile for his next 2 starts when he was well beaten. So this was a lot more like it from a cab. I don't think he's got anything like the scope of the winner, but he's run on well to grab second. That's indicative of how good he is. He got a rating of 75 for that debut performance. He's certainly run again to that today, and probably a little bit higher. And I'd have thought his future would lie in handicaps around this trip.
And Louis Morales was our winning jockey, but we move swiftly on to race 3, and Alex Fussy can take us through the runners and the riders.
Cheers, Callum. Let's have a look at the field for the third then. We have got a big old field as well, 20 of them. Number 1 is Deem Al Hijaz. That's Khalid Al Mimoni. Number 2, Lone Al Fahab. And number 3 is Taka for Khalid Al Mimoni. 4, Lana Allah, a newcomer. 5 is Manea Al Kea, Ayad Al Turisi. Number 6 is Seita, looking for a win at the 4th attempt. Number 7 is Jcsa for Eddie Castro. And 8 at the bottom there is Mashahihud Laha. Over the page we go. Number 9 is Euclidis, another first-time starter, as is number 10, Miad. Number 11, Aventurine Al Arab, Abdullah Al-Lawfi. And 12 is Adamat Al Lamia. That is the Jerkins runner. Number 13 is Dalali. 14 is out. 14 a goner. No 14 in this race. No 15 either, actually. That one an even earlier scratching. The 16 is Nard, available there on the page at number 16. 17, Al Doria. 18 will be Jazz Scat, who will be over the page. Another one for Morales, actually, and another newcomer for same connections. Could be of interest, that filly. 19, Al Mosamia. Gaith Al Gaith, the trainer. And 20 is Lily Nation. She's quite exposed. Camila Ospina will be riding her, but she's finished second on 3 previous occasions. And with some of these absentees, number 21, one of the reserves, will get a run, and that is Karaha. Third Altimiati is going to be on board her, and she will jump from stall 15, I would assume, or possibly actually at stall 14, with her also coming out. So she'll be there, but a little bit wider in terms of stall's position. Runners are already in the paddock. Let's go back to Callum and Rory.
Thank you, Alex. And yes, a little bit more housekeeping as well. Horse number 13, Dalali, is a non-runner as well. That information is available on the Jcsa Horseman's Twitter page now. It used to be Jcsa Stewards, but they've just changed the title slightly. But it still gives you all that valuable information, which is there free for everybody. You'll also see on that horse number 10, Mayad, will be ridden 1 kilo overweight. So that's horse number 10, ridden 1 kilo overweight, and horse number 13, a non-runner. But let's start with horse number 1, Deem Al Hijaz.
7 runs, has sneaked into the money once, but exposed now as a modest maiden, and she's not the easiest to fancy here.
Lone Al Tahab, number 2.
Just had the 1 run, but ran poorly, finishing 18th recently, and makes no appeal on that.
Taka is horse number 3 on debut.
Newcomer, but the siblings, though, thus far have only managed 1 place between them, and the Dam did win here. She won once from multiple starts, so again, not the most appealing of newcomers.
And we've got another newcomer in number 4, Lana Allah.
Yeah, this one's more interesting. A daughter of Golden Sense out of America called Grand Kisses, who was a stakes winner at Charlestown in the US and was runner-up twice in stakes company as well there, the likes of Parks and Penn National. So that's a good dirt pedigree, and Lana Allah has to be shortlisted.
And you see horse number 9, going to get a little bit worked up there, but number 5 is Manea Al Khair, a horse I'm really intrigued by.
Has earned money on all starts since her debut, so that's 6 runs in a row, although I say that. She was 6th last time out. My form book misses that weekend out. So until finishing 6th 2 weeks ago, she'd been in the frame 5 consecutive times, and was in 8 1/4 lengths, 4th of 16 to Hasfa Hill in a course and distance contest 2 starts back. Dipped a little bit below that form last time out, but pretty consistent. And this looks a weak maiden, so she should be thereabouts.
Seita is horse number 6.
Difficult to make a case for Seita. 3 runs, no closer than 9th in those 3.
Jcsa is horse number 7.
Showed us tiny amount in 4 runs in time, but not enough to be winning a maiden.
Shamila is in the parade ring. She's cast her eye over these. And who jumped off the page?
Well, out of all of these fillies, one in particular was really interesting, and that is horse number 20, the Mount of Camilo Espina. Lily Nation jumps out of stall 20, so really wide draw for her, unfortunately. And always the bridesmaid, never the bride. She has been second in her last 2 starts and at meeting 23 as well, but not yet to win. She is the highest rated filly in this contest, so I think today could be her day. The stall is a big hurdle for her to get over. However, she is looking really well nonetheless. 2 debutante horses that jumped out to me was horse number 4, Lana Alla, and horse number 10, Miad. Both of them looking really nice. I think the amount of Asil Al-Sehani is looking the better of those 2. And 2 padding negatives for me just from acting up, but like the previous races, these are only 2-year-olds, so they are still getting used to the environment, and that would be horse number 2 and horse number 9 just acting up in the prelims, but seem to have settled a little bit more now the jockeys have mounted.
Thank you, Shamila. Let's make our way through them. So Masehu Laha, white stable runner. Oh, not the usual standard of a white stable 2-year-olds.
No, was 4th on debut, but that was the first meeting of the season in time, was beaten 24 lengths on that occasion and ran even worse next time out. So, I mean, they're keeping faith with her for the time being, but she's nothing special on paper.
Eclidus is horse number 9.
Yeah, she's the filly we saw sort of rearing up when the bell for the jockeys to mount went, and I can forgive her that. So by first defence, the dam didn't win for Bob Baffert, but was placed in stakes company and then ran up 3 wins for another yard in the States. So there's a fair bit to like about Eclidus, obviously showing signs of greenness in the prelims, but not without interest on pedigree.
Yeah, Maillard is horse number 10. Shamila liked this one.
Yeah, full sister to American Law, who was a winner and runner-up 9 times in the US, earning $225,000, and is a half-sister to 4 winners in the US. But yeah, full sister to American Law. Makes her quite interesting. That was a difficult horse to win with, as I said, but plenty of ability.
Avon Tireen Al Arab is horse number 11.
A better effort today, win 10 lengths, 6 of 16 to Hasfahill over course and distance last time out, but we need to step up on that again.
Ademat Alamir is horse number 12.
A better effort today, went 7 lengths third to Hasfahill in that race over 7 furlongs last time out. Judging by how she went through that race, the drop back to 7 furlongs, sorry, from 7 furlongs to, excuse me, I'll reread my notes again. I thought a drop to 6 furlongs would suit her on that basis, but she remains at 7 furlongs here, so that's a slight question mark. On pedigree, she should stay out. It's not really an issue, but she's going the right way.
We lose 13 and 14, so we go straight to 16. Nard, can we also leave 15 as well?
Yeah, Nard is exposed as pretty moderate, and it'll be a surprise if she's good enough to win this.
Alderia is horse number 17.
A newcomer out of a 3-time US winner called Lucy Valentine, and that mare has produced 5 winners in the States. None of them anything out of the ordinary, but
they've won races.
They've won races, and she's obviously a pretty good producer.
The same connections that won our last race are teaming up again with Jazcat.
Yeah, Jazcat's interesting on paper as well. $300,000 purchase, half-sister to multiple graded winner Miss Sunset, among others, and does go high on your shortlist based on that very good pedigree.
Is Jazcat making racecourse debut or?
Yes, racecourse debut.
Hadn't run in the US, so another interesting one for powerful connection. Al Moslema is horse number 19.
Half sister to 3 winners out of a multiple winner and stakes placed mare called Oasis at Midnight, again representing reasonably powerful connections. So another one whose pedigree suggests it's worth a second look.
This is Lily Nation, horse number 20. We're seeing running on to finish second here last time out.
Yeah, she was beaten 7 1/4 lengths in the end. No match in the final furlong or so for Al Hasuma in a 7 furlong maiden last time out. That was her 3rd runner-up finish in her last 5 starts. She is the one to beat on paper, which is clearly a little bit vulnerable to something above average.
Damat Alamir is the next horse we're going to take a look at. She's a gorgeous chestnut individual, only a 2-year-old filly, and she stepped up massively on debut last time out to finish 3rd. We're going to have a look at that run now.
Yes, this was her third to Hasselfield over course and distance last time out. She doesn't quite see it out, having chased the winner for a long way. And I looked at this and thought, I wonder whether she would benefit from a drop to 6. Obviously, she remains at this trip. A little bit of a weak finish. This was her second start. It was a big step up on her debut when she was only 11th. She'd have placed claims on this. There just seemed to be quite a few newcomers in here who could be above average for me to think that she's going to win with a repetition of that form.
Look who's in 4th and 5th. You have Manea Alcair in 4th, and then you had a horse that I'm fascinated by, Avon Tyran Al Arab in 5th. And the reason why I like both of those performers, Avon Tyran Al Arab is built like a giraffe. She did not handle the bend at all and ended up running on quite nicely, although looking a bit ganglion and still drawn wide today. She might find it troubling. But Manea Alcair, I think this is her ideal trip, and hopefully she'll get a much easier run round than she did last time, because again, she was posted out wide, whilst the horse we previously mentioned, Adamayat Alamia, had the run of the race.
Yes. I think those are all valid points. But yeah, a few of those in that race behind Hasselfield last time out, who should be up to winning races. The feeling is this might be a little bit of a better maiden than the ratings of the leading contenders would suggest, with some of the bigger yards having interested imported horses running here.
You can see Jcsa in shot there, horse number 18, the Lilac Saddle Cloth, big imposing individual.
Yes, yeah, she is. She does stand out here to me, Jcsa.
And she is up close.
And yeah, as we said, she's got a very good pedigree. Connections responsible for the last race winner, and it would be absolutely no surprise to see a quick double on the card.
Well, as we see them circling down at the start, let's get selections in. We know Shamila likes Lily Nation. I imagine you're not keen on her. Could you think a newcomer could have her?
No, again,
who would that be?
I'm going to go with Jcsa. You'd imagine that she will know her job on debut as well. So even though she's drawn out in stall 18, I can see her having the speed to come across early and take a good position. And she's on looks and on pedigree, she does catch the eye very much.
I'm going to go for Manea Alcair, hoping that she gets a better run through the race, and I do think this is her ideal course and distance, and she'll give a good run for herself. I also think Aventine Al Arab is a gorgeous individual, but she just might need a bit more time. So going through those selections one more time, I like number 5, Manea Alcair. Rory likes number 18, Jcsa, and Shamila likes number 20, Lily Nation. Those are your selections, 20 and 18, both drawn fairly wide here, Rory. Would that be a concern for you?
Not in a maiden race with probably a big gap between the best and the worst in the race. The draw shouldn't be a deciding factor here.
We saw in the last contest that always we see horse number 2, Lone Al Tahab, it's just getting a little bit worked up down at the start, and that's really interesting because Shamila said this horse was a negative in the parade ring.
Yes, that would obviously be a concern, and you've got to pay attention to what Shamila says about
she's never wrong. She's never wrong. She always gets it right usually. But
she does at pains to say, don't judge the 2-year-olds too harshly. When it's only the first or second time on the race course with a lot of them, and sometimes everything they're seeing is new. We saw one spook at the big screen in the first race, and we saw one rear up when the bell went in the second. Yeah. Those are just perfectly normal
first day
things.
Of school, isn't it?
Exactly.
So, just go through the selections. Number 5, Manea Alcair for me. Number 18, Jcsa for Rory. And number 20, Lily Nation for Shamila. Alex Fussy, you've been in fine form. Who are you siding with in this one?
Well, I'm not as confident this time around, to be honest, Callum. Obviously, Lily Nation, would be nice to see her have her day. She's run very well on a number of occasions. Jcsa looks a nice filly. She's a little bit longer. She's a bit taller than the previous winner. So a little bit of a different build. I'd keep an eye out for Eclidis, number 9 on the card here. She, albeit got a little bit worked up in the prelims, I thought was quite a nice looking individual, and she was much calmer down at the starting point. So hoping she could show up rather well on her debut, but she's a bit of a left field pick just based on looks of those as they circled behind the starting stalls. There is Lana Allah, just gone in the green and yellow colours. Deem Al Hijaz is coming up, just a little bit on the warm side, but not too much. She's just moving forwards to stall number 1. We've got Miad still out the back, and that is Aventurine Al Arab, who's just coming up and into stall number 11. and then Riyadh will come into stall 10. He's there now. We are set. Edgy in 1, Deem Al Hijaz. They're on. Racing away here, 1 or 2 coming together. Riyadh was lugging right from the starting stalls and come on top of 1 or 2 others for this fillies maiden over 1400. A nice start up on the inside by Deem Al Hijaz, having been restless in the stalls, and also Eklidis was away very alertly and is bang up there in the centre of rivals. Lily Nation, she's got bags of experience and she's there in the front wave on the outside, racing in 3rd. They are currently a couple of lengths clear of Nard, who will take the turn in 4th position and is being followed through by Manea Al-Khair, and also on the outside is Jazz Scat, improving in between rivals to come a little closer now is Almos Salmhima in the white jacket and the blue cap. Up on the inside rail is Manea Al-Khair as they work their way towards the top of the home run. So it's Eklidis and Lily Nation who are out in front and are well clear. They're 5 or 6 lengths ahead. Back in 3rd place on the turn will be Nard, the check jacket, and still running on to the outside is Al Salhima from the back of the pack. They're working their way inside the final 200 meters. It's Eklidis who's just edging on, has just gone past Lily Nation. Still coming is Al Salahima from the back of the field and is storming home down the center. Eklidis is going to be caught. It's Al Salamia who gets up to win it. Eklidis will probably just be second. Manea Al-Khair was rallying on the inside and Lily Nation on their outer. Victory then for the 19. Al Mosalima, who's come down the outside to win in good fashion for Gaith Al-Gaith. There was a little bit of inevitability about that, wasn't there? Once she got rolling from off the pace, she's come storming home to go on and win it by a length and 3/4. And the winner's time is 1:26.65. So 1:26.65 on the clock. Eklidis in second and Manea Al-Khair on the inside. Just third. Lily Nation has run another very solid race, but she's again found 2 or 3 too good in the closing stages. So order of finish to our 3rd race of the day is 19, 9 and 5.
Adel Al-Faradi, you cannot keep a good man down. He's here with a winner in our third race on quite a nice type in Al Mosalema, who has done the business there nicely, coming on the outside, maybe taking advantage of a slight pace collapse, Rory?
Yes, but in fairness, doing well to come from that wide draw without getting all the way across early on. She was one of the more interesting ones up here. I said there were a few interesting newcomers. I went for Jcsa. Right next door to her was one with a similar sort of pedigree. This Macho Uno filly out of the prolific stakes-placed performer Oasis at Midnight, and she was pretty ready for this debut. She wasn't brilliantly away from the stalls, as you see. Whereas
Lily Nation wasn't she?
Lily Nation, with all her experience, got away really well from stall 20 and got across. But there was lots of speed in evidence there. You saw Lone Altahab from a low stall pushing up. But essentially, Eclidus, who caught Alex's eye, and Lily Nation, they got involved in a massive battle for the lead. It looked like they were going to dominate this race for a long way, but they did end up getting into a battle very early, softened each other up a little bit, and you see back in about 6th place the Grey, who comes through to win it in the end. Al Mosalema is gradually closing on the leaders through the stage of the race, and then comes with a strong run in the last furlong to get on top, to win by a length and 3/4. Very good run from Eclidus. Another one with a good US pedigree. Her dam started off with Bob Baffert with a big reputation. She was placed in the Del Mar Juvenile Filly Stakes and ended up winning 3 times in the US. So she's produced a decent performer in Eclidus, who showed greenness in the prelims but was sharp out of the stalls. Looked like she'd got the better of the battle here, but no sooner she got herself to the front than she starts getting tired, and the run that came from our winner was too strong. And again, she looks a likeable performer. 1:26.65 is not as exceptional a time as we saw in our previous race, but you'd like to think there's an awful lot of learning done on the way around there for Mosalema.
Yeah, certainly plenty more in the tank. And Monera Alcair ran a very good race to finish third. I hope they keep her over this trip. She's just there on the rail, flashing home. She was right there with our eventual winner, but our eventual winner took one route and she took another and ended up finishing third. Glad to see we've got regular viewer Ed Rarfield with us again today. He's saying good morning from a cold train flat platform in Queens, New York. The man doesn't stop. He's watching us on his phone, Rory. He's really committed.
Yeah, it gets pretty cold in New York at this time.
It does get pretty cold, doesn't it? I mean, yeah, all power to him. It's certainly not cold here. It's a lovely day in Riyadh. And special shout out to Ed as well. We have become friends on social media, and I noticed he was sharing a few Scotland football results, so he's already gone even further up in my estimation. So big fan of his. Good
to see you find common ground there.
Absolutely. Yeah, I can't pick winners, but we have found that Scottish football is the key. And you can see this was another one of Alex's selections here. Eclidus. Alex has been flying so far. He's just got touched off here, but I think you could even hear in his commentary afterward, he said it was only a matter of time before Al Mosalema got up to win the race, and probably a horse with quite a bright future.
Yes, I think so. She's a good looker. You see the years going back and forward as she gets herself to the front there. She's had a nice experience on debut. She's not been knocked about. She's gradually got into this race after breaking. She didn't break slowly as such, but when you compare her to Lily Nation on her outside, that one absolutely flew from the stalls, and she's had to work her way into contention, but did it nicely. And everything about this was positive for her. I say she wasn't badly away. She comes out of our picture. She's only got 2 or 3 behind.
One of them being Jcsa.
But Jcsa didn't get a great break, and then didn't handle the bends particularly well either. I think Jcsa was a lot better. Is a lot better than the bare result here. Be interested to see how she performs next time out. But yeah, but not particularly well away.
You can just see her as wide as she comes.
She was very wide at the bends and not able to cut in. When I think a jockey would have liked her to, so she'll learn from that, and she can leave that bare form behind in time.
Yeah, plenty of horses to keep an eye out, and one certainly for the notebook, 1 or 2 for the notebook. We talked about the start of this race. Lily Nation's jumped out well and come straight across. Do you think that's cost her the race in the end, the energy that she's used to get across? Because the horse that drawn just on her inside has come on and taken the win?
Getting across hasn't cost her. It's getting across and then immediately getting into a battle with one who got away well from a low stall. That was what's cost her, that they've hooked up. into a bit of a duel, and they've duelled for 5 furlongs of the race, and that's cost both of them in the finish.
And that's possibly the difference between the 1200 and the 1400 metre contest, where if you're over 1400 metres, you're a Del Alfaredi, a man who's just mustered around here. He can time it to perfection and just wait and allow the other horses to kind of run their races in front of him, and then they just fell into his lap. But we must move on to race 4, and Alex Fussy, a man who has been cooking on gas so far today, can take us through some more runners and riders.
Thank you, Callum. I'm sure it will all fall apart very soon. The fourth race of the day is the 1400 metre local bred maiden. So let's have a look at the lineup for this one. Number 1 is Bark Al Arab. Huigberto Ramos goes on board that runner. Number 2 is Afhala, one of the newcomers. Not as many newcomers in this race. Number 3 is Polaris for Tariq Al Mansour. Number 4, Ijala, very exposed filly. She's already had 20 goes here in Saudi. Number 6 is Hadi Nazar. Number 7 is Ais Latifa for Wanas. 8 is Nuta Al Hijaz, who will be towards the bottom of the page there, with another newcomer, Scarface, as number 9. We will go over the page to find number 10, Lay Ayun Rakan. 11 is Lajaja, Osama Al Sharani. Number 12, Analine. 0 from 7 so far for her. Number 13 is Classico, Mohammed Al Hubail. 14 is Daweya, Abdullah Al Credis. 15, Unbra, Alex Moreno. 16 is Kutail, Adel Al Faredi. 17 is Jana, 0 from 8 is her record. Number 18 is Bar Alikia. Number 19 is Sabiya. 20, Estahuz. And also you can throw in the 21, Motreb Zamanoa will get a run here because, of course, number 4 is an absentee. All in all, a lot more exposed, this particular field, only a couple of newcomers, so we might be leaning on experience this time around.
Well, Alex, we'll certainly be leaning on your experience in the commentary box, because this is a tough one. There's a couple to jump out, but not many. Let's start at the top and work our way down. Bark Al Arab is horse number 1.
Bark Al Arab showed very little last season, 15th in 2 starts, but showed improved form, went 5 1/4 lengths, 6th of 20 to Nayazi in a mile maiden 3 weeks ago. He drops back to 7 furlongs here, but if he can build on that, he's got place claims.
Athala is horse number 2.
A newcomer who's a half-brother, just 3-time US winner, Caressa. Dan was a stakes winner, and he cost $200,000. So again, he's an interesting newcomer, and you've got to put him on your short list until you see him in the flesh and see what you make of him.
Polaris is fascinating. Clearly has talent, but must be fragile.
Yes, it has had gaps between races. Polaris, 3rd and 6th furlong maiden on debut last season, and then finished 7th in the Taif Cup. That was a good performance for one so inexperienced. A good way for a long way as well. But was off the track for a long time, 15 months. And I would say probably needed the run when 9th over this course in distance a couple of weeks ago. I'd expect Polaris to come forward for that, as long as it hasn't left a mark.
Ejala, horse number 5.
On the other hand, Ejala's form has nosedived. Was runner-up in Taif back at meeting 42, but 3 runs since have been pretty dire, and not from 20 anyway, her record, which is hardly encouraging.
Hadi Nazar is horse number 6.
16th on debut a couple of weeks ago, makes little appeal on the basis of that.
Ais Latifa seems to only run when we're here.
Yes, and doesn't run better every time we see her.
Getting worse.
She was 4th on debut at Taif, and then turned out reasonably quickly, went backwards from that, and 1 run here was terrible, quite frankly.
Shamila is in the parade ring. She's had a chance to look at these. Who caught your eye?
Thank you very much, Callum. Indeed, this is quite a difficult race for me to pick apart because a lot of the horses are acting up in the parade ring, so I feel like I have more negatives than positives. However, I will start with my positive, and that is horse number 15, Un Bra. Third last time out, and Alex Moreno was supposed to be riding. However, he is in Qatar, as I said at the beginning of the show, and Louis Morales is taking the ride instead. So very good pilot change and a nice spare ride to pick up there because Umbra looks absolutely fantastic. Gaith Algaith has already had a winner today and looking to get a double as well, and so is Louis, so that would be really great to see. I also really like the look of horse number 16, Q Tail for FMQ Stables. Ninth last time out. I just think that Umbra looks that little bit better, fitter, but both horses are really, really nice looking, have nice rounded hind quarters as well. Now let's get on to the paddock negatives. Horse number 8 is a bit of a question mark for me in terms of conformation, and I just didn't like the look of her going around the parade ring, and horse number 7 as well, being very anxious in the parade ring and acting up. Fawaz Wanas, I do see the horse now in the parade ring looking a little bit more settled, but it was giving both the handlers a very, very tough time. So for that reason, I will be sticking him with my negative list. However, I will be sticking with horse number 15, Unbra, to make his winning debut today.
Thank you very much, Shamila Umbra, looking for a first win in his career. He's had plenty of opportunities, but clearly catching Shamila's eye in the parade ring. Nuta Al Hijaz is horse number 8. Rory, what do you make of this one?
Yeah, I'm trying to get a look at them behind us as we see at the moment. Only rated 51, so had 14 starts, and although she looks okay, she ran badly off the back of a break here last time out, and there's a bit to prove after that.
Yeah, she looks like a Thai specialist, doesn't she? That run in Riyadh looked so bad. It was almost like where she's looked in quite consistent form.
Yeah, she'd not been really troubling the judge, but finished sort of 5th and 6th in races and showing a fair level of ability. But yeah, it was a poor run here last time. Scarface,
we've just seen in short.
Yeah, and again, didn't look too bad. Debutant, half-brother to a local winner called Ibn Abad. But I'd have thought there'd be a few that'd be too good here.
Yes, number 10, Leo Yunrakan.
Seen plenty of him, haven't we? But nothing hugely positive lately, and he was only 10th on his return at Riyadh last time out.
La Jaja is horse number 11.
Has a rating of 30, and there's not much more you need to say other than that.
And Aline is horse number 12.
Was beaten 13 1/4 lengths, won 7th on her latest start. And although that was better than a return, she does look fully exposed after 7 outings.
Here's Classico in short, rated 38.
Yeah, that rating tells a story. 16th last time out, 11th on the other side of a break there.
The way is getting warm and is only rated 40.
Yeah, only rated 40, soundly beaten both starts this season and getting worryingly hot there.
Here's Shamila's paddock eye catcher, Umbra.
Umbra was back to form, won 3rd in a 0-60 handicap 2 weeks ago. I thought this was tougher. Does look well, Umbra, but that 3 runs prior to that 3rd, he'd been running poorly. So at least he's back in form. But I thought there was others who might just have his measure here.
Q-Tail's a fascinating runner. Surely has to do better than that 19 debut.
Based on looks, Q-Tail must be better than he showed when beaten 16 lengths into 9th in a 7-furlong maiden at Taif back in August. Certainly has the physique of a decent performer, and I would not be at all surprised to see a massive improvement today.
Jana is horse number 17.
Disappointed on her return to action, but that did come in a non-winners of 3. So she could bounce back to her best form, but even her best form would struggle to see her in the mix here.
We saw Bar Alekir be very keen going down to the post.
Yes, fly jumping on the way to post. Showed a little bit back on her debut, but nothing much since, to be honest.
And we've got Sabeya, horse number 19.
Sabeya's in a very similar boat, has a similar rating, 49 to Bar Alekir's 50, and showed form on debut, but hasn't done anything since then.
Esther Hughes is number 20.
Has shown enough, has been midfield in all starts, never absolutely out of things, but was beaten 18 3/4 lengths when 6th of 19 on penultimate start behind Ty's Wheat. That was over 1.5 miles, 2 starts back, only 9th last time. Not an awful lot to cling on to there.
And finally, Motreb Zamano is coming out of stall 4.
Yeah, this is coming off a long absence, was seen in Taif back in the summer of 2022 when well beaten tailed off in 13th and has been off the track for about 16 months since then.
Probably best to look elsewhere. I am stuck between a few of these. I quite like Polaris. It's a typical Callum Helliwell type of selection where he's probably going to run okay without winning. And there's a couple of others that I'm keen on as well. Q-Tail, just you keep looking back at Q-Tail thinking he must, because he's running quite well on that debut effort and then stopped very, very quickly and hasn't been seen since.
Yeah, something amiss there with Q-Tail. But I would say almost the pick of the paddock for me going around from what I could see. And you see him just come through a picture at the moment. Looks on very good terms with himself. I'm kind of with you. I like both of those, Polaris and Q-Tail, in terms of how they look pre-race. And they've both got, because they both have positives on paper. Q-Tail obviously, looked like he was going to do a lot better for a long way on debut and didn't really do it in the end. And Polaris ran really well on debut, was thrown into a really tough race second time out and needed the run after a long break here last time out.
Jockey looked after him on that occasion as well, I felt.
Yeah, and I want to go for one of the two, but who do I go for?
Who do you pick?
If
you pick one, I'll pick the other.
I'll go with Polaris then.
You go with Polaris.
Yeah.
I knew you'd do that, you cheeky
Well,
thing.
you should have given me the choice.
Q-Tail will be my one. Q-Tail will be my selection. Rory's selection will be Polaris, and I think they're both really interesting runners. I'll be keen to see also how number one Barak Al-Arab is going to get on in this contest. Shamila also likes Umbra as well. Louis Morales on looking for a double. It's rare to see Louis with a winner on such an early part of the week.
Well, he's not contractually obliged only to ride winners on Saturday, but he does.
It's called Big Race Louis. It's part of the way it works here.
That's not what his mother christened him.
No, not at all. But he's certainly he's in good form at the moment. I don't think he had the run of the race last time. And Umbra certainly looks an interesting individual in the parade ring. Has had plenty of chances though. When do you begin to say I'm giving up on a horse? How many runs does it take?
Well, sometimes what you end up with a race like this where you've only got horses that have shown ability but are potentially frustrating, and one of them's got to go and win it. So. In good quality maidens, I give up pretty quickly, and then I'd rather see these horses in handicaps. But yeah, you will occasionally see a horse click at the 23rd time of asking.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of them, haven't we? Asala, horse number 2, quite a valuable prospect. Surely that horse is going to run well, but looked a bit overweight, I had to say, in the parade ring, just quite heavy. Yeah,
might be in need of the run. There's always a slight concern when they've got the really good pedigree and the price tag, but they're only making their debut just before they turn 4. That's a little concern. But yeah, $200,000 purchase back in the day suggests that bigger things were expected of him.
So let's go through the selections one more time. Rory, number 3, Polaris, coming out of stall 3. Shamila likes number 15, coming out of 15. And I like Q-Tail, coming out of 16. Alex Fussy, you've been cooking on gas. It hasn't fallen apart yet. Can you keep it going in this race?
Well, I think if any of races to fall apart, it could well be this one, couldn't it? This is a very tricky contest with lots of exposed runners who haven't really set the world alight. The newcomers, not entirely sure about those, but I would have to agree with what Rory was saying a few moments ago in terms of looks. Q-Tail, number 16, is without doubt the best looker that I've seen in this field, and therefore that's been the theme of the selection so far today. So I'd have to be on side with him to try and improve upon that first start and get his head in front here at the second time of asking in the hands of Adel El Faradi. I'd keep an eye out for Bark Al-Arab as well. The 1 looked okay in the prelims and of course has got the assistance of Wigberto Ramos, but we'll try our hand with the 16 here, Q-Tail. So they are going in pretty well. We've got about 3/4 of the field into the stalls. Athala just moving up and in. There goes Esther Hughes, who's number 20 on the race card, and also the 5. Ijala's just gone in. Getting a bit worked up now is Bark Al-Arab behind the stalls. As you can see there, is a bit warm as well. Was much better than that in the paddock itself, but is now getting Very upset, in fact. Oh dear. Bark Al Arab is getting very, very edgy now. Just backing away. Might try some headgear, you'd have thought, in a few moments' time. Polaris is still out the back as well. The 3 is the other runner that we await. Bark Al Arab is still not there. And is just upsetting Polaris a bit now as well. It's a bit of a knock-on effect, just colliding with the rail now is this one horse. Not looking in the best frame of mind to put in a good run. Adler's getting behind now, though, getting some momentum, and is there. So the final runner being ushered in swiftly is Polaris. Also fractious. Another turn then for that runner, still waiting. Those that are in the stalls have all been settled at this point in time. Extra Hands does the job. All aboard. They're off. Polaris a bit up in the air on leaving the starting stalls, away to the outside as well. Not a good beginning for Q-Tail, who went a little bit to the right and is going to be a little out of its ground early. This is a local bred maiden over 1,400 meters. Quite a level early line involving a few of them here. Classico, blue and white colors, is right up there. Blue and white cap there is just going forwards. On the inside as well is Jcsa, the white with the black cap. Another runner handy is Bark Al Arab. Caused problems beforehand, but is right up with the speed. Nuta Al Hijaz in dark blue silks is there as well, and racing wider of those trying to get involved is Jannah as they go into this left-handed turn. Very deep on the course is Estahuz as they work round the bend. Polaris getting through on the inside, trying to close in on these leading runners, and also trying to get involved now after a poor start is Curtail, who's come there around the outside of horses, but levelling for home. It will be Jcsa who just leads the way. It's now being tackled by Umbra, the light blue, and Curtail down the centre is trying to finish off, and also picking up is Polaris, who's coming strongest, it would appear, right over the top here. Polaris is zooming on by, has gone clear now of Umbra in second, and up to the line, a good turn of speed. Polaris is off the mark, beats Umbra, who will probably just cling on for second. Closing for third was Anna Lean. That one's come from a good distance back. Number 3, Polaris, goes on to win our 4th race of the day. Getting off the mark here in the hands of Tariq Al Mansour, and showed a good turn of foot between the 2 to 100 meter points in the contest, and goes on to win by 5 1/4 lengths, so good margin of victory as well. Winner's time is 1:26.61, so 1:26.61 on the clock. Umbra is in second, Anna Lean, the strong closing third. Then we had Jcsa, who was always up there, 4th place, and Curtail was just in behind them. And again, as in the first time we saw that colt in action, he got a bit weary and lost positions late in the piece. Order of finish for race 4 is 3, 15 and 12.
Polaris is back. Clearly very talented juvenile, ran very well for a long way in the Taif Cup as a 2-year-old, had a long time off the track, ran with credit last time without be giving too much of a hard time, comes into this arguably weaker contest and takes full advantage and wins well.
Yeah, and all that despite having quite a bad break as well. It wasn't best away from stall 3, and Katil was the other one who was poorly away. The pair of them actually made remarkable mid-race progress, but it was Polaris who was able to continue that all the way to the line. I thought it was quite impressive in the end, because you'd have forgiven him for weakening a little bit late on, having had to make a move into contention. But when he was pulled out wide, he's ended up staying on very strongly to win by 5 3/4 lengths in the end. An impressive performance. Maybe flying a little bit high in his second start, and had a break since that. 1 run just to set him straight this season, and he's proven himself to be well above average here, and you'd hope he can go on from this as well.
Yeah, Tariq El-Mansour on board was pinned on the rail as they turned into the straight. Look how far wide he's come in the end. He clearly knows he's got plenty of horse underneath him.
Yeah, well, briefly Katil came past him, and Tariq had to work out where he was going to come with a run, and pulled out wide. And I thought he might end up again losing places by doing that. And of course he lost momentum, and he lost a place or two, but he got daylight,
badly, didn't
and he came away really well. So yeah, this is a really good performance given that at the start. And you'll see also Katil out wider in the silver colours, blowing that start. And you know, when you're stuck out wide from that position, it's very difficult to get back into it. So I know he's not been placed in the end, Katil, but you'd also be pretty positive about him.
He's run a better race than
he's run a lot better. He hasn't quite got home again, but he's done a lot of work to get into contention, and I think that forgives his rather weak effort in the finish. You'd still be a little bit concerned that he hasn't seen out either of his races to date, but he might just be a little bit weak still.
You can see Shamila's selection, who is Umbra, is right up there, 3 wide on the turn.
Yeah,
has come there travelling really nice. It's just been beaten by a better horse, I think, on the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Umbra was always handy from stall 15. You also had a little bit of early speed from Classico in stall 13 there.
That's cheap speed though, isn't it? That?
Yeah, absolutely. And the other one who showed up well for a long way and was still there in the finish, Jcsa, got away reasonably well, and you'll see him on the inside, still disputing the lead at this stage, but ends up getting run out of the 3 in the finish, but still finishes a creditable 4th. That's her best effort in some time. She showed form mid-season in time. Her form just tailed off at the end, and her reappearance run after a break was disappointing, but this is a lot more like it from her.
Yeah, I think we've seen a couple of nice horses today already, and this is another one of them. Polaris, I think the only way is up for this horse, and non-winners of 2 look like a prime place for this horse to go next.
Absolutely, yeah. You just want to make sure that he can take his racing and run up, get a few runs on the board, because he only had the 2 runs last term and quite a long break before his reappearance. So he's obviously had a physical issue of some sort, but 2 reasonably quick runs for him now, and he's come on for the first of them. That's a good sign that his issues are behind him.
He's a big boy as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
So it's interesting that he made such a quick turnaround from that last run, and clearly has come on from that, and he's eaten up the ground here, but you'd be right in thinking they're probably just going to check him over, make sure he's not too sore after that, because there's a lot of horse hitting the dirt here. Yeah,
and you don't want to, with a horse like this, with his size, you want to make sure that everything's 100% before you crack on with him. We speak to Jimmy Jerkins about this on a regular basis, and he's always aware of the things that can go wrong between runs with horses, and making sure, checking them. You don't just check them over that they trot up the next day and see they're reasonably sound. You're always aware of what issues might develop, and you make sure that you're not pressing ahead to your next target until you know your horse is ready to go.
Well, talking about that, I've been doing my racing history, spending a lot of time with you, Michael Dickinson, when he had those famous first 5 in the Cheltenham Gold Cup.
Yeah, half of those were unsigned through most of the season.
And that's it. He said in his interview, he said, you have no idea how hard it is to get a horse to this race, let alone to finish. And the fact that I think that was what he was most emotional about, is he got 5 horses to the race, and then they've gone finished 1st to 5th, and that's incredible. Yeah. But I thought he was very, very good in his interview discussing that in that race. But as we move swiftly on, we have to go on to race 5 as we fly through this card. And well done, Tariq El-Mansour, another young jockey to keep an eye on, a local lad, but he's got plenty of ability. Race 5 is the next one on the card. It's a maiden for 4-year-old horses and older, and Alex Fussy will take us through the runners and riders.
Many thanks, Callum. Yes, maidens again here then. Older horses, 1400. Number 1 is Rapid Best for Waswanas. Number 2, Nomas Nasser. 0 from 17 he is. Number 3, Rose Alderea. Less exposed. Number 4 is Oslub. Ran 5th at meeting 72. Number 5 is Kerbash. Abdullah Al-Kredis. Number 6 is Mothar, a newcomer. Number 7 is Wad Rafa. And number 8 on the bottom there is 7 Drums, also a first-time starter. We go over the page to find Balia, number 9, Khalid Al-Mimoni. And the 10 is Everyday, Sultan Al-Mimoni. Number 11 is Yegnik, 0 from 9, his record so far. And 12 is Muthari for Camilo Ospina. Number 13, War of Courage, Adel Al-Faredi. Very exposed, but has got a number of good runs this campaign. Number 14 is Mashur Nash, also in that exposed bracket, as is the 15, which is Asnoon. Number 16 is Shawoa, that's Thurb Altimat. 17 is Kebab, a couple of second place this campaign. 18 is Momentum, which will be the mount of Al-Sharani. And 19, Mawasif. Right down at the bottom, number 20 is Al-Raqi. So no reserves, no 21, 22, but all 20, as expected, standing their ground ahead of our 5th race, and runners are in the paddock.
Thank you very much, Alex. Runners are in the paddock and Jose Martinez is in the chat. Good morning from the USA, which boosts our US viewership again. He's got his morning coffee with him and he'll be taking in the rest of the action. Jose, you've joined at the right time because the racing keeps getting better, and Rapid Best is horse number 1 in this one.
Rapid Best, not entirely disgraced of late with a rating of 60, but you'd like to think a little bit more needed to win a maiden of this nature. This would be the thinnest maiden we've seen so far today, though.
Nomas Nasser.
Badly out of form and rated 46 makes Nomas Nasser an unlikely looking winner.
Rose Alderea is a pony.
She has hinted at ability on her debut at Taif towards the end of that season, but didn't do an awful lot better here. And as you said, she lacks scope and size.
Oslub is horse number 4.
Changed stables before his return to action and showed improved form, when 3 3/4 lengths 5th behind 9 Dragons over course and distance last time out. Plenty of this field will have that sort of form line there, and that was a decent effort from Oslub, and one to bear in mind.
Kerbash, I'm pretty sure, finished ahead of Oslub when Oslub last ran, but then ran a stinker after that.
Yeah, ran a stinker last time, but was a neck in front of Oslub in that previous contest. So listen, he's got a record of 0 from 33. So although he's got the beating of Oslub's only had the 2 runs. You'd like to think Oslub will improve past Kerbash, even if it wasn't for that poor run last time out.
Motar is horse number 6.
Newcomer whose dam had a racing record here of 9 runs and no places.
Wad Rafa is horse number 7.
Not in the first 9 in 2 starts to date, and she seems to take a backward step last time out.
7 Drums is horse number 8.
7 Drums, I thought looked in need of it in the parade ring from what I could see. By American Fair or whatever, 3-time US winner and a half-brother to a couple of winners. So very interesting on pedigree. Just thought he had a bit of a tummy on him.
Balea is horse number 9.
Beaten 15 lengths or more in 2 starts here this term. Has shown ability in the past, but a rating of 46 tells you the story.
I said better than a rating of 46 in my notes. Everyday number 10.
Everyday was in front of Balea when 7th. 2 starts back, and then ran a decent race when 2 lengths second to Avila. Turned out quickly last time out. That was over a mile last week, and if Everyday repeats that effort, then he would go very close.
Yegnik is horse number 11.
Yannick ran his best race when 5 3/4 lengths 4th to Abu Alfadil in a 6 furlong maiden 3 weeks ago. Previous efforts were pretty ordinary, but he's got half a chance if he can build on that latest start.
Matir is horse number 12.
Disputed the lead for over 4 furlongs when well beaten on debut over 7 furlongs last time out. Will improve from that, I thought.
13 is unlucky for some, so we'll go to Shamila, who's in the parade ring.
Well, hope I have some luck on my side for this fifth contest of the evening. I'm going to go with a horse that Rory wasn't too keen on by looks, but I really like the look of this horse. Horse number 8, 7 Drums, ridden by Muteb Al Muraib for Sami Al Harabi. This is an American Pharaoh colt, 4 years old, and is yet to be on track. He is getting a little bit hot behind the saddle, but I just really, really like the look of him in his conformation. He's walking really well, so he is definitely an interesting type for sure. No paddock negatives, but I also really like the look of horse number 13, War of Courage for Adel Al Faradi, and horse number 4, Usloob, 5th last time out. So really, really nice looking horses in this race. I am chancing my arm when I'm taking on horse number 8 with 7 Drums, but I think I will be sticking with him and keeping some faith with Sami Al Harabi, the trainer, as well. But I really, really like the look of 13. It was a flip of a coin for me, and I have landed on 7 Drums.
Thank you very much, Shamila. We'll talk about number 13 right now. That is War of Courage.
Yeah, I like War of Courage. Was just behind Every Day when Dead Healing were 3rd in the race won by Ovila here last week over a mile. I think a drop to 7 furlongs helps him.
We're looking at Kebab going down to the start right now. We're not looking at Kebab, we're looking at Kerbash going down to the start right now. He's an interesting runner there, horse number 5. He's just taking a bit of a keen hold though going down there, Rory.
Yes, I mean, that doesn't worry me enormously. But the worry with Kerbash, as I said, he ran poorly last time out, and he's not from 33. So he's more than capable on his day, but he's inconsistent.
And Mash or Najd is horse number 14.
Not running particularly well at the moment. 11th, 19th and 16th and 3 starts here of late, and that makes him pretty unappealing.
As Nafyun is horse number 15.
Ran in the first meeting of the season here and was soundly beaten, and to be honest didn't finish last term in Riyadh in much form either.
Number 16 is Sheoa.
His form is regressive. He's not from 7 now, but 3 runs this season have been without promise.
Here I'm making my selection nice and early. It's this horse in short, it's Kebab. I'm fascinated by this horse because there's one thing you've got to do as a jockey on him, and it's don't say go until you right at the last minute.
Yeah, he's he caught the I2 starts back. James Doyle actually rode him, I believe, Kebab, when he was 3rd. Despite not settling in front, just weakened late in the day. And then he built on that when second to Abu Al-Fadil over the... Was it this trip last time?
They dropped him back.
They dropped him back, yeah. So, and that was certainly a good move. But there's a few who were behind him who were seeing today. He was getting caught by the others, and clearly he doesn't really want a mile. He's a little bit free for his own good, but he's got plenty of ability. And the key is just conserving a little bit of energy for the finish. Looks-wise, he's right up there with these, but he's not really helping himself at the moment by over-racing a little bit in his contests.
In my notes, I put the new Mahalik in question mark. Because he just seemed the type to maybe lose his rhythm in the final 100 metres. But hopefully, you can just see him. He's a gorgeous individual, got the tongue stuck out. I'm sure he's got the tongue strap in as well. I think he does have the tongue strap, yes. Tongue just flopping around on the outside. No concern for me, though. He came cantering into that race under James Doyle 2 starts ago, looked the winner all over and just found nothing for pressure. I think James was really upset with himself after that ride and was quite frustrated that he pushed the button too early. And I think they'll just hold and hope that there's not a good thing in this field.
Yeah, it's a fair way home.
Yeah.
You don't want to be kicking on too soon here, and James hadn't ridden the track in a little while before that ride, but he learned plenty from his lesson there.
Yeah, and it all paid off in those same colours, didn't it? My Frankel doing the work in the big race last week. Momentum is horse number 18, rated 58, would have a chance here.
Would have, but it's been off the track for 17 months, and that's a concern, and obviously was well beaten on his previous start. So when they've been off the track for that long, the question is how much ability remains.
Mawasif is horse number 19, making debut.
Half-brother to a modest winner, but just an ordinary enough pedigree, and stall 19 is not the easiest to overcome over this trip.
Al-Iraqi is horse number 20.
Place claims on the pick of his tie form, was runner-up in meeting 43, but his last 2 runs here have been very disappointing.
So that's all of them. Who's made your shortlist, Rory? Who do you like in this one?
Not an awful lot, I have to say. I thought Usloob had a chance. You can give Kerbash a chance, but I ruled him out because of his overall record. I was quite interested in Seven Drums in the first place, and I don't want to say that he was a massive paddock negative. I think he's a good looker. I just thought he was carrying condition and might just need the run. Every Day would be high on the short list as well, but my pick will be War of Courage, who was just behind Every Day last time out. But I think he will benefit from dropping back from a mile. Every Day, I don't know. I think he was asked for his effort very late last time and ended up maybe being a little bit flattered by finishing second, whereas War of Courage was up there the whole way and then just weakened very late. And I think if you put the pair of them head to head, I would fancy War of Courage more over this trip.
I think Every Day needs to be really smuggled into the race.
And he
not
was
know
last
he's
time.
in a race, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh right, you're there, and you've got no chance to try and make a different decision. And he was really well ridden last time, and he might not be able to get the same today. Balea, the horse rated 46. I just think he's far better than that rating suggests. I thought the run last time out, meeting 75, he bumped into a couple of the ones he faced today, Kerbash being one of them, beat him. I think there's another one that he finished just behind as well in that same meeting as well. So I think he's better than a rating of 46. I think he's got no chance in this race, but I'd be really intrigued to see him in a handicap at some point. The problem is there's not handicaps low enough for him to run in.
No, not easy for Mongo 46. I suppose what he needs to do is finish, in the frame or just behind them in a maiden race and go up the handicap as a result, and then get
that's
into
why he's
handicaps.
here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's certainly a horse that I'm fascinated to follow throughout this Riyadh season because, I think 46 might be a little bit of a steal with him. But going through selections one more time, Rory, you like War of Courage.
I do.
Shamila likes Seven Drums, and I like Kebab. So that's horse number 17 for myself, horse number 13, unlucky for some, for Rory, and horse number 8 for Shamila. The loading process has begun, so it's time to hand over to Alex Fussy. Have you got another winner for us, Alex?
Well, I'm on the Kebab train as well here, so I'm going with the 17. I thought he looked particularly well in the prelims, and hopefully everything will come together for him today after those very recent placed efforts and being caught later on in the piece last time. Hopefully it'll be 11th time the charm for Kebab as they load up well. There's the 10 Every Day and the 7 Wood Rafa who go in together. War of Courage, definitely an interesting player. Al-Furedi looking for another winner. It's just gone into the stalls. Shamila's picked 7 Drums on the way up. That is Motha, number 6, still to go in. Shawar has just gone up and into the starting stalls. 7 Drums back to weigh briefly. Taking a turn and a trot here to spin back round. Seven Drums is there now. Rose Aldorea coming forwards. Very small looking sort. She's due forwards to stall number 3. She's moving up and in. And then we'll just about be ready to go here. So standing by. And they're off. Rearing as the starter let them go was Rose Aldorea. Right up in the air was the grey from stall number 3. Very slow to begin as well. 7 Drums on the back foot after a tardy start. Good beginning by Muthari. Grey coloured jacket is bang up there, and also Kebab, a big imposing sort on the outside in second place early. Not far adrift from this pace is Rapid Best, and also pushing through now between horses is Motha in a combination of red and black colours. Deeper out now, coming into the action is the blue jacket there on the outside of Mawasif, but it could be a little short-lived. It's already being a bit outpaced. War of Courage is just in behind the pace in 5th position. Trying to improve between rivals is Balea, green jacket with the white cap, starting to make a bit of progress, is up into about 6th or 7th. Working towards the top of the straight here and around the outside. Kebab is moving on, has breezed on by to the lead here and tanking through the race. Goes clear by 2. Mothar is in 2nd position. On the inside in 3rd place and firmly ridden is Muthari from the back. War of Courage is trying to run on down the outside of rivals as well. Every Day is another closer, strongly finishing, but is it too late because Kebab travelled very powerfully, is clear by 5. Every Day is still screeching home in 2nd. Too late, Kebab has got his head in front at last. Beat every day into second place. It will be close for the minor honours. Rapid Best was finishing off strongly. Muthari, the pace setter, was still there. Motha, one of those in behind. But Kebab has got on to win today. 11th time lucky. Travelled very nicely off the pace and then shot clear at the top of the home run. And the damage was done, albeit that closers came. They were never getting to Kebab, who's won by a length and a half and done so in a time of 1:26.66. Second place to Everyday. Muthari is third. And the nose down just at the right time for War of Courage, as you saw there, across the line in fourth. Order of finish then for our fifth race this afternoon was 17, 10 and 12.
And we have a winner finally in the bag, and it's Kebab, who has done the work for myself and Alex, winning on the 11th time of asking, and he fairly tanked himself into the race, and Abdullah Al-Arib had no chance but to just sit there and be a passenger.
Yes, he's travelled really strongly. Now, we've seen him race a couple of times where he's been a little bit free and fighting his jockey, but in fairness to Abdullah, he's actually settled well, and he's tanked through it, but it's not. You don't get the impression of him wasting energy. You get the impression of him waiting to be sent on to win the race. Again, once he's actually got to the front, once he won the race inside the final furlong, the stride shortens again, and he ends up only winning by a length and a half. He must have been about 10 lengths clear of Everyday with 2 furlongs to run. So the finishing effort, not entirely impressive, but he's different class to these essentially. Yeah. It's taken him a while to get his head in front because he's fooled connections into thinking he's a little bit better than he is, and he doesn't always find what he wants. He's a bit of a plank, isn't he?
Yeah, big boy, isn't he? A bit of a bowling ball, I call him.
Yes, that's pretty much it.
More round than high.
But yeah, he's done it nicely. He's not going to be that easy to place here, but handicaps work pretty well for him.
You know what I
would say.
liked? He jumped out really smartly, and Abdullah Al-Arib was really keen to get towards the rail, and it looked like at this point he was just going to sort of allow this horse to just stay out wide, but he just puts the brakes on here and allows your eventual third, Mutari, just to get in front. And there, he just pulls across one more to the rail, so he only ends up 3 wide rather than possibly being 4 wide.
Well, if he tried to challenge on the outside of Mutari at that stage, he'd have been forced very wide. So he just takes back a little bit. And then you see he ends up, as you said, 3 wide in the bend, whereas he might have been cut 5 wide if he hadn't done that. That's a clever piece of riding. But from this point, he's travelling very well. You can see from the early stages that he's got a much longer stride than Mutari. He's got, unsurprisingly for a horse his size, he's got a ground devouring stride. But it always makes you feel, I guess, as a jockey, that you can go whenever you want and you'll beat them. But once he's sent on, I mean, as you can see, he's in a different league to the second and third here, and you expect him to win by 10 lengths. At this stage, you see every day in the all red colours with the red noseband moving into about 5th place at this stage.
He's had to work past the rivals to get into some space, hasn't he, before he's got rolling.
But in fairness, that kind of suits every day to be coming late. And the fact that he's able to get within a length and a half of the winner just makes you wonder about Kebab. We know how good he could be, but I don't think he's ever quite going to fulfil that potential for whatever reason.
See how high Rose Alderea got coming out the stalls there.
Yes.
Really got on 2 legs, just caught at the wrong place at the wrong time. She's tiny, and that's not going to help her.
No, that didn't help her chances. Another one who wasn't helped by the start was 7 Drums, who got away very, very slowly from stall 8, and that was his chance, gone fairly early in the day. And you see the grey Rose Alderea in a poor position at an early stage there. It looked... I mean,
they've canted into him,
he's bigger than the 2 that he's up against. They're all out from an early stage, and he's absolutely cantering over them. But again, the big worry with him is that the winning margin of the line is not that big, and it wasn't because he was geared down. So there's a little bit of a hole in him, but you can see that he belongs in a better class race than this if he was 100% right physically, but clearly he isn't.
He's a Mahalik, isn't he?
He is a little. Well, listen, he'd love to be a. They would love it if he turned out to be a Mahalik, because that would make him a 90+ rated performer, and that'd be absolutely fine. He was 71 going into this. He's probably not much higher. On the back of it, he's beaten a 64 rated horse into second.
But they can't throw him up massively, can they? Because the winning distance is the winning distance. But I'm sure the handicapper will have a bit of a look at him going forward. But certainly a horse to keep an eye out. And finally, got myself a winner, and Kebab did the business. He's an interesting runner. He's a big, bold sort of a horse. I imagine he's going to do better in the future, but he's had plenty of chances. And Mahalik's another one. He's very experienced, so he had plenty of opportunities before he worked out what he was doing.
He did, but I mean, even from a fairly early stage, Mahalik was showing good class form. He was
winner in the UK as well, wasn't he?
He just had this habit of really travelling strongly until very deep into a race before weakening. And it's the same sort of thing here. This horse looks like he's going to find loads. He does find when he's asked as well. He finds immediately, but his run is quite a short one. So the key with him going forward, again, as I said, he can't really go up in the weights for winning this. Maybe 1 or 2 pounds. But given he's beaten a 64 rated horse into second by a length and a half, his mark shouldn't go up from 71. And I think in handicaps,
could be very dangerous.
He's a horse you just need to hold on to for as long as possible. And then, again, you can't hold on to the very last minute, but basically you don't want to be committing him too soon. So you've got to see how races pan out, and he's going to travel well enough that you can put him where you want in a race. And then it's just a case of asking for an effort and hoping he holds on in the finish. Yeah,
he'll certainly be one to keep an eye on in the future. Where he ends up, we don't know, but certainly will be worth watching. Now, we move on to race 6, and Alex Fussy can take us through the runners and riders for this open contest.
Cheers, Callum. Yes, a little bit better quality on show here, I thought, on the whole. Our 6th race, this local bred open. Number 1 is Deem Alanea, a winner at meeting 58. Number 2 is Rahamat Adal Al Farouz. Number 3 is Tajub, a newcomer. Number 3. Number 4 is Kilistafe, who was the winner at meeting 72 last time out. With Berto Ramos. Number 5 is Tanaf Rayan Altaresh. Number 6 is Azim Al Riyadh, Tariq Al Mansour, a winner right back at meeting 12 of the season. Got a rating of 90 though, that colt. Number 7, Aluyuk, who was a winner at meeting 22 for Juanas. And 8 is Flywing, also defending an unbeaten record, having won at meeting 67. Number 9 is Afdal Jawab, more exposed. That particular gelding has had 7 tries. Number 10 is TNT, had 3 starts and not shown a great deal so far. Number 11, Al Musameh, a newcomer, Abdullah Al Credis. No 12, the 12 is out. Number 13 is Hamadna, Ali Al Mimoni. 14 is Alabali. He's an interesting runner, actually, for Camilo Ospina. And 15 is Estoweb. Adel El Fouhedi will be on board the final runner. That's our field then ahead of the 6th race of the day. And I thought this race had a bit more quality, gents.
Alex, I think you're absolutely right here. This screams a bit more quality, and there's horses here who we've seen on the channel previously do very well on their previous efforts and are now coming out, stepping into open company, some with more experience than others. We've got horses defending unbeaten records, plenty to get our teeth stuck into, Rory.
Yes, yeah, this is definitely an upturn here, yeah, we should have a good contest in our hands.
Let's start from the top, work our way down. Deem Alanaya, horse number 1.
Won a 6-furlong maiden 2 starts back, but only 11 lengths, 7th to Alka Wakabi in a course and distance open last time out. There's a little bit of a culture shock, and she needs to do a little bit better.
Yeah, she seemed to be running quite nicely behind Alka Wakabi, great name,
yes.
But faded very badly, didn't she, towards the end? And
yeah.
the others finished in a heat, but all ahead of her.
Yeah, it's not a terrible run on paper, and this obviously is a slight. Probably a little step down from that, but not enough to think that Deem Alanaya is going to suddenly jump from 7th to 1st.
Rahamat is horse number 2.
Was a 4th in a 7-furlong maiden on his penultimate start, and then stepped up markedly in class to run in the King Khalid Military Academy Cup last time out, where he was only 10th. This is better for him, but his rating of her, again, I should say, her rating of 67 tells you that she faces an uphill task, even with a slight drop in class.
Tiju makes her debut in this race.
Yeah, that's never easy, is it, to be starting out in open company. She's a half-sister to a local winner, but doesn't appear to have an easy task here.
The next horse we'll look at is Kalastify, who was a winner last time out, but the form of that race took a hit earlier on in the card.
Yes, I mean, I was quite impressed with Kalastify. He was much improved in winning that 6-furlong maiden last time out, beating Ayan Al Riyadh by 2 3/4 lengths. But this is a different kettle of fish altogether. He's got a rating of 79. I think he will improve again, but there are 1 or 2 who've got maybe a little bit more going for them.
Do you think, did he shape like a horse who wanted to step up and trip after he seemed to relish dropping back to 1200 metres?
Yeah, I wasn't
wouldn't
sure. Say so, no.
He didn't hit the line hard, he sort of just went over the line, but he did have to work to get that lead back.
He did it nicely enough. I think he's done it by a clear enough margin, but I thought he, the 6-furlong trip looked ideal for him there.
Yeah, so it's interesting to see him step up. Tanaf is horse number 5.
Well beaten in 2 starts over 7 furlongs in Taif. The most recent one behind Kafla so behind a very good horse, but he's beaten about 37 lengths on that occasion.
Azaim Al Riyadh is a horse who's been punished with a criminally high rating for a win early in the season.
Yeah, he won by a wide margin, won by 10.5 lengths in a 6-furlong maiden at Taif on his debut, but it wasn't a particularly competitive contest, and he's struggled a little bit since. He's moved stables as well since his second start, and was beaten 15 lengths when running in a Jcsa challenge contest for his new yard last time.
Alayuk with a winner on debut.
Beat Jabawi Najd a length on debut. That was at Taif. Jabawi Najd was a winner next time out. Moderate enough time for that contest, but you'd like to think he'll improve, and is one you need to have a look at in the paddock.
He had Ruel Sodia behind him as well. So
yes,
both 2 good horses in behind. Flywing didn't quite beat the same calibre of field, but was impressive when he did it.
Yeah, that was more recently. That was back at meeting 2067 here. So he's a course and distance maiden winner. Beats Mota Mashet by a half a length. The runner-up looked a good horse most of the way through that race. Looked like he was going to win in the white stable colours, but Flywing came with a strong run from off the pace to get up close home to him by half a length. You'd like to think he'd come on for that. He's not the he's maybe not the most robust looking, but he does have plenty of ability, and he won with a little bit in hand there.
We can see him in short here. He's not the most attractive looking individual at all. He's sort of flirting between coats at this moment in time, but just the way he went through that race last time, hit the line really hard.
He did, yeah. This is obviously a tougher contest. It's interesting that he's changing coat, as you said. He's getting into his winter coat, whether he will have come on for that run. But it was a promising start.
Here, that's Al Jawab, number 9.
Looks outclassed on recent evidence.
TNT is probably the same. TNT, sorry.
TNT, yes, very much the same. Has actually got a rating of 48, whereas After Al Jawab is rated 60. That rating of 60 looks too high, but TNT... a rating of 48 is difficult to argue with. The best he's managed so far is in 8th place.
Alamoseome is horse number 11 making debut.
Yeah, Dam ran here but was unplaced on both her starts, so not a pedigree that jumps off the page.
Alsatea is another one making debut.
I got Alsatea down as a non-runner, so...
there we go. So
yeah.
it won't be making debut today.
Indeed.
Hamadna is horse number 13, really disappointing last time out.
Not really disappointing last time out. Disappointing 2 starts ago, ran well last week. Hamadna didn't it? Am I reading that?
I think she had a massive chance to win.
Yes,
she
but she
looked
was finished
class
second.
above everything and with a distant second and looked very one-paced.
It was
all the
only
way
not
around.
a 65 handicap.
First race we watched when we came here, wasn't it?
Yes. Yeah. So he ran okay. I think, yes, I expected him to win that race. He's ended up finishing second. His previous start was a much stronger company, but he's only got a rating of 64, so he's not going to be chopping the best of these.
Do you remember what the rating of the horse who finished third was?
It was very... It was
22,
23?
or I think we've gone up to 25. He went up £3. He's gone to 25. Alabali is the horse is the mount of Camilo Espina. He's number 14.
Second on Taif debut, and then beaten 6 3/4 lengths by Alhandawan in a 1 mile maiden here last time out. Only rated 68, but clearly unexposed and capable of a fair bit better. So you'd put Alabali on your shortlist as well.
And Esther Webb, number 15.
Esther Webb's rated 74, right down at the bottom of the weights and in the high stall, but was 4 lengths third to Fly Wing in a course and distance maiden 2 starts back, and actually didn't run at all badly when 6th in the Ministry of Education Cup last time out, beaten 14 lengths in that much better contest. So there might not be much between him and Fly Wing this time around.
Be interesting to see how they get on. Definitely a classier affair. Is there any that really jump off to you that you want to give more information on?
No. I mean, as I said, Alabali, I'd have thought 68 was a fairly conservative rating on the basis of 2 runs as well. And I thought if he'd, not that there are many handicaps for 2-year-olds.
I tell you who was running in a handicap for 2-year-old. Hamadna was running in a handicap for 2-year-olds last.
But there's not a big nursery program here as there is in the UK.
all.
But I'd have thought 68 would be very fair for Alabali. So got a decent chance.
Shamila is in the parade ring. She's had a chance to look at each and every one of them. Who do you like, Shamila?
Thank you, Callum. Well, I think that Camilo Ospina is due a winner, so I really like the look of horse number 14, Alabali, coming up behind me now. 2-year-old gelding by Premium Tap, and we don't get to see many geldings here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. They usually tend to keep them as colts. However, he could pass as a colt because he looks absolutely stunning, built like a bull. Camilo Ospina is just about to get the leg up onto him here. Now, initially stood out to me, just a really classy looking horse. Did really well in his last 2 starts, coming second the last 2 times, so he is probably due a winner as well. And we love talking to Camilo Ospina in the winner's enclosure. Of course, 2 other horses that stood out to me in the parade ring. Horse number 6, Azam Al Riyadh, rated 90. I don't think that will do him any favors. And horse number 7, Alayuk, ridden by Fawaz Wanas. First last time out on debut, but that's at meeting 22. So haven't seen this horse in a long time. Could be cause for concern, but does look really well in the parade ring. Nevertheless, I will be sticking with horse number 14, Alabali. As for my paddock negatives, I'll have to go with horse number 1, Deem Alanaya, and horse number 8, Fly Wing, who are very much on their toes and hot behind the saddle.
Thank you, Shamila. I really like Alayuk here. I thought he was really impressive on debut. That was over 1,200 metres. It was a long time ago, but he shrugged off 2 very decent performers, looked set to be beaten halfway down the straight, and still just kept finding. And I just think if he's changed ownership, there's clearly been money has changed hands, and he looks clearly a talented individual, and maybe they're just taking their time with him, or he's had a little setback, we just don't know, but he seems the type that I think might just run a lot of these off their feet.
Yeah, it's a possibility. He's certainly one of the more interesting ones in this race, and he's got a similar profile to Fly Wing, but Fly Wing didn't particularly impress me in the paddock, and more importantly, didn't impress Shamila in the paddock, which is a bit of a negative for him. Alayuk is a difficult one to read. in that he's been off the track for so long since that winning debut. But as you said, with him changing stables, changing ownership since debut, it may well be that they've just kept him back for a Riyadh campaign. And it'd be very interesting to see him go to post and see how well he shapes.
A winning meeting 22 is interesting because he's had plenty of opportunity to come back out again, hasn't he? And
yeah, he's just come past me now. He's gone to post. Gone to post nicely. He looks ready to go. He seems in good order. No real excuses.
Yeah, apart from the time off.
Well, I mean, no excuses from what we've seen of him. He doesn't look like he's badly in need of the run.
We briefly chatted about Kalastafai. He's one for me that's a very interesting runner. Seemed to relish dropping down to the minimum trip under for Connections last time out. They stepped him up, and it just doesn't seem to make much sense. But we're seeing the horse we were just talking about, Aliyuk, here. This was when he was running for those old Connections, different colours. You can see he's got two good horses in behind, the Bawinaj and Rue Al Sodia. Yeah,
and they both won subsequently. And he looked like, as you said, he looked like he might have been there to be shot at with 300 metres to go, but keeps on really well to the line. It was a nice performance. He's not one of these massive horses you would have wanted to put away. You know, he's quite nicely put together, quite neat. The one we're seeing now. Is that Flywing?
Flywing, yes. That is Flywing.
His colours look a little bit different in reality. He went to post, as you can see, very keenly. And that's a little bit of a concern for him in this race. But as you see, he gets going late in the day to get up and win narrowly on his debut after the White Stable runner had set a strong pace. That was Motanashet, who looked all over the winner for a long way. But Flywing gets going and runs him down late. He's run up a little bit light, as he's always inclined to do, I think, Flywing, given his narrow build. And he was getting keen pre-race and keen going to post as well, which would be a little bit of a concern.
Yeah, that's the horse I'm going to be going for. Horse number 7, Aliyuk, looks very nice going down to the start.
There's no question with fitness, is there?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And here's when you can just see that winter coat coming in the midriff there, just by the rib cage behind the saddle. That's definitely some fluff coming in. And what does that mean for those at home who we talk about winter and summer coats? What is the issue that we often have with horses coming into their winter coats?
Well, it's often when horses begin to get the winter coat, it's a sign that they just begin to lose their form as well. It's not always the case, but obviously, you know, when horses are training for the summer season, they tend to hold their form, and when the winter coat starts coming in, which they need for the colder weather, it's just a sign that they're ready to train off, they're ready to stop for the season. Some of them run perfectly well with a winter coat, and obviously, when horses are running through the winter, particularly in the UK, they've got a winter coat all the way through, and they run perfectly well. But if a horse is being trained through the summer for the summer season, then the winter coat coming through is usually a sign to say maybe it's time to start taking it easy with this horse. But some of them defy that and run perfectly well with the winter coat coming in. Kalastafai
is going down to the start a little bit later. I've got the cheek pieces on. Another interesting run. I just think the trip may be a concern. Azim Al Riyadh, the horse with a big rating of 90, obviously a winner on first start meeting 12. It was okay in meeting 16, third place effort. You're not going to complain about that, but going backwards in a smaller field contest since.
Yes, that's the concern. He was off for a while before finishing 8th in a Jcsa Challenger with this trip last time out. Now, it may well be that, again, he changed hands, that he needed that run after a break, and he'd run well enough on debut. So, listen, the rating of 90 is almost certainly too high, given that stage of the season to be winning a type. You weren't always having to run to big figures. But if I would judge him on what he does today rather than what he did last time out, and this is an opportunity for him to get back on track. It's a good spot, not the strongest looking race, and it gives him an opportunity to kickstart his career, if you like.
You can see why Alabali was Shamila's selection, definitely one of the more attractive horses in the parade ring. But Rory, who would be your selection in this?
Not an easy one for me, and I'm probably heading the same way as you in this race. I'm not massively against Kalastafai, but you make the point that he seemed to benefit from the drop and trip last time out, and it is a slight concern, but he's definitely on my short list. And Aliyuk, I wasn't entirely sure about until I saw him, but seeing him, I've got no concern about his fitness. He did it nicely on debut. It's not amazingly good form, but as you said, a couple of winners came out of that since. He's got a little bit of scope. He's making his reappearance in Riyadh in a very winnable contest, so he will just about get the nod from me, Al-Youk.
So myself and Rory are teaming up with Al-Youk, horse number 7, and Shamila, like Ala Bali, horse number 14. They're circling down at the start. I imagine they'll start loading soon, so it's about time we hand over to Alex Sussy to give us his selection.
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, runners circling just a couple of minutes away from our scheduled off time, so won't be too far away before they start to go forwards. Well, no surprises, really. I liked the two that everyone else liked. Al-Youk and Ala Bali were the two best lookers for me on their way round. The only small concern now with Ala Bali is down at the start. There's a lot of sweat coming between the legs. I think he's getting a bit worked up and a bit hot and on toes. So got to keep an eye of that. But similar comments could be said to Al-Youk, who's also now joining that same sort of category. So a bit torn between the two of them, but I think I'll probably side with Ala Bali based on the way he looked in the paddock. I thought he looked very taking, and going with the theme of looks today has stood us pretty well. So we'll try and roll again on that basis as they are circling behind the stalls here and before they go into line. Of course, you've got a couple of these looking to defend their unbeaten records. Al-Youk, the 7, and Flywing, the 8, who, as the gents rightly touched upon, and Shamila in the paddock, I thought he was a real negative in terms of the way he looked. Flywing, so wouldn't be too keen on him. So not much change in terms of my picks here, Callum. I'm siding with Ala Bali, but very dangerous of your selection as well.
Well, Alex, it's always dangerous when you're teaming up with Shamila. That's two very powerful selectors making that joining forces there. So Rory and I are concerned. Not so concerned about our YouTube comments. We've got XD God Gaming saying, hi, first time I've seen you on the chat, so welcome aboard and please enjoy the racing we have to look forward to. We're on race 6, so we've got plenty more to look forward to. Remember, we're live on Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays. Remember to like, subscribe and turn on your bell notifications so you never miss an episode of the Jcsa's English-speaking coverage, and hopefully Rory and I, or Alex and Shamila, can find your winner in this one.
Right, we're getting through this load, aren't we, here? We've got about half of the field already into the starting stalls, so the second half. There is Ala Bali, the pick for me and Shamila. Really good-looking individual, but he is a little bit on the warm side now. Oh, and he's getting a bit worked up as well, isn't he? They're rearing up a little. There's the 6 going in. Azim Al Riyadh moving forwards into stall number 6. Looks like trouble in 5 as well. Tanaf. Rayan Altaresh just briefly onto the infrastructure there. Very briefly, though. Back in the saddle now. Kilastife coming forwards is the final runner in, I believe. Ready. They're off. Racing away over 1,400 metres for this local bred open. Missing out a bit at the start was one of the newcomers, Tajub, was short of racing room and is already off the back by 4 or 5 lengths. A good beginning by Di Malinea on the inside. Kilastife is also right up there with the pace early on. A bit wider, Azim Al Riyadh is just in company, and Tanaf is just poking the head between rivals to join the leading wave of 3. They're being followed by Al-Youk, who's got a nice spot through on the inside rail, having tacked over a shade, is now in advance of Muhammad, who's following on the inside fence. Looking back down the field, Ala Bali's on the outside, and Nigaldad is actually now coming under much firmer riding. Between horses still at this stage as well is Estawaheb as they take the turn for home. It's Di Malinea who is out in front. Kilastife is in second. On their outside, Azim Al Riyadh for third. Behind them, Al-Youk is now looking for a bit of a gap through. Still there on the outside is Hamadna as they work their way inside the final 200 metres. Now it's Azim Al Riyadh who is out in front, taken over, gone clear, and is showing a good turn of foot. Azim Al Riyadh opening up by 4 or 5. Strong late closing from Flywing, who's come from a long way back. Too late though. Azim Al Riyadh is your winner. Good run from in second, Flywing. Eye-catching run. Third to Kelastife, there followed by Aloyuk. Azim Al Riyadh. Really nice turn of foot there up the home straight. It was a good effort from him to gain a second success. He had a lofty rating from a long time ago when winning at meeting 12. But perhaps the rating was valid after all, after a very nice effort today. And he's gone on to win by 4 lengths in a time of 1:25.91. So 1:25.91 on the clock, beating Flywing, who's run well on his second start, but he had too much to do. He's come with a big effort in the centre of the racecourse. And then in third place is Kelastife, just in advance of Hermadna and Aloyuk, who finish upsides together, with Hermadna just shading that 4th position by a neck officially. So the order in a competitive 6th race of the day was 6, 8 and 4.
Tariq Al Mansour at the double here on board a horse who might not be quite 90 rated, but he's certainly got a fair amount of ability, Rory.
Yeah, he justified the handicapper's view of him with that performance. That was an early season run in Taif. He's only been seen twice since, both of them in Taif, running well on his next start in open company, and then just a little bit disappointing. But that wasn't a JCSA challenge. His final start, it came off a break as well, and as we saw quite a lot in time, horses coming off a break tended to struggle on that deep surface. So maybe we're a little bit harsh on him in that circumstance. Obviously, we don't know how his training had gone with that change, a slightly unusual change in stables mid-season. But given a break and brought to Riyadh, he's got back to that debut form at the very least, and proved that he's a half-decent performer. So nice to see Tariq Al Mansour get a double on the card with one or two of the star names missing on the day.
Yes, Tariq's done well there. I think it's an interesting race because a lot of the horses proved themselves, really. There's a lot of horses we had doubts over, and they proved themselves to be worthy adversaries. Flywing did exactly what he did last time out and flew home to Cape second. Kelastife justified his owners stepping him up a little bit in trip, and he's done well too. But clearly the top three are not bad animals.
No, not at all. This was, again, the best race we've seen on the card thus far, one or two horses looking to redeem reputations, and as you said, are going a long way to doing it. One or two question marks over a few of these going into Classify. I still think he is a sprinter.
I don't think
he didn't quite get home, but he's battled well enough to hold third. But he's got the physique and the demeanour of a sprinter, and I think he'll be better going back to 6 furlongs again. The winner's got a little bit more about him in terms of his physique. And he was keen enough on his first start back, essentially of the Riyadh season. So he's seen a lot of daylight wide in third place. Di Malinea showed early speed but didn't quite get home. And Alayuk travelled well and then just couldn't quite quicken into it when he needed to. I don't think he will benefit from the run physically. He looked like he was really ready to go. He's probably run to the same level as he did on debut. He was able to go the pace but not pick up in the finish. And you'll see from off the pace. Yeah, maybe.
He's taken a bit of a keen pull.
He has, but I thought he got a lovely toe into it. And I think maybe that's about where he is in terms of ability. You see very wide on the track. The runner of Flywing comes. He had a pace collapse last time out, which helped him and made him look good. He was just. I don't think he made the jockey's life easy in the first half of this race before storming home. He's got a lot of ability. He just needs to keep it in check a little bit because he was on his toes, keen, going to post, and I don't think he's quite putting his energy in all in the right direction at the moment, but clearly has talent.
Still got some learning to do, I imagine.
Yeah.
But clearly a talented individual, like you just said, but take nothing away from Adam Al Riyadh, who now has 2 wins from 4 starts. It's not a bad record to go to war with, is it?
No, it'll be harder to place from here on in, obviously. Non-winners of 3 tend to be tough races.
Yeah. He could find himself another quite nice open, I imagine. That could be the route they go. This didn't look like the strongest of open contests in the coverage of today. Obviously, it's the best race we've seen so far today.
Yes,
but we've seen some red hot 2-year-old opens, haven't we?
We have, and this wouldn't be quite up there with the very best of those. But he's done it nicely. He's got a nice neck on him, doesn't he? He's got scope to develop a little bit further and. Although he was a little free here,
he couldn't really as well. I think
he couldn't really have helped that. I think there is a little bit more to come from him. Again, it's never the step up in class that he will need next time out. Asks more questions of him, but the right horses came to the fore here. Even old Hamadna, who we thought should win easily last week, has bounced back. Just not, I don't think, suited by a very small field last time.
If he ran that race last time, he wins, doesn't he?
Yeah, exactly. But he just was unhappy with the way that race set up last time in a 5-runner race, where he was never able to get across, despite the small field. And the fact that he went really hard here just suited Hamadna a lot better. He's got no tactical speed, and in a slowly run race last time out, that was showing up quite badly.
Yeah, but he's bounced back to form here and has done a good enough job to finish 4th, I think, in the end of the day for Hamadna. So Connections will be over the moon with that. But Connections of our winner will also be chuffed to bits. And Tariq Al Mansour now is looking for the hat-trick. So he'll be flying up the Jockeys' Championship, no doubt, because it's very, very tight in behind him.
Yes, absolutely. And it's always helpful when you get an opportunity on a card like this to ride a couple of winners. And as you said, Tariq will be hungry for more still. We had all the big jockeys making headlines last season, trebles for Camilo and trebles for Alex Moreno, and a couple of doubles for some of the other leading riders as well. So Tariq's not a bad rider, and when he gets an opportunity, he's taken it, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's one of those that I think that's what you've got to do as probably one of the lesser lights in the weighing room. Is every opportunity you get on a good horse, you have to win, because you don't get a second chance, do you?
Not really, no, and that's it's a very competitive scenario here. Again, we talked about that whenever you get. We talk about big jockeys coming over on flying visits, that you kind of sort of swan in there and assume you're going to be in demand, because you can't afford to make mistakes. And when jockeys do pop up and ride winners, then they're liable to be kept on board as well.
Yeah, someone else who's joined on board our good, merry YouTube ship is Luis Leon, and he has said good morning. We say good morning back to you, Louis, and welcome aboard this coverage of the English-speaking Jcsa live channel. We've been through 6 races. We've got a few more to bring to you. But before we do that, let's talk about standings. Jockeys Championship, Trainers Championship, Owners Championship, Rory. Some of them are beginning to look a little bit more settled at the moment, aren't they?
They are, yes, and some of them aren't.
Some of them aren't.
As we'll see very shortly. But
let's take a look at the Jockeys Championship to start with. Now the gaps are beginning to come here. Camilo Ospina again is just building that lead. Adel Alfaredi is trying to shrug off Alex Moreno, and he'll have done a little bit more with that with one more winner already today. Remember, these tables were from before we started racing today. Alex Moreno, who has such a good last couple of weeks, has got 54 winners and is pulling away from Luis Morales. He's obviously had a winner today as well, so that's going to bump up to 46. And Naif Alanazi trying to cling on to their coattails there in 5th, but he could be vulnerable. Hasn't had a winner in a while.
Yeah, I think he will, but you've got to realise that the bigger stables have very powerful teams for racing here in Riyadh, and that means that the top jockeys are going to be getting more winners rather than, being vulnerable to jockeys sort of climbing up the table. Those with very strong connections who've got retainers for the big stables are going to be the ones riding winners, and we've seen that last week with Camilo and with Alex Moreno riding multiple winners.
Yes, let's take a look at the Trainers Championship. We were just talking about how the jockey is getting a bit spacious. Well, the Trainers certainly is, and it's tight all the way down. Ahmed Mahamoud, the White Stable's leading trainer, he's in front with 57 points. Saeed Mutlaq had a little addition to his victories with some winners in the purebred Arabian races. Again, for those joining us for the first time, Saeed Mutlaq only trains purebred Arabian horses, which means he only gets 6 runners per weekend. Well, 6 races to choose from per weekend. He says plenty more than 6 runners.
Not necessarily with representation in those races either, but those are the only races that he can have runners in. So Saad Mutlaq's total is remarkable, to have 38 normal race winners and 5 cup winners as well through the season.
And Naif Almandil there with the Green Stable with 29 as well. I'm sure he'll be one to watch. And now we get to the Owners' Championship, which looks done and dusted. The White Stable have run away with it, and this will be their first championship in a while. King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons with 112 total points, including 13 cup races, 3 award races as well. Prince Faisal bin Khalid, he's dominated this title for years. The Red Stable, they're not going to be winning it this year, are they, with only 46. The Al Khaladir Stables, purebred Arabians, only they might find themselves slowly slipping down the tables. And Sheikh Abdullah Hamoud Al Mek Al Sabah, look at the cup race wins for that man. 4 cup race victories and 2 award prizes. They always do well in the big races.
Indeed, yes. That's half as many. Well, if you throw the Group 3 in there as well, that's,
yes, of course.
That's seven wins in higher class races against 12 in sort of maiden and open races. So that's a remarkable statistic.
Yeah. Clearly the ones to watch in the big races, those colours that you see in the UK and Ireland as well. Alex Fussy, though, can take us through the runners and riders for race 7.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, we're moving into open company now for our 7th race of the day over 1,400 metres. Number 1 is Expeditious. Not been in the best of form this season, this filly. Number 2, Random Decision. Abdullah Al-Kredis. Number 3, Karajinsky. Khalid Al-Mimoni. Number 4 is Messiah, a winner back at meeting 37. Seasonal return for number 5, Street Boy, but got the man in form on board, Tariq Al-Mansour. And then we have the 6, Northern Diplomat, who currently is 0 from 4 in his light career. Number 7 is Hadb, who's the mount of Turkey Alofi. And 8 is Jcsa for Camilo Ospina. Number 9 is Miyagi, Irish bred, 1-time winner from 9 goes. Number 10 is Mikelon, a 3-time winner. Number 11 is a Simulation. Ali Al-Mimoni will be on board the 7-year-old. Number 12, Frank Stella. A couple of poor efforts of late. Number 13, Golden Force. Ricardo Ferreira. 14 is Al Muthana. Again, not been in form. 15 is Mo Strike. Del Al-Faredi. 16, High Accolade. Ayad Al-Turisi. We head on over to 17, Clarence C, who ran okay right back at meeting 61, but it's all gone a bit south since then. Number 18, Tell Me All. And number 19's a non here, so it means the bottom one will be the 20, Chasing the Flag for Rayan Altaraish. Chasing the winners are Callum and Rory.
Trying to chase the winners, Alex, you're doing a far better job than myself. But Rory has been in good form recently as well, so we'll hopefully be following your lead in this one. Big open race here, 19 going to post, and one fascinating American horse that we'll talk about later. But let's go through the top. Expeditious is the number 1 horse.
Yeah, it just seems out of sorts at the moment and hard to fancy.
Random Decision is number 2. We saw him recently.
We did. Didn't see him running well recently, though the last 4 runs have been very poor.
Karajinsky, number 3.
Always capable, Karajinsky, but unplaced and not to 85 handicaps on his last couple of starts and has to concede a fair bit of weight because of the conditions of races like this.
Yeah, he's those owners' colours are always ones to watch in these type of races, though, aren't they? They tend to surprise. Messiah is number 4.
Yeah, open winner in Taif, Messiah. Best recent run came when 6 3/4 lengths third to Third Kingdom over course and distance 2 starts back. A repeat of that would put him bang on the premises.
Street Boy is horse number 5.
Was a course and distance open winner last December, but below form in the spring and difficult to know what to expect of him. He has gone well fresh in the past, but yeah, he's officially only got 1 win. He did actually finish first past the post in his first 2 starts of the juvenile, but was subsequently disqualified from those runs and then changed stables. So bright enough start here this time last year, but then it went a bit south. He may bounce back after a break.
Tariq Al-Mansour, again, looking for the treble on board him. Northern Diplomat is horse number 6.
It's just a moderate maiden and doesn't really belong in this class.
Hadb is horse number 7.
Has a rating of 71, so has some sort of chance here, but needs to raise his game based on recent efforts.
Jcsa is horse number 8. We've seen plenty of him.
We have seen plenty of Jcsa, and his form's just taken a bit of a turn for the worst in his last couple of starts. Was a good second going back to meeting 66, but lesser efforts since, and was beaten 17 lengths behind Akfiq in a non-winners of 3 last time out.
Bednaz Dubai trains. Now, he's a trainer who we thought we'd seeing a lot more winners of here in Saudi Arabia, but it's been quite quiet since he came to Riyadh.
Yes, that's slightly unusual, isn't it? And I'm not entirely sure why that would be.
Miyagi is horse number 9.
Wax on, wax off. Hey, third in a 6 furlong non-winners of 2, 3 starts back. A little underwhelming since. It was 13 and a half lengths, 8th to Akfiq in that race that I mentioned that Jcsa was in last time out. That was a strong non-winners of 3. This is probably slightly easier, but Miyagi on balance of form will do well if he's placed here.
Mikelon is horse number 10.
Won 3 times for Archie Watson, but little form since moving here, and has been off since August last year.
Assimilation is horse number 11.
Again, multiple winner in the UK for Ed Walker, but has been beaten 35 lengths or more on all starts. I say all starts, and 2 starts here. But they came first of all in the European Union Cup and then in the King Saud Cup last season. So this is at least a big drop in class for Assimilation, and it does give him a chance of bouncing back.
Frank Stella, number 12.
Bear with me when I move to my page. Frank Stella is rated 59 and has not been running particularly well of late, so hard to fancy.
Yeah, Golden Force has had 2 runs this season. They've been quite poor.
They have been quite poor, and it's easy to skip over him.
Al Mutana, though, is a horse that we should pay attention to.
Local Group 3 winner back on the day, and a smart juvenile with a rating of 86 on the card here. Second in the Gulf Cup in January, but his form since that has just really gone off a cliff. I don't know why. He's got, it's not like he's flattered by what he did, but for whatever reason, in the spring he ran poorly and he hasn't run particularly well. I can see why Taif wouldn't have suited him, but he hasn't run well in 2 starts since coming back here either.
Yeah, he seems an interesting one. Now we're getting a little bit deeper into the season, into Riyadh. Maybe he can find some form, but Mo Striker, the horse I'm fascinated by, Rory.
Yeah, we were due to see him a couple of weeks ago. I say a couple of weeks ago, it might have been a little bit longer than that. Well, we were both here, and I was really keen to see him because he was a Grade 3 winner in the States for Brad Cox. And he was 4th in a Grade 1 contest, the Hopeful Stakes. His form worked out pretty well as well. He hasn't been bought out of the States. The owner bought him in the States and sent him to Brad Cox to race, and then with a view of bringing him here. He looks potentially very good, and I'd like to think that he can get off to a winning start here.
High Accolade, horse number 16.
Running okay in Taif, but facing tough enough company now, making his return from a short break.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Who caught your eye?
Thank you very much, Callum. It is our 7th contest of the day, and High Accolade is my paddock selection for this race. I just really love the look of him. He is a nice big horse, probably the biggest horse in the field here. And he doesn't have a winter coat coming through at all. He looks really, really nice, beautiful dapple grey, colt by Outstrip out of Honey Mead. 8th last time out, 5th the time before that. He is teamed up with Eid Al Tarisi this time, one of our star apprentice jockeys here in Saudi Arabia. I do also really like the look of horse number 15, Mo Strike, rated 102. Really interesting prospect there for Adil Al Faradi on board as well. But what put me off him was just a really long layoff. It's his first time us seeing him out here. So I have decided to stick with horse number 16, High Accolade. I did also really like the look of horse number 20, Chasing the Flag. But High Accolade for me was just a star in the parade ring. Horse number 12 and 13, carrying a little bit too much condition for my liking, don't look 100% fit.
Thanks, Shamila. Yes, 12, 13, wipe off your list, but keep an eye on number 16, High Accolade. That's Shamila's selection. We just spoke about that one, so Clarence C, number 17.
Yeah, I thought recent efforts make fairly poor reading for Clarence C, and he didn't make my very long short list, never mind the short one.
Yeah, tell me all.
You'd like to think there should be a good race in Tell Me All, given the connections, but was soundly beaten on his return and doesn't make an awful lot of appeal at present.
And finally, Chasing the Flag, number 20. 4th last time out. That was a better effort than we've seen previously.
That was a better effort than what we've seen, but he remains a maiden after 14 starts, and there'll be easier races for Chasing the Flag in this open contest.
Yeah, so you'll certainly find it easier. Yeah, but Mo Strike for me, I think I'm going to join you with that selection. I'm really excited to see how he gets on. I remember how gutted you were when he didn't run, and this looks like an easier contest than he was going to run it.
Yeah, and the race he was in looked a pretty warm contest, and this looks an awful lot easier to me. I don't know what the issue was that stopped him running last time out, but he was a late scratch. But yeah, he's I was going to say he's got a good pedigree. We know he's got a good pedigree. But his form in the US is high class. His one disappointment came in the mud, and otherwise his form stacks up pretty well. He was impressive on debut, so we know he goes well fresh. As I said, I'd be disappointed if he doesn't win this race.
Around $300,000 as well when he was purchased, wouldn't he? So,
yes.
Yeah, because he was bought at a 2-year-old sale, wasn't he?
That's
so,
right. Yes. Yeah.
Not sold out of the USA. Bought by Saudi interest in the USA, and I'm sure the Saudi Cup over 1,800 metres, tick, is where they're looking to go with him in the future.
Yes, and that would be the plan down the line, but plenty of water to go under the bridge before then, of course. But yes, it was a bold move to buy this horse to race in the States as a juvenile and bring him here, and I hope it's rewarded.
Al Mutana is a horse I'm fascinated by, horse number 14 on your race card. Landed the Gulf Cup in January this year. Then also in January ran very well, and at the beginning of December ran really well. I think this is the time where he comes to the fore, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him put that poor runs behind him now.
Yeah, and it's not like you look at his form and think, oh, he's just trained off and that's the end of it. But there's a couple of times in his career where he's just lost his form and then bounced back. So I think
and there's clearly ability there as well, because he was such a talented juvenile.
Yeah, it's very good. I mean, as I said, he's a Group 3 winner. So it's just a case of when you think he's going to show his form, but he seems to like it a little bit cooler. Seems to show his best form at this sort of time of year. So this might be the time to catch him.
I think we can do selections nice and early. We obviously won't be thrown to Alex super quickly. We'll give him plenty of time to get ready for this. But I'm sure you and I both like Mo Strike here.
Yes, very much so.
We're teaming up again, Rory. It's a risk. It didn't work out well.
It's gone to post very quietly as well, and Mo Strike was ponied down the post, as he would have been in the States.
High Accolade will be Shamila's selection. So both our selections coming out of 15 and 16. We're giving a big shout out to horse out 14, Al Mutana as well. So you can see the higher draws might have a lot to do with this contest here. And if Mo Strike breaks out quickly and runs in that true American style, it wouldn't be long to see him coming across under Adel Al-Faradi.
I'd imagine so, yeah. He'll be quick from the stalls. I would have thought they train them very well to go on the bell in the States. So his draw shouldn't be a massive concern.
This is the time when I really want Camille Ospina in the saddle, because you know he's going to get a front-running ride and take nothing away from Adele, but I feel that this is Camille written all over him, this type of horse.
It is, yeah, but we'll give Adele the chance to show exactly what he can do.
He's not bad, is he?
The table tells you plenty of what you need to know there about how good he is as a jockey, sitting in second place in the table.
Masaya's an interesting one for me. Rated 86, third in the Tive Cup behind Rossmore Nation, then third again in Meeting 62 behind Rossmore Nation and Third Kingdom, and then didn't quite run his best race when over this trip last time out. I think he wants a 1200 rather than 14.
Yeah, he does shape that way, and although he stays the trip, I think he shows plenty of pace in his races, and he might just be vulnerable late on again.
He's the type you used to talk to me about when we first started working together. Horses that hit the line hard over a certain trip doesn't necessarily mean they want to step up in trip.
No.
Because speed, class speed and stamina kicks in, and all those sorts of different elements. Just because Mathei is running it and hitting the line hard over 1200 doesn't automatically mean that, well, clearly this horse wants 1400.
Yeah, the phrase that always gets me, people say, well, he wasn't stopping last time. And it's like, well, if they are stopping, that's a sign they don't even get the previous trip. Getting a trip well doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be better over further, and I would say that's probably the case with Messiah, who should still be competitive here.
Camillo Ospina teaming up with Jcsa. He's had a quiet day so far. It would be not beyond the realms of possibility that he can get this horse to bounce back to the form he showed in Meeting 49.
Well, on ratings, he's got a decent chance. He's rated 86. But as we said, his last couple of runs have been disappointing. He's been kept busy for quite a while, Jcsa. Maybe he's had enough racing for the time being. But at the same time, you get plenty of horses like him who largely consistent, run a couple of poor races. You think, well, that's it. They need a long break now, and suddenly they just bounce back again.
Back to form. Assimilation horse at number 11, Ali Al Mamoni on board. Obviously, as you mentioned, had the 2 runs here last season in much tougher conditions than this. Has had the break, third run in Saudi Arabia. Probably you're going to see a better performance here.
He's got a rating of 96, and he was a 7-time winner in the UK. A very good horse in his day, Assimilation. Obviously, he's come here late. You'd rather, if you're going to import horses, you'd rather be importing younger horses.
He had plenty of runs, didn't he? Yeah.
Plenty of runs. He looks well. He's a big, strong type. But I can see why he didn't acclimatise last year, to come over after all the time he had in the UK, have 2 tough runs straight away. Culture shock for him. You can see him in picture now looking relaxed and happy, and this is a much more appropriate target for him after a decent break, when he's had time to acclimatise to everything else in Saudi Arabia.
Well, this looks like a cracking contest, and Shamila has gone with number 16, High Accolade. Rory and myself have gone for number 15, Mo Strike, and the man to take us through this contest will be Mr. Alex Fussy. Who do you like?
Thanks, Callum. Yes, I'm on board with Mo Strike as well. Can't be against him here. Fascinated to see how he goes on this return. I am wary of Assimilation. I was liking the way he's handled all of the prelims today. We have got, well over half the field, I would say, into the gates at this point in time. Just moving in there, you can see the 13 Golden Force. Red Cap has gone in there, no problems. Next door, Frank Stella is now locked away. Just moving into the gates is Assimilation, so that one's in. Also, Miyagi's gone forwards, and Jcsa just coming up and towards the gates. So we're down to the last handful, if that. Street Boy was a little bit restless there. You could see Tariq Al Mansour in the saddle, of course. So far, so good in terms of the day with Tariq. Couple of winners already for him. Tell Me All now backs away, the red colours. White epaulets is due forwards to 18. Finished 15th on the return at Meeting 75. Is now being hustled forwards with a bit of a flailing arm behind. We're further away at the moment, getting quite warm as well, to say the least. Blindfold now coming. And going on. So coming back forwards is Tell Me All. And is there. The Aggies restless. There's Street Boy in 5. They're off. Racing away here over 1400. Expeditious shifted left on leaving the starting stalls right from that inside position. Jcsa got a very smart start. The yellow colours bang up there. Also good beginning by Golden Force, and wider of those, Tell Me All is trying to rush on over. Mo Strikes on the outside of the field. The white cap is racing around the outside of Al Mutiana, who's there with the black sleeves and cap. Just off the speed is Street Boy. Back to the running rail is Random Decision. The stripe jacket is there in advance of Northern Diplomat. White cap Karadziński's on the inside and racing next in the field as they continue their left-handed turn back towards home. Centre field slot for Clarence C and High Accolade. They've both got plenty on from this stage. Frank Stella is right out the back end. A Simulation also well out of its ground. Could be last of all. Top of the home run coming up here. All about to change. Tell Me All with Mo Strike now wider and being sent for the line. Between horses is Golden Fourth. Back up the inside. No luck in the run for Karadziński when needed. Working their way inside the final couple of 100 metres. Mo Strike's in front, but it's Chasing the Flag, who is chasing the leader down. Back to the inside of those, plugging away and trying to get to them is Random Decision. Now Karadziński's in the clear, but Mo Strike is out in front and will make a winning return. Mo Strike goes on to take it. Karadziński got second up on the inside. Masaya might have been third. Chasing the Flag down on the outside, and behind them, Random Decision. Victory for Mo Strike, who is back and with a win. 1:26.21 is the time for the winner, and has done it nicely enough. Going on to score by about a length and a half in the end, and of course gives winning rider Adel Al-Faredi a second on the card. Big one from Karadziński, who had absolutely nowhere to go on the inside as they turned for home. So a good effort to get second. Masaya finishing in third, then Random Decision and Chasing the Flag. So lots of those fancied runners all involved here. Mo Strike, though, is back with a bang, taking race 7. The order of finish 15, 3 and 4.
And Mo Strike has justified the support of myself, Rory and Alex, and has come here with huge amounts of winning connections to win our 7th race in King Abdulaziz racecourse here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And Rory, the class has come to the fore because he's not had an easy trip round there.
No, he hasn't. He was. We were hoping he'd get across from his draw, but there was plenty of early speed. Others going forward just inside him. Al Mutahana was drawn in 14, wanted to go forward. Golden Force, no, not Golden Force.
Tell Me All came across.
Tell Me All came across from stall 18. He got very worked up prior to the race. Golden Force did go forward earlier as well, and Jcsa obviously was the one who went hard and got across to the rails. So he ended up getting hung out wide. He couldn't get past, I think it was Al Mutana. He wanted to get past, and that one wouldn't back out of things until later in the day. So he ended up going too wide round the bend. He over-raced as a result. Plenty went wrong, and he's done well to win. This is not a great performance compared to knowing what he could do in the States and what his reputation is, but he can only step forward from here.
And he's won, and that's the most important thing for connections. They've obviously brought him over with the idea that eventually he's going to be going for bigger and better prizes, but he's done what he's needed to do and won here. But the real story is Karajinsky in behind him, probably with a clearer passage, wins this race. And
possibly he is a little bit of a bit of a law unto himself, Karajinsky. So he did very much catch the eye. But you see, we get a wall of 3 in front and a wall of 5 immediately behind them, and it's the winner who's widest of that 5 in behind the leading group. And as a result, he's had to do a lot. He's had to race throughout. If you're going that way around the bend, you can't afford to relax if you lose a position. Yeah. So you've got to keep asking for an effort to go forward. And as a result, this horse should have been able to go through the race on the bridle, but he's ended up having to race from about 4 furlongs out, and that's not ideal for him. He quickens up to win the race, but then he, having been off the track for a while, he does get tired in the final furlong and a half, and he has to cling on from the finishers. And the one that finishes fastest at the end is Karajinsky, who switches to the inside and gets that second place. Briefly chasing the flag, who was drawn widest of all and sold 20, looked like he was going to be a big player, but he's a maiden all this time for a reason. He backed out of things later on. Random Decision
ran a much better race there. He came there cantering as well and got the splits, got the gaps, and you see just burrowing his way through there just past Jcsa, gets his position to try and chase the leader, but he's not got the class.
And again, that's the concern for Connections will be delighted this horse has won first time out, but the fact that a horse like Random Decision, who's got a rating of 61 and has finished 16th, 16th, 18th and 15th in his last 4 starts, has got very close, has to be a little bit of a worry. But everything went wrong that could have gone wrong for Mo Strike in this race, and you'd like to think he'll do better. He's quite a finely built
I was just about to say the same thing.
He's nowhere near as robust as the earlier winner we saw, the US import. So maybe he's not going to keep progressing as well as some. He does look a bit of a 2-year-old, doesn't he?
I thought Power in Numbers. Remember the horse we've seen, the American import for the White Stable? He's now won his last 2. Totally different build to him. Power in Number, big, strong, powerful, robust type, just like we saw earlier on. This is Mo Strike, cost a similar amount of money, but you wouldn't put the two of them together. For me, Mo Strike is, like you said, looks like a very, very fast 2-year-old who might get found out now stepping up. We could be completely wrong though, because at the end of the day, he has won. Despite the bad trip.
He's won, but he hasn't run to the same form he's showing in the States in winning. And looking at him as he does it, you just wonder whether he has got the physical scope to keep progressing. He'll still win more races, but if they were thinking about Saudi Cup with him, there's a long way to go between now and
no knee action either, does he? He's got absolutely no knee bend.
No.
Really hits the ground very straight. I always like the horses to have a little bit more of a bend in the knee. You see the difference with carriage.
And as a result, he doesn't have a big stride either, does he? So he's got a quick stride. He uses himself a lot, and I can see why that'd be handy around tight US tracks and why that would have made him a debut winner. But he does lack the physical size and scope, you think, to go on from this. So that would be the worry. And again, we wouldn't say this normally about a horse winning a race like this, but we were excited to see him because of what he looks like on paper and what he'd done, and we thought this is it's a 100+ rated colt coming from the States, who has He's coming over here not because he was a failure there or because he was bought cheaply. His owner bought him to race as a juvenile in the States and then to bring him here, so it was always part of the plan. But he's just a little bit underwhelming, both in the manner of his victory and in his physical stature as well.
Let's talk about some of those in behind as well. Tell Me All got very, very worked up at the start and actually probably ran a creditable race despite how worked up he got. You could literally see the sweat coming off him. He didn't look happy at all.
I've not seen a horse sweat like that, not yet. As in you could literally see the beads of sweat on him. It looked like he'd been in a shower.
Chasing the Flag also came around the outside, and that seems to be the place to be because there was so much congestion on the rail. He ran a good enough race, but again, he's much of a muchness. And Messiah and Karadzinsky were the other two. Messiah, I thought, met traffic problems. You can just see here, has to loop all the way around to get back into the race, and isn't really asked to go until halfway down the straight and runs on quite nicely.
Yeah, it's a good performance, given that. Messiah's had to run further than the 1400 metres here, and he wouldn't really want to test the stamina. But yeah, a messy race because obviously the horse he probably got the best run through was the third. Sorry, he's fourth in the end, wasn't he? Random decision, but he's a horse with a rating of 61, and that kind of lets the form down. So they went pretty hard early, probably too hard, but they've also got a sort of a phalanx of horses up front, which meant that. Horses who would have had a chance of coming past them have had to either wait in behind and hope gaps appeared or work very wide on the try to come with a run, and I think that hasn't suited a number of horses in the race, including the winner, of course. And
we knew that there would be some issue with the finishing position of everyone when Northern Diplomat, a horse who is rated 49, came there absolutely swinging around the bend. He looked like he was loving life in that contest.
Yes, yeah, he did. He did travel up very nicely. Northern Diplomat, you knew from his overall record that he wasn't going to play a big part in the finish, but if you knew nothing about them...
Look at him there, you see the blue and white in the blue cap, he was absolutely double-handed.
One of the last off the bridle, but it's helped him and Random Decision have been able to take that trail from the leaders and are able to, they're essentially slipstreaming, aren't they? But then when push comes to shove and they're asked to go and quicken from where they are, they couldn't find as much. Although in fairness to Random Decision, he actually got a chunk of the prize money there.
Yeah, Random Decision's run a better race at the end than Northern Diplomat, but the ratings would suggest that. However, as you mentioned, Random Decision's last three runs, 15th, 18th and 16th, don't scream off the page a horse who should be coming 4th or 5th here.
No, indeed, and there were one or two of those with bad form figures we thought might figure. Al-Mutana, for example, he was 18, 16, 14 coming into this, but had very good form going back. I thought, well, this might be the time to catch him, but no, sadly
not at all. Al-Mutana looks to be going in the wrong direction. We're not going in the wrong direction, though. We move swiftly on to race 8. And Alex Fussy, take us through those runners and riders.
Thanks, Callum. Yes, another big field, 20 of them lining up for a local bred open this time around. And again, we're at the 1400-metre trip. Number 1 is Shibli Al-Iraq. Not much on show so far this campaign from him. Number 2, Al-Rahub for Camilo Ospina, a winner last time out. Number 3 is Kohelan Akil, Adela Farouz. Number 4 is Marut, Abdullah Al-Lawfi. 5 is Al-Azra, finished 4th actually the last twice. Quite a few good efforts strung together. Number 6, Escandro. Number 7 is Mtaz. And number 8 is Woodhahi, who seems to run quite frequently. Number 9 is Thawi. Number 10 is Mortajay. And number 11 is Fighter. Tariq Al-Mansour is on board that 11 horse. Number 12 is Batoa, Victor Gutierrez. Number 13 is Bazan for Eddie Castro. And number 14, Almash Luf, a 2-time winner. Lots of Gaith Al-Gaith runners in here, 15 and 16, both from that stable. Najim Al-Wasil and Shibil Latam. 17 is Sawaf. 18, Toronto for Ayad Al-Turisi. 19 is Wissam Al-Sharjah, who was a winner when last seen. And 20 is Hawa Weya, rounding out the field, a 6-time winner. No reserves get their chance here, but 20 of them all standing their ground, ahead of our 8th race of the day.
Thank you very much, Alex. Those are the run of the riders for this contest. It looks like a hot one on paper, Rory, with plenty of horses in with a chance. I'm so excited to see Al Azra back again, a horse I fell in love with in Taif. Might be a bit tough for him this time out, but there's plenty of other horses here to keep an eye on as well as Hawawea, who is famously the first horse to win on the English-speaking broadcast.
Ah, yes, indeed.
Yes, there you go. Hawawea, big special place. Back in Taif early on in the season.
Yep.
Hawawea got up and won second time up and then hasn't won since.
Yes, how things change. That's the story of our lives, really, isn't it?
I was with Tom. Some would say happy.
Right. Yeah, coming from a wide draw here, Hawawea and others look better treated. But shall we do the usual?
Yeah, Shibal Al Harak, horse number 1.
It's over 2 years since his only win. Beaten 14 3/4 lengths, win 8th to Basul in the Latin America Cup last time out, and was in the Saudi Boy Scouts Association Cup on his previous start. So this is a little bit easier, but just hard to win with.
Al Rahub is an interesting one for me because he's clearly not a stable star for the White Stable, but he's been in such good form recently.
Yeah, he was had a couple of respectable efforts before stepping up to win a not to 85 handicap over course and distance last time. I had beaten Giwont by a length and a half. This is harder on paper, but I'm not sure it's an incredibly well. Actually, it is pretty deep, but there are no absolute superstars in this contest.
That's it. Coelho Al Kale is number 3.
Won the King Abdulaziz University Cup in 2022. Has been unplaced in 1 mile opens in both starts this season. On the spring form, he's got a chance. He was only just beaten by Bottle Rocket Man in March in a similar sort of contest, so he needs to bounce back to that. Just bubbling under at the moment.
Marut is horse number 4.
Marut has done all his winning up to this trip. He was a 7 1/4 length third to Alamaye in a course and distance open last time out, and wouldn't be far away again with a repeat of that effort.
Al Azra, we've already mentioned this one, a winner in Taif and seemed to really get his act together now.
Yeah, he's pretty consistent. He's been 4th in opens behind first line in his last 2 starts, 1 over 7 furlongs, and most recently over 6 furlongs last time out, but pretty consistent. Reading of 87 suggests that he will again be thereabouts.
Escandro is horse number 6.
Out of form, and although he does have ability, he looks hard to fancy in this lineup.
Mtaz is another who had a poor run first time up this season.
Yeah, runner-up on his final start here last season, but was in and out and was soundly beaten on his return to action last time out.
Wadahi is screaming out for a drop in class, isn't he?
Yeah, rated 76, not running to that at the moment, no closer than 13th on his last half dozen starts.
Tawi is horse number 9.
Strike rate of 2 from 30 is disappointing. Recent efforts have been pretty underwhelming.
Mortgé, horse number 10.
Hasn't been at his best since winning the Ministry of Media Cup back in February 2022. Was a useful performer back then. He hasn't been placed in any race since, I think, finishing 3rd in a course and distance open in November last year.
Yeah, seems to be going the wrong way. The last time Fighter ran over this trip, he was a winner.
Yes, when the last time he ran anywhere at all, he was running an International Jockeys Challenge here in February when he unseated his ride. I think Chantal Sutherland was on board that day.
Exactly right.
He clipped heels and dropped her. He did win a course and distance Jcsa Challenge. That was November last year, and actually that was the last time he ran over course and distance. So he's back to that form. He's got a chance.
Batoa is horse number 12.
He's rated 72, and although he wasn't disgraced last time out, I think he's got a tough task at these weights.
Barzan is horse number 13.
Finished 7th, which would have had him in front of Shibal Al Harak in the Saudi Boy Scouts Association Cup 2 starts ago, but then ran poorly behind Alamai in a course and distance open 3 weeks ago and needs to bounce back from that.
Al Mashlouf has broken my heart too many times.
Yeah, is not a regular winner. 3rd in the not to 70 handicap in Taif, but he's just run respectably at best since then. Never entirely disgraced, but always a bit of a bridesmaid.
Adel Al-Faradi is aboard Najim Al-Wasil.
Another one who's won in the handicap company was a 5.5 length winner of a not to 75 handicap 3 starts back, but hit hard by the handicapper for that and been beaten double digits in better races since. This is a little easier, but I still think 1 or 2 are better treated.
Gaith Al Gaith saddles Shibal Latam and Lou Morales takes the ride.
Yeah, third to first line of course in distance open, 2 starts back, but well beaten in a 1 mile open 2 weeks ago and needs to leave that effort well behind.
Sawaf is horse number 17.
Comes back of a 10-month break, and that will be the concern here. 7th in the King Abdulaziz Cup in 2022, but hasn't really progressed since then.
Well, we've got only a couple more to look at, and Shamila is in the parade ring.
I am indeed in the parade ring for our 8th race of the day. The horses are just making their way out onto the track now. Behind me, the last few horses leaving the parade ring. In this race, it was all about red stables for me. Both the horses stood out to me tremendously. They both look absolutely stunning. The first one that caught my eye was horse number 10, Mortage. The stunning grey 6-year-old colt just going past me there now. However, I will be siding with horse number 4 as my parade ring selection, Marut, under Abdullah Alofi. 3rd last time out. He's just a really nice big gelding, a 4-year-old by Frozen Power, rated 87, and I really love the look of him. I think that he is a winner through and through. He already has 4 wins to his name, so he's trying to add another one. First win for him for this season. 2 paddock negatives for me is horse number 1, very on their toes, and horse number 6, extremely hot behind the saddle, dripping in sweat. So that is a major red flag for me, as it is now starting to cool down slightly here in the parade ring. But I have my fingers crossed for Abdullah Alofi and horse number 4.
Shamila, if you're still there, could you give us a temperature update out there? Last time we saw you outside, you were wrapping up in coats, gloves, scarves. What are we feeling today? Is it still doable out there to be out without a coat and scarf?
It's pretty doable to be out here without a scarf and coat. However, I am being very brave, and I'm only just putting my big black coat on now, so you will see me next time you see me on camera. I will have a coat on. It is definitely coat weather, but not as cold as it was last weekend.
Wonderful to hear. So the temperatures were warmer in the afternoon, and they've carried on throughout the evening. Not quite as chilly as it was last week, because last week it was cold.
That will please you.
That will make me very happy, because I'm a big softie.
You won't feel the benefit when you go home, though?
Stop it, it's not true. The next horse we'll take a look at in the parade ring here is Wisham Al Shajaya, but before that we'll have a look at Al Rahub, who is the horse in shot now, horse number 2, going down to post. Look, he's not winning any beauty prizes, is he, Rory?
No, but he's well built, and he was back to the best form he's shown in a while when winning a 0-85 handicap here last time out. As we see, he comes through strongly to get to the front and ends up winning by a length and a half. He looks like he's going to win by further than a length and a half here, as I'm looking at it. But he does get closed down.
Closes really well.
G1 comes him out of the pack to run him down to a length and a half, and he is all out in the finish.
He's reaching for that line, isn't he?
After coming through to look like he was going to win very handsomely, he was all out to win by a length and a half, but he quickened up nicely.
Shamila's eye catcher here. It's got quite warm since Shamila saw him, I think, and the Red Stable runner Marut. We're going to see this horse finish 3rd, and this was at the back end of November.
Yeah, this is him finishing 3rd to Alamai, and of course in distance open, and he does wander around a little bit. He wasn't good enough to catch the winner. And just stays on at one pace. They've broken away from the rest of the pack. He doesn't particularly impress with his finishing effort here, but he does have chances on paper, and we know he wins races. He's won 4 from 17 in his career. He just didn't massively impress with the way he ran around a little bit when beaten.
However, that was an improvement on what he's shown first time out this season, so I'm going to say it. Trending in the right direction.
Yeah, unlike the other one from the stable, Mortage, who's a gorgeous looker. He looks like a massive rocking horse. Here you have him here. Carries a bit of condition.
He's got foal-bearing hips, doesn't he? Look at the boy.
He is. Yeah, he's an absolutely gorgeous looking horse, but his recent efforts suggest that he's just training off a little bit.
We didn't talk about Toronto, Washim Al Shajar, and Hawaii.
No, Toronto's quite interesting. He's got a rating of 90. He was unplaced in the Latin America Cup. I say unplaced, he was 6th in the Latin America Cup last time out, and 4th in the Saudi Arabia Boy Scouts Association Cup before that. This is a little bit of an ease and grade. He'd been running pretty well in Taif as well. I'd give him a good chance of winning this.
Back up in trip as well could be something for him. And finally, Wisham Al Shajar.
Wisham Al Shajar was runner-up in a 0-70 handicap over 6 furlongs. before winning a course and distance open narrowly last time out. He's clearly coming here in good form, but I think he needs to improve a little bit further to win this, but not entirely out of it.
He's got £5 to find on some of them, but certainly wouldn't be without a chance here. However, we've already spoken about, probably outclassed here. Al-Azra, I'm quite keen on a little bit. I just think Al-Azra will probably run a very good race, run into a place, but maybe not good enough to win a race like this. You can understand why Mahrout is Shamila's selection. Obviously, has got very warm since Shamila saw him, but it's certainly going the right way. Al Rahoub is another one who I look at Al Rahoub and I think, well, that's surely got the best chance on paper. Clearly confidence is high. This horse has been running really well this season. Why not getting another win in this local bred open that doesn't look the strongest?
No, he is giving a little bit of weight away, though. He's got top weight of 62 kilos, whereas Toronto, who's going to be my selection, is getting 2 kilos for him. I had Al Tarisi on board. And I think, although he's been banging his head against the brick wall in better class races of late, I think this represents a slight drop in class for Toronto, and I think he can make it count in receipt of about £4 from your selection. He is going to be your selection.
He's going to be my selection, isn't he? Yes, he is going to be my selection. Horse number 2, Shamila likes horse number 4, and Rory is taking us on with horse number 18. I imagine Alex will probably have a different one as well, but we'll keep talking about a couple more of these. Fighter, I'm really intrigued by Fighter in this race. First time up. You'd be slightly concerned about the absence, but like we mentioned before, the return to this trip looks to be the making of this horse. He was running in tougher races than this.
He was. I mean, the race he was in last time, obviously he didn't complete. He was getting on the heels of the leaders and looking to make a run when he clipped heels and unseated Chantal Sutherland. He was disappointed in his previous start, but yeah, this is his trip. He's getting a little bit warm as well, and it's his time of year as well. So.
He did all his winning early last season, didn't he?
Yeah,
early in the Riyadh season, I should say.
Yeah, so he's an interesting one. You know, given his official rating of 90, he's actually getting weight from a few of these are rated below him. So he's one you have to bear in mind.
So to go through selections one more time, I like Al Rahoub, horse number 2. Shamila likes Mahrout, horse number 4, and Rory likes Toronto, horse number 18. But they're loading up, so there's only one man left to ask. Alex Fussy, who do you like here?
Well, you mentioned that I might have something different. I'm afraid I don't. I was on the Toronto camp here, so I'm with Rory in this particular race. Been running pretty consistently well. And as highlighted, I thought this race was a little easier for him to tackle today. So hopefully that will yield victory for Toronto. We've got about 4 to go now because Shibal Al-Araq has just gone into stall 1. Mtaz is a little side on now, actually taking a whole turn, Mtaz, before coming up. Meanwhile, Najim Al-Wasil has gone in. Al Rahoub is still out the back, and we're also waiting for Wadhahi, who will go forwards to stall number 8 next to Mtaz, who's now into 7. So final couple. There is Camilo Ospina on board, Al Rahoub, who's popping into the gates. Locked and ready. They're off. Racing away here. They go away over 1,400 metres for this local bred open. Looking down to the inside, Shibil Al-Araq didn't get the best of starts, actually, will be towards the tail early. Good beginnings, though. Kahilan Al-Keel right up there, and also going forwards is Mtaz, who was a little bit fractious before the off, but is now going to bag the overall lead. Escandro right with them on the inside rail in the yellow and red colours. So these comprise the leading 3. Mahrout is just off the pace at this point in time with Wadhahi on the outside. On the inside rail is Al Rahoub, who tries to burrow through. Deeper onto the course to find Mortar J, the big flashy grey, racing wider routes. Al Azra next in the field. Towards the outside of those and pushed along at this point in time is Sawaf. They're turning for home. Quite a few of these well out of their ground. It's Kahalan Al-Keel, who shows up by a little more than a length. Malroot is now trying to cover that move. Taz is dropping away. Some of the closers now starting to rock and roll as they work their way towards the final furlong, and it's Al Azra who's now burst through between horses and bagged the lead and has gone on by a length and a half. Al Azra out in advance now of Malroot in second place. To the line we go. Al Azra will win today. Going to be very close on the places front here. Najim Al Wasil might have got the head down for second. Right down the outside, Shibli Alarak has come from absolutely nowhere because he had a poor start, and he's made that interesting for third and fourth positions. But it is Al Azra who has gone on to win and bag a fourth career success. All been about consistent efforts of late for him, and today is a winning one, beating Najim Al Wasil into second place. The 15 horse for second gave Al Gates charge, and Malroot has just held third before the strong finisher, as you can see near side, which was Shibil Al Iraq, who's come from very much well off the pace. So a race that changed quite a bit late on. Some of those who were forcing the issue gave way. Al Azra, who was in the second wave in terms of the pace position, benefited and bagged the lead and the victory in race 8. The order of finish, 5, 15 and 4.
الخيار ريكاردو فيريرا. Good race, Ricardo.
Thank you so much.
Tell me about the race, Ricardo.
So first, thank you for the honor and Vidan Al-Subay for this ride. Vidan tell me go position 6-5 because horse have a good strong in the last 400. I riding for him and very strong 400. Thank you.
Race number 8 goes to this horse, ridden by Ricardo Ferreira, horse number 5, Al Azra, for trainer Bidden Al-Sabai. And this horse has been very, very consistent this season. 2 wins back in Taif, first over the trip of 6 furlongs back in August, and then again in September over 6 as well. So step up in trip here. And I'm pretty sure Ricardo Ferreira rarely rides for Bidden Al-Sabai, but Bidden Al-Sabai is a very, very well-known and respected trainer here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. He accepted the saddlecloth for his 400th winner only last weekend. So really not a bad spare ride to pick up for Ricardo Ferreira, as Yusuf Al Hussein was meant to be on board. However, it might have been a late jockey change. This is a 5-year-old colt by Yatib out of Qataria Girl, rated 87. So it'll be interesting to see what Ricardo made of that race in the closing stages, because he was up against a lot of really, really good horses. So it was a nice competitive race. We're going to grab Ricardo before he runs off. Congratulations. That was a nice spare ride to pick up.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. First for the honor, first for
Forbidden Al Subay. Just tell me for jump good, relax horse in the middle, because horse have a good last 400. I wait behind, I think, favorite Prince Faisal. He keep going. Very good and very good last 400.
And how did he feel over this distance? Because he won twice this season already over 6 furlongs, and he stepped up and tripped. Do you think he could go further?
Yes, I think, horse distance, I think no problem. But need luck in the race, Not easy horse for riding him, but today have a good day.
And you must be happy to ride a winner for trainer Ben Nassabai, because he's really well respected here.
Yes, for me, good opportunity. And I'm happy with this first win Forbidden this season.
Well done.
Thank you.
This horse is an absolute dude. I adore him. I love him. He's had 4 wins. They've all come this season. They've all come since we started to come to Saudi Arabia. It took him over 12, I think it took him quite a few starts. It might have been over 20 starts before he actually got his head in front. But when he has done, his confidence has just grown through the roof and he's improved with each time. I didn't think he'd be good enough to win today, but he's proved me wrong. And I wish I put him up with my selection.
Indeed. You're full of them now, aren't you? Yeah, he was 3 from 37 coming into this, but you were talking about when you give up on a horse. Well, he's exactly the reason why you don't give up. Sometimes it just takes horses a long time to really fulfill their early potential. And indeed, it takes time for trainers to realise what the horse needs in terms of trip and also riding style. So you hear what Ricardo Ferreira had to say about his riding instructions from Ben Al-Sabai. Just relax the horse in the middle part of the race, and he's got a really good kick in the final 400 metres, and we saw that today. That he doesn't want to be racing from too far out. Get a good position early, and then just get him to switch off, and he can quicken up. And he's done that absolutely to the letter. So Ben Nassabai will be very happy with the ride that Ricardo Ferreira gave his horse. He was a late jockey change for this gelding, but he's done it in nice style.
The fighter came nice and wide, returning back to this trip and ran a nice race first time up. I'm sure he'll improve for this effort.
Yes, this is certainly a lot more encouraging than what happened to him last time. Just flattens out a little bit late in the day, but runs a promising race. A few disappointments, it has to be said, back in the field. Mahmoud ran a solid race and kept going to the line to be third.
Al Rahoub ran a shocker. From the moment the gates opened, he was always a step slower than this, and I think this is the class that he's a little bit exposed in.
Yeah, and there wasn't much of a show from Toronto, who should have run well. But was
just
very
him, I think he was tracked wide, and you just see him with the nose back at the back of shot.
He was very wide, but never
match.
threatened to get into the race, and just sort of ran on past a few beaten ones late in the day. He's a lot better than that, but he could never get involved in the contest.
Yeah, I think he got caught up with Tawi. I think that was towards his inside. Very similar colours, not the same, but very similar colours as we see them breaking away. And Al-Azra got quite a good start, you can see in the blue and yellow, but there were others who rushed up to get involved, including Mtaz, who was a horse who came here with a rating of 74 after a stonker of a run last time, and now ran much better for a long way, but faded tamely. You also had Escandro as well, trying to do the early fractions.
We're going to have to define
what say stinker.
Oh, right, okay, right.
Fell out my mouth.
I was wondering.
Hey, call me out on it. I appreciate it.
Perhaps stonker means something different for young people than it does for people of my generation, but no, okay.
No, that was just me getting my words mixed up. But one thing that didn't get mixed up was the ride that Ricardo Ferreira gave Al-Azra, because he's not the easiest horse to get right, because you'll see him stick his head right in the sky before the button is pushed, but once he eventually gets his act together, he's very hard to stop. And once again, we saw Al Mashlouf. You just see the blue cap right on the rail, running his traditional big race, but too little, too late.
Indeed, yeah, you get this one of those races where you could probably run it a dozen times and get a different set of results every time you do. But Ricardo Ferreira, as we said, was on top of his game here, and Al-Azra has run right up to his best. In fairness to him, he's been running very consistently. And he paid a big compliment to a horse called First Line here, who's beaten him in his last 2 starts.
Yes.
So we'll see what happens when they see First Line. Sticking his tongue at us at the line as well. Always nice to see that.
Mm-hmm.
gives the impression he knows what's going on.
He's happy indeed. And you see Ricardo Ferreira will be pretty chuffed a bit for that as well. And good to see Ricardo Ferreira keep ticking away with these winners as well, because he's not a jockey that will be involved in the tie season, but he's a Riyadh regular, and he's doing it again here and continuing to churn out the winners.
Yeah, we'll see him. And I don't know how long he'll hang around in March, but we'll see him for the rest of the season. Then he'll be off to France for the beginning of their tour season again. La
Teste de Bouche is where he'll be heading. He is a Portuguese-born jockey, but he was champion jockey in Spain. He does a lot of his riding in the provincial tracks in France, so La Teste will be one of them, and there's plenty of others as well that he will be spending his time running around. We, though, must run on and go on to race number 9. I can't believe we're flying through this card, aren't we? Race 9 already. Alex Fussy can take us through the runners and riders.
Thank you very much indeed, Callum. Yes, we are galloping through the action onto this 9th, which is a local bred fillies handicap 0 to 65. Number 1 on the card is Asmar. For us, Wanas will rise. 2 is Haruf. Finished a good second a couple of starts ago, but not quite as good last time. Number 3 is Kolek Gala for Ricardo Ferreira. 4 is Sulat Alaim, who will be the mount of Luis Morales, a winner at meeting 67. Huberto Ramos gets on board the 5, Sawadat Game, and 6 is Faizat Serra, who finished second last time out. Still looks for a first win, though. Number 7 is Nashia, full-time winner, Tariq Al-Mansour, and 8 at the bottom of the page is Athiba, who's had a couple of flat runs so far this season. Number 9 is Bayadat Al-Marami, 2 wins from 23 starts. Number 10 is Habatha, and 11 is Ayesh Nora. 12 is Daya, looking for a first win at just her 3rd career start. Number 13 is Aithbat Al-Wasil. 14 is Wudhu Al-Shams. Eddie Castro is on board her. 15 is Mailafer for Sultan Al-Mimoni. And 16 is Mossa Wema, Abdullah Al-Lawfi. 17 is Iqtial for Khalid Al-Mimoni. 18 is Kassa for Altimyat. 19 Bantuta for Abdullah Akredis. And 20 is Mabhutha, the amount of Jimmy Carrion, who has won once from 14 starts. So that is our field of 20 for the 9th of the day. Now, Callum and Rory, I've done some research for you here. At Stonker, it means something very large or impressive of its kind.
There you go, Alex. So I did definitely get my words mixed up there, as I was trying to say stinker and stonker came out. So stonker, very large or impressive?
Yes.
I was going to make a joke there, but...
Yeah.
Asmar is horse number 1 as we work our way through
exactly.
it. Asmar, horse number 1. What do we like about Asmar? Rated 65 here in this 0 to 65 fillies handicap.
4 3/4 lengths, 5th and a non-winners of 2 over course and distance last time out behind Al-Nud Al-Motera, and was running in 0 to 75 handicaps on her previous 2 starts. I think she's got a chance dropping down in class.
Haruf is making her 72nd start today.
Only won 2 of those 71 thus far. 6th and a non-winners of 3 over course and distance last time out, and was second to Ad in a 0 to 60 over 1,200 metres on her penultimate start, but she doesn't win very often.
Kolek Gala is horse number 3.
Soul win today, came at a mile maiden, changed stable before finishing 8th to Anud Al-Motara last time out, and is held by Asma on that piece of form.
Sulat Elm was a winner on first start this season. Could have some improvement?
There's a possibility. That was another one that was changing stables, so back to, well, in winning form for the first time, winning over 2,000 metres last month by a neck. It was a bit of a bunched finish there, and the drop back in trip isn't guaranteed to help Sulat Elm, but the handicapper hasn't been too harsh.
Sawadat Game is horse number 5.
Winner over a mile in a 0 to 65 handicap on her return to action. But 2 runs since have seen her beaten 27 lengths or more, and that's been very disappointing, particularly last time out.
Hasn't been seen since meeting 13 either, so you'd think that she's probably going to offer a little bit more.
Yeah, well, we know that she goes well fresh. That's a positive. That's a positive. The win came at meeting 1 in Taif, and as we know, meeting 1 in Taif is not always the most competitive meeting.
Faizat Sarah is number 6.
Third, over 1,800 metres, meeting 55, the first meeting of the season here. That was in 0-65 company as well. Runner-up in a mile maiden last time out behind Tomami. That's equally good form and suggests that Faizat Sarah should be going pretty close here.
Fulat Elm has got very, very warm in the parade arena. That is a massive negative if you like horse number 4. Jcsa is horse number 7.
Finished third over a mile in this company, 2 starts back, and then also finished third in 0-75 company over 1,200 metres last time out. Should be competitive, obviously adaptable in terms of trip and grade.
Atiba is horse number 8.
Not running particularly well, only 1 from 15 in her career, and 2 runs this season have been poor.
Baydat Al-Marami is horse number 9.
Another one who's not really showing enough at the moment to fancy.
Habata is horse number 10.
Coming off quite a long absence, was running poorly when last seen in September 2022 at Taif.
Ace Knorrick is horse number 11.
It's almost 3 years since her only win, which came over a mile. She was 12th in the Najran Regional Cup last time out, so that's an easy enough to run to forgive. 4th of 8 on her return, but I think there are likely winners here as well.
Daria is horse number 12, very unexposed.
Yeah, very unexposed. It has a rating of 61, which looks quite kind from the handicapper, given that she's been in the frame in a pair of 6 furlong maidens. Beaten 8 lengths when 4th of 17 to Al Riba last time out, but unexposed and one to consider.
Ace Bat Al Wasil is horse number 13.
Her latest efforts are pretty moderate on the whole. She's not from 16 in her career, and I can easily look elsewhere.
Wadu Al Shams is horse number 14.
Another who's still a maiden, although she's at least a little bit younger, but she's not been making a massive amount of impact on recent starts.
Milofa is horse number 50.
Won a course and distance maiden, but that was over 3 years ago and is out of form at the moment, and again, not easy to fancy.
Mosawema is horse number 16, similar profile to the other Red Stable runner.
Yeah, only had the 3 runs, a little bit of a slower burner, was 6th on debut here, 9th in 1 run at Taif, but then bounced back and showed her best form, went 3rd to Slail in a 1 mile maiden last time out. One to bear in mind, with improvement likely to come after that.
Iqtial is horse number 17.
It's not from 10 in her career and not really showing enough to be of interest here.
Number 18 is Jcsa.
Wasn't disgraced when 5th last time out, but that 0-19 record is off-putting.
Bantuta is horse number 19.
Recent efforts for Bantu to make poor reading, only 11th last time out and 1 from 20 in her career.
Mabosa is horse number 20, wraps up the field.
Yeah, only rated 55. Again, she's only won the 1 race. It wasn't entirely disgraced 2 starts ago, but 11th last time out, and will need to do a lot better to be winning this.
Very tight handicap this for the fillies. I'm going to make my selection very early. Faizat Sarah, I thought ran a huge race last time out, which was better than her rating of 63 suggests, so she'd be my selection here. We've also got a selection from David. We missed his last selection in the last race, but we've got one here. He's going for number 10, Habasa. So David likes horse number 10, Habasa. But Rory, there must be plenty more that make a list, or is it a very short list?
I like, as you said, Faizat Sarah is of interest here, and I like the 2 Red Stable runners who are both unexposed. I think of the trio, I would go with Mosawema, who's, has actually improved with her racing. She was only 9th in 1 run on Taif, as I said, but ran a lot better, went 3rd, albeit beaten 8 3/4 lengths to Slail in a mile maiden last time out. That's not brilliant form. She's not ahead of her mark based on that, but given the way her runs have gone, I think she'll improve again.
Shamila's had a chance to look at these in the parade ring up close, and we'll find out who caught her eye.
I have indeed, and I'm just waiting for my selection to come round here. It's horse number 5, Sawadat Gayam, ridden by Wigberto Ramos, trained by Shala Al-Dehani. And so this trainer has already had a winner today, looking to find a double. And I really like the look of this horse. She will jump out of gate number 8. She is a really, really nice looking filly. A lot smaller than some of the other fillies in this race, but a little pocket rocket nevertheless. She is sporting a flare strip. Yet again, we've seen this already in one of my previous paddock selections. So just opening up her airways there, allowing her to breathe better during the race. She also has earplugs in just to keep her that little bit calmer. But she is looking really, really nice. A lot of these fillies are looking really nice. It was hard for me to whittle down to just one. I also really like the look of horse number 2, her roof, and horse number 12, Daria, as well. Daria is also a little pocket rocket. I love her. However, I will be sticking with Wigberto Ramos and horse number 5. As for paddock negatives, I only have one, and it is horse number 1 just going down to start now, as she was very much on her toes in the preliminary stages of this contest. However, horse number 5, I just can't take my eyes off her.
And I can totally understand why, Shamila, because Saw That Game is a gorgeous, gorgeous individual. We're just seeing a couple of them make their way down to the start, including number 6, Faizat Sarah, who is in much more yellow colours than your race card might reveal. But hopefully we'll see this horse in action sooner rather than later. And as if by magic we do, and just watch the ground this filly makes up in the last few strides.
Yeah, the race was blown to pieces at this stage, but Faizat Sarah runs on really well to close down Tamami at the finish. This is a very solid performance, and looks like a step forward in the form that she'd been shown prior to that. If she can back it up, she's got a good chance. Now, the winner only just held on here. It's almost the length of the line, but she was really going on at the finish.
Yeah.
But I just wonder whether, she's slightly flattered by the fact that the winner sort of took the race apart and then got tired in the last 100 metres or so. But as you can see, going to post, she still looks in very good terms with herself, Faizat Sarah. She's one of the more interesting runners here. Fairly lightly raced. Disappointing 2 runs ago, but that run last time out was an absolute cracker, wasn't it?
It's really interesting to see this type of handicap. We previously talked about a horse rated 49, who I said, well, this horse is far better than 49 rating.
Yeah.
But how do you find a race for it? This is a 0 to 65 handicap. The bottom horse, number 20, is rated 55. If you're rated sub 53, it's really hard to find a race, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and all you can hope to do is, and it's a tricky one, if you've got a horse who sort of drops the bit when beaten. When you can't win, it won't be competitive. But in a competitive scenario, we'll really try. It's difficult to actually find a spot for them, because in maidens they can't win. What are they going to do? If they've got that style of racing. Whereas you put them in a handicap where they could be competitive, and they'll actually show you exactly what they can do. But those handicaps are hard to get into.
The advocate for the nursery system kicks in again. No, so it'll be interesting to see how they get on. This is Shamila's paddock selection, and it makes sense because Saw That Game is a really nice looking individual, was taking in the parade ring, I thought.
Yeah, this is she won on this grade in her return to action, albeit over slightly further. She won. It was actually course and distance. I'm reading this as a 7 furlong contest. So she won over course and distance in 0 to 65 company on her return to action, meeting 1. I say course and distance, not course and distance. Time.
Distance, not course.
Distance, yes. And she hasn't shown an awful lot in 2 runs since, but she looks really well, doesn't she?
She really does.
She clearly goes well fresh. Shamila picks her out of the paddock. Connections have had a winner already today on the card, and if looks are anything to go by, she should go well. And if you were the handicapper and you'd assessed her in the last couple of runs and you saw her in the parade ring, you'd be slightly concerned about giving her a lenient mark. But she didn't jump off the page to me on paper. But seeing her in the flesh changes that attitude a little bit.
Iqtial was going down looking very nice as well. I just saw Khaled Al-Mamoni's mount, horse number 17, just going down in a really nice bouncy canter and not looking to be pulling too hard. You can just see now at a walk getting towards the gate. So that's another horse I'd be interested to keep an eye on here.
Yeah, listen, you could pretty much go through the list and say that, if you cherry pick pieces of form and cherry pick how horses look, there are lots of chances in here, and when you get to this 0 to 65 level, it becomes very hard to rule horses out, even those who appear to be not in particularly good form, because a lot of them will be in more competitive races prior to this. So you know, I've had to say fairly rude things about half the field, but it wouldn't be a massive surprise if one of those horses actually turned up and won this.
You went for Mosawema instead of Daria, both from the same ownership, two different trainers, but very similar profiles in this contest. What drew you more towards Mosawema than Daria?
Well, she's got slightly more experience, but the fact that she just didn't come forward obviously from one run to another, I thought was quite good. Whereas Daria ran really well in debut, was second, and then ran a similar race, went fourth last time out. Whereas Mosawema showed ability on debut, went backwards from that really in one run in Taif. The track would have suited there, and then showed improvement third time out. Just has that kind of profile that if I was looking at a UK handicapper and I was able to sort of put a line through a couple of the qualifying runs as unsuitable trip or needed the run or didn't handle the track, this would make me think, well, that's exactly how you get a horse handicapped. And I know that clearly hasn't been the intention from the Red stable, but I think Mosawema could be hiding a fair bit, based on what she showed last time out. Again, she's not thrown in on the bare form of that third in a mile maiden last time out. That wasn't the strongest of contests, but I think she got her eye in and she can step forward.
She's getting 4 kilos off the top weighted ones as well, so I'm sure she'll have every chance. And it wouldn't surprise me if AM Al-Qatani was also an apprentice as well, so he might get a little bit of extra off as well.
It's possible, yes.
That's the name. I haven't seen it too many times. I still think Sarah might take all the beating, and I think
you're looking at the trainer, not the jockey, as far as that goes.
That totally wrong, haven't I? So it's Abdullah Lawfi. He's got plenty of experience on board.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, Sarah, I'm intrigued by. Just on the idea that this race isn't going to fall apart as much as that last contest. I think they'll be much more tightly grouped. I imagine she'll still be doing her best work late. We saw it with her horse in a couple of races ago, coming home late, just like we saw in the video.
Yeah, she would ideally want a little bit further, wouldn't she? She ran over 1,800 metres in her penultimate start, and she was doing her best work very late against a belatedly collapsing pace last time out. So she wouldn't want this to be sort of slow, and then quick at the end. That wouldn't really suit her.
No, she wouldn't want them to go crawl, but they don't tend to over 1,600 here, so it tends to be quite truly run. They've got that fairly decent run before they meet a bend because they start halfway down the chute, but certainly isn't enough to stop them. Nathea is a horse who's got back-to-back third-placed efforts. I imagine Tariq Alman saw on board as well, looking for a hat-trick. This horse doesn't tend to ever run a bad race. The only poor effort recently was in meeting 55.
Yeah, was a winner in Taif prior to that, and 2 third places in handicaps, one a 0 to 65, one a 0 to 75, over different trips as well.
So we'll go through our selections now. Shamila likes number 5, Sawadat Game. Rory likes number 16, Mosawema, and I like horse number 6, Say That Sarah. Alex Fussy, who do you want in this one?
Well, you just touched upon the filly that I liked. I was going with the consistent profile of Jcsa. I think in a race where there's a few question marks and a few, are they going to improve? What will we find in the future? She at least turns up and gives her all every single time. So I'm just hoping she'll be in the shake-up, whatever way it lands. Just a note with regards to Mosawema, white cap, if you're following the selection there of Rory. It's a white cap Mosawema. Daria has got the all red cap, the traditional silks. Right, we're going well through this load. Faizat Sarah, well talked about, just coming up to the stalls. Also, Mosawema is about to go in. With regards to the starting stalls position here, it is drawn. It's not in race card order, so a little bit different to every single race previously on our card today. Her roof has gone in, has got the inside berth, stall 1. 8th Bat Al Wasil is there as well, stall number 2, and it looks like we are just about ready. A few cries of no to the starter. All good now by the looks of it, and they're off. Racing away over 1,600 this time in this local bred fillies handicap, 0 to 65. Early pace coming from Jcsa. Yellow and black colours, got a good start up on the outside of Sawadat Gem, who's also going forwards in the black silks. Sulat Alim on the outside, very light green colours, violet green colours is right there as well. They're followed at this early stage by an improving Daria, who's just off the leading line. Up on the inside of that runner at this point in time, you've got Asma, orange colours with a white sash, is racing there in advance as they go into this turning point of the 18-horse Jcsa, who's just covered up as they go spinning around. Right on the outside, Mossa Wayma, the white cap, is deep on the racecourse, but is at about 6th or 7th position and is following through Faizat Sarah. Heading into the turn then, out in advance of the field, it's Sawadat Gem leading the way. On the outside, Nashia is firmly ridden. Back to the rail, Asmar is in third. They're followed by Saltlat Alim, who's deeper out. Trying to pick up behind them is Jcsa, who's coming with an effort. Back to the inside, her roof is starting to finish off. The red with the black stripe on the jacket, but it's Asmar in front with 200 to go. Trying to quicken away. To her credit, Nashia has fought on very tenaciously. Her roof is the firmest closer. Quite a few of these coming from the back of the field. Latest, Athbat Al Wasil down the centre, but up to the line, it's Asma for victory, a second career win. Goes on to beat Haruf into second place. Strong closers in the middle of the course were Athbat Al Wasil and also Ba'idat Al Mamari, the 9, coming from right off the gallop. Well, victory then goes the way of Asma, number 1 on the card. Fawaz Wanas guiding this filly to victory, carrying joint top weights in here, and the handicap proving right. 141.05 is on the clock for this winning filly, and she has taken it by a good 3 lengths, I'd say. It's 3 1/4 officially. Haruf is second. Decent effort as well, plugging on the 7-year-old in second place. And then you had those 2 strong closers down the middle of the course who'd come from some way adrift from the gallop. You're talking a good 10, 12 lengths off the pace. Athbat Al Wasil, the 3rd filly home there. And the 4th was Baidat Al Mahrami, the 9. So 1, 2, 13. That's your first 3 home in our 9th race of the day. Asma sticking all the way to the inside, and it proving the right place to be for her as she lands the prize.
Well, a huge congratulations is in order for Fawaz Wanas, the jockey on board this winning horse, as it is his 50th winner. So huge congratulations to Fawaz Wanas for his 50th winner in this 9th race of the evening aboard Asma for Fahid Al Sabay. She is one of the highest rated horses in the race, rated 65, 5th last time out, but this is the first time Fawaz has ridden her, and he's done an absolutely splendid job as well. You won't see the smile off his face for the rest of the weekend, I don't think, because he's had a pretty tough few weekends, a few tough bans as well. So for him to get this 50th winner will probably mean the world to him. So absolutely delighted by that. Big hug from the trainer there as well. And I didn't really like this filly in the parade ring. She was on her toes throughout the entire process. However, she has managed to win this in impressive style. Everybody just giving Fawaz a big hug there. Hug from his brother as well, Abdullah. And we'll get him before he gets out of the parade ring. Congratulations, Fawaz. Your 50th winner. You must be so happy.
I am so happy, actually. Thanks God, and thanks all of the team. Badr Hattab, another Muhammad, alhamdulillah. Difficult field. Thanks God again.
And how does it feel now to become a professional jockey, finally?
First time I riding here with my brother Abdullah. He told me one day you will champion, inshallah. And thanks God, alhamdulillah.
Well done. And tell me a little bit about the race. This is the first time you rode her, but she flew home.
Yeah, the trainer Badr, he told me this race, inshallah, you win. And I believe him. And I believe in my horse, the last 800. He want to win. And thanks God again.
And you've had a few tough weekends since Taif. You've had a few bans, but it must feel even better now to finally get that win.
Yeah, that's not good feel, but you have patience a little bit. And thanks God.
Well done, Fawaz.
Thank you.
Yes, well done, Fawaz Wanas, who has ridden out his claim here. That's 50 winners on the board. He's now a fully fledged professional. He'd only recently taken up the ride with FMQ stables as well. He was their apprentice jockey. That didn't last long. So he's now a full-time professional, and congratulations to him, guiding Asma, the highest rated horse in the race, but also drawn low, has taken advantage of that.
Yeah, the low draws have. In fairness, like two fillies who were or mares, Asma, 4-year-old, Haruf, the 7-year-old mare, were dropping back from running in nominator 2 and nominator 3 last time out. So this was a drop in class for them, and Asma had been competing in not to 75 handicaps as well, but being drawn in stall 3 and stall 1 was clearly no hardship. Difficult to get across in a really congested field from wide draws in this, and Asma always in a good position. She's about 4th here on the rail. You see the white sash, that orangish cap, and Fawaz was always very happy with where he was. Sawadat game setting the pace up in front there. You also have Sulot Elm in the yellowish colours up there on the pace as well. Jcsa yellow and black in second, but Fawaz is just waiting for his opportunity in 4th place, knowing these are going fast enough in front of me. You can see that the 2nd and 3rd are off the bridle, and he's just tracking the leader through here, Sawadat game. Waiting for his opportunity. In behind him in the red colours with the black stripe, that's where the runner-up comes from, Haruf. The race breaks up now as they come off the bend. The gap opens up, and Fawaz is through on the inside to get his victory. And you see running through into 2nd place is Haruf. And in behind those, I think we'll go back to 8th Bat Al Wasel, when the black sleeves will run on down the outside to grab 3rd. There's a couple of horses finishing late and wide, but those who were forced to race wide in the early stages never really get into it. And you see the winning jockey is absolutely delighted. He's very well aware of the importance of this winner, and you can see the 5 in his hand coming out, and he's aware this is the 50th winner of his career, and therefore the loss of his claim and the transition from apprentice jockey to fully fledged professional, and the delight in his face all the way through this, from the last furlong of the race all the way through the interviews afterwards was great to see. A very, very happy jockey.
Yeah, we better see that in all the promos about Saudi Arabian racing in the future, because that's what it means. It just means so much to everyone involved here. And as they jumped out the stalls, he didn't get the best of starts. They missed the kick a little bit, but one who got a real launch at the start was horse number 20, Mabota, who went vertical before he went forward.
Yeah, and that Mabota's race was over. It was almost over by being drawn in stall 20 in the first place. Sorry, Mabota was stall 11.
It's stall 11, yeah.
It was who was it? It was Milofer in stall 20 who.
That jockey's lost the iron, hasn't he? You can just see there on the right shot in the black and white striped colours. Just lost his irons out of the stalls. They looked very uncomfortable for a long way, but got the rhythm back, but the race was over at that point.
Yeah, and the race took shape fairly early with Sawadat Game leading on the inside, but the eventual winner, Asma, very comfortably positioned. And as we catch on the replay here, she's just nipped round the inside to take the lead off the final bend. Sawadat Game, who'd raced a little bit keenly in the early stages, can't find any more from that stage. You see she's in a bit of distress at this stage. And Haruf, who's just gone out of pictures, running on for second. But Asma appreciated this drop in class. She hasn't had an awful lot of racing. It was just her 9th career start, and she's been keeping better company for the vast majority of those. So with a lovely run through on the inside here, she's taken advantage of that ease and grade.
One man who always takes advantage of any easy field is Alex Fussy. Unfortunately, he's not got an easy one here in race 10, Alex. Plenty of runners and riders.
Thank you, Callum. Well, I think thank you. Anyway, here we go with race 10. This is a local bred maiden. And let's have a look at the field. We've got 3 absentees in here, so heads up straight away. And numbers 2, 3 and 15 have all gone. And that will mean that reserves 21, 22, 23 stand their ground. So a bit of early housekeeping. Number 1 on your card is Sari Twake, Ricardo Ferreira. No 2 or 3. So then we go to number 4, Had Hari, a newcomer. 5, good old Kayad Alfasan. Will it be today? Race 26 for him. Number 6 is Lahib Al Shuk. Number 7 is Trank. Then we have the 8, Onyx, looking to improve upon a good third, actually, at meeting 73. Number 9 is Heiki Mihon. I'll try that again better later. Number 10 is Nassim London. Number 11 is Ashkar Al Galania. Number 12 is Nahar Al Aid. We go to 13 next, which is Zama Abdullah Al Lawfi. 14 is Alina Abdullah Al Credis. No 15, that's a non. 16 is Ala Jabu, 0 from 17 his record. 17 is Aba Al Nud, Ayad Al Turisi. 18 Al Makam Ali for Adel Al Faredi. 19 is Zabi Al Asiadawi, Fawaz Wanas, winner of our previous race. 20 is Daig. Then we go into the reserves who get chances. 21 Anna Al Wafi, Turkey Alofi. 22 Itikal Bila, and also the 23 Nafar will run. So 21, 22, 23, throw them into the mix as well. Runners are about to make their way over to the paddock. Let's head back to our experts, Callum and Rory.
Thank you very much, Alex. And yes, I think this is going to be one of the tougher pronunciation races of the day. So best of luck to you in the commentary box. Rory, we'll start from the top and work our way down because this is a real puzzle. Sari Twake is the first horse we'll look at, horse number 1.
Best effort win 4.5 lengths third to Chamani and a mile maiden last time out. That gives Sari Twake a chance here.
Had Hari is horse number 4.
Has a newcomer with a pretty ordinary pedigree, but we'll see if it catches the eye in the parade ring.
Kayad Alfasan, 0 from 25. Can he make it 1 from 26?
It seems unlikely. I mean, listen, he gets placed often enough. He's been in the money in 3 of his last 5 starts. A bit disappointing last time out, but that 0 from 25 record is what it's all about.
Lahib Al-Shok, horse number 6.
Rated 50 and is only a modest performer at the very best and not running particularly well at the moment.
Trank is horse at number 7.
Trank looks set to struggle on what I can see. Rated 49, 9th last time out. you know, that's about as respectable as it gets for him.
Onyx was third last time out,
Onyx,
75.
Yeah, is much more interesting. Back from an absence, went 5 lengths, third of 18 behind Albo Alphadil in a 6 furlong maiden last time out. Did good late work there, and I think a step up to a mile will be a big help to Onyx, who looks to have very strong chances in what is a weak maiden.
Haki Mahom is horse number 9.
Not an awful lot to be positive about on debut, although the dam was on race. The Grand Dam was a high-class stayer in the UK. It popped up in a pedigree last week, actually, and won the Park Hill Stakes. That's,
we've seen her before, yeah. Nassim London is number 10.
Nassim London unraced, and the dam has yet to produce an awful lot from previous foals, so not the easiest to fancy.
Ashkar Al Gailana is horse number 11.
18th on debut. No positives to take from that, I'm afraid.
Naha Alaid is horse number 12.
8th to Humour Maker in 2,000 metre maiden last time out. Was beaten 30 plus lengths, although the drop back and trip to a mile will at least help to some degree there.
Zama, horse number 13.
Run badly last time, again, over the 2,000 metre trip. Had been in the frame in 3 maidens prior to that at 7 furlongs and a mile. So, you know, could get involved again, Zamar, but others would be preferred for win purposes.
Alina is horse number 14.
Alina is not from 34. Not the easiest to be positive about.
We'll go straight on to number 16, Ala Jabo.
That was a reasonably likeable effort last time out, went 4th, beaten 4 3/4 lengths by Tamami in a course and distance maiden. Obviously just behind Sari Twake on that occasion.
Shamila has had a chance to take a good look at them. Who caught your eye, Shamila?
This stunning 4-year-old colt by Highlander. Horse number 8, Onyx, has caught my eye for this contest. Rated 75, third last time out at meeting 73. A little bit on his toes, but nothing to be too concerned about, not getting hot behind the saddle or anything like that. Tariq Al Hassan is on board, and I just really like the look of him. He is a nice big type. Honestly, he's close to, I'd say, nearly 18 hands. He is a big boy, and I will be sticking with him as my paddock selection for the 10th race of the night, worth 19,000 Saudi Riyal. Now, I also really like the look of horse number 1, Sari Tarouk, for Sami Al-Harabi, and Ricardo is chasing that double as well. As for paddock negatives, horse number 11 being very naughty in the preliminary stages, even in the saddling enclosure, was being a pain to put the saddle on. The jockey is doing a very good job of making sure he does not boil over, but very hot and sweaty behind the saddle as well for him.
Thank you, Shamila, and glad to see you've got all wrapped up warm out there, because the temperature is dropping, which means when horses are getting really sweaty, they've not got as many excuses as they do earlier in the day. Aba Al Nood, horse number 17.
That was a long way to go to say little chance, I have to say. 51 rated, 17th last time out. Again, no positives.
Al-Markam Al-Ali is horse number 18.
Yeah, a little bit more like it. Third to Mabrukat Najd in the course and distance maiden 2 starts back, and then was beaten 7 1/4 lengths on that occasion. Was 5th over 2,000 metres last time out. But yeah, the penultimate run would give him a fair chance here.
Zabi Al-Sadowi is horse number 19.
Been off the track for a while, was unplaced on his last start here in the spring, and is liable to need the run. She is liable to need the run after an absence.
Da'aj is horse number 20.
Has changed stable, but was beaten 15.5 lengths. Went 12th on debut for that new yard recently, and needs to step up markedly on that.
We're going to have a look at Onyx in action here. This was Shamili Lycatcher. You can certainly understand why in a field full of horses who look fairly exposed and ordinary. This one certainly isn't, but had to come from a long, long way off the pace on this occasion, and you'd just be slightly concerned that horses haven't really done that today.
No, that is a little bit of a concern. There's, as you said, there's not a great deal of depth to this, but horses, yeah, if you're back in the field, particularly if you're wide on the track, it's not easy to make ground. She gets a fairly hard race in the end here, and running on a 4/3. This was her first start after, his first start after quite a lengthy absence. It was promising enough, just threw the head around a little bit mid-race there as well. So It's a slight question mark as to how well he come out of the race, but if you start putting negatives forward for him, you're struggling to make any positives for anything else in the field.
Another horse that threw his head around with the Lazra in a couple of races ago. So it's not totally a negative, and especially in a lower grade affair like this, maybe he can afford to kind of throw his head around because he's just got more ability than a lot of these. But we'll keep going down. Here's one I like, Anna Alawafi, a horse who's been this definition of consistent this season.
Yeah, he has been running really well. 6 1/4 lengths, second in a 6 furlong maiden, 2 starts back. Was then 5th in the race, won by Ovila over a mile last week, where Every Day was second. Every Day's run very well to again be placed tonight. That was over a mile.
Had a wide trip then as well.
Yeah, no massive negatives there. He was 5th, last time out, Anna Alwafi, and although a rating of 60 shows that he's not a superstar, you'd quite fancy him in a handicap of that mark. It'd have been interesting in the previous contest, but he ends up getting stall 3 here, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm.
So that's a good position to come from, and Anna Alwafi should be in the mix, although it was a little bit defined with an on-form Onyx.
Turkey Alofi will be licking his lips with excitement with this one. Itakala Bila is horse number 22.
Not for me. It's 11th on the first meeting of the season here. Did a little bit better than 8th last time out, but not much, and rated 47.
And finally, we've got Nafar. She's going to struggle in this grade, I think.
Yes, she is. She's rated 39, and she sneaks into this with a couple of non-runners, but is impossible to make a strong case for.
She'll be jumping out of stall 15, whilst Anna Alawafi and Itakala Bila will be jumping out of 2 and 3, if I'm right in that. Yes, 2 and 3 they'll be jumping out of. So they've got low draws, and the horse rated 39 has the high draw, which is slightly tough on her. I imagine she'll have a tough task here. Kerel Fasan loves it over a mile. All his best runs have come over a mile. 0 for 25. This looks the type of race where he could finally break his start.
You reckon so?
It's possible. Bad enough for him to get involved.
Well, it's moderate enough, and he does have the ability to at least get placed, but I think a place is much more likely than that.
Are you siding with Onyx here then, Rory?
Yeah, I really didn't. I couldn't find any serious positives from most of the rest of the field in Onyx. Although you can nitpick about the last run. It does give him a big chance on paper, and I'll be disappointed if he's not good enough to win, assuming he doesn't bounce from that.
Yeah, I'm going to go for Anna Alawafi as well. So I'm going to go for that grey who I've been following and hoping that this horse is going to get his head in front eventually. David in the chat says a full field of 23 horses. Not exactly the case there, David. Still just 20 going to post. We've lost 3, so the reserves do get in, but not 23 going to post, just the 20. In this contest, over 1,600 metres, where do you want to be in a lower grade race like this? Because that's my concern with Onyx being so far back. Is that something you'd be concerned about as someone who selected him?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to think in a race that looks this weak that he wouldn't get as far back. And of course, you've got to bear in mind that his run last time was his first after a long absence. So I wouldn't guarantee he's going to shape the same way. But yes, I wouldn't want to be coming from the back of the field. As we've seen from earlier races, you want to be reasonably handy, or at least able to take a reasonably handy position coming into the turn. You don't have to, we've seen it often enough, you don't have to be away brilliantly, but you've got to have natural speed to get into a good position, or just hope they go far too hard. And that's not an ideal scenario, just hoping that something else allows you to win the race.
Well, Keir Al-Hassan will certainly be coming from way off the pace as his usual style, but hopefully he's a little bit closer up this time because he might find himself with too much to do. We just saw Fawaz Wanas over the moon with his last success. He partnered Zabi Al-Sadowi. He'd have to be working miracles to get that horse to win first time up in this sort of company. I imagine that horse will need a few more spins until we get back into form, but there is no better jockey. There's no jockey rider with more confidence right now than Fawaz, is there?
Well, not after the last race. Confidence is it's a fleeting thing, but he's certainly on top of the world at the moment.
He'll be absolutely bouncing with that success. So they look like they're beginning to load. Numbers 1, 4 and 9 already getting loaded. So we'll go through selections one more time. Rory and Shamila go with Onyx. The horse that's rated 75. Looks to be the horse with the best chance in this race. I'm taking them on with Anna Al-Wafi, a horse who's been the epitome of consistency. Mr. Alex Fussy, you're always consistent. Are you with us or are you against us?
Oh, I'm with the majority here. I think Onyx just wins, doesn't he? I mean, he's going to be too good for a large proportion of these. Can't really see too many challengers looking down the list here in terms of form already shown or newcomers to step up to the mark. So unoriginal, but completely on side with that one. There is Anna Al-Wafi going forwards, who will be stalled 2 for him. Itikal Billa, one of the other reserves, will be in 3, and Nafar will jump from 15. Just confirming the position of those reserves. There's Onyx on toes for sure down at the start. Just going to take another turn while the others are encouraged forwards. Laheb Al-Shok going forwards. There's Kayed Al-Fassan. Both Kayed Al-Fassan and Anna Al-Wafi have run so many times over the course of our coverage. Both of them with long-standing maiden records to try and shed today. Not without claims on either front. Kayed Al-Fassan is there. And Onyx is in as well. So we are set to race. Last handlers moving clear. Restless 19, one of the newcomers. Gates fly, off and racing away over the 1600 meters in this local bred maiden. Very poor beginning by Itikal Billa on the inside. It's already a good few lengths adrift, and also a Darg from a wider berth didn't get a good start at all. Sari Twake on the inside was away alertly. Also right up there is Lahab Al-Shok, another one of the greys in the lineup. Onyx has a good position. The well-fancied Onyx is bang there on the outside. Racing in company with those is Nahar Al-Aid, deeper out, the red jacket with the yellow on the body as well. Back to the inside, Anna Al-Wafi getting through, getting a nice little gap through there, although had to barge a bit for it. Between horses is Haik Mahon, one of the newcomers, who's showing good speed, as dropping out swiftly is Lahab Al-Shok, having had pace. Zamar follows, red colours, leading up the main bulk of the field here, but the first 5 are shooting clear as they're about to swing to the top of the home run. Working their way towards the final 400. Up top, Sari Twake will lead them on in. Onyx is a length and a half down in second. On the inside, Haik Mahon is in third. Between rivals still in their pitching is Nahar Al-Aid. From the back, Zamar is now starting to pick up very strongly down the centre of the racecourse. The red colours to the left as they work their way inside the 200. Onyx chipping away at the long-time leader, Sari Twake. Still coming is Zamar, trying to pick up the late pieces, and could just be doing that. Zamar tries to join in with Onyx to the line. Zamar just getting up in time. Zamar has got the better of Onyx close home. Sari Twake followed them in. Kayed Al-Fassan late on the scene may have been fourth. Zamar goes on to win race 10. Has won it for Abdullah Al-Lawfi. There was some good placed form from him so far in 6 Saudi runs. And now a first victory for Zamar, who just got the better of Onyx by a head at the line. And the winner has clocked a time of 1:40.59. So 1:40.59 there. At Sari Twake, good effort in third place. Bold run from the third, having been always up there with the speed. And then Kayed Al-Fassan, traditional closer, got fourth. And just behind them, actually, as well, was good old Anna Al-Wafi. They're finished just off the pace, as they tend to do. Order of finish in race 10, 13 beats 8 and 1.
Abdullah Alorfi is our winning rider of race 10 aboard Zamar, a horse who doesn't have the prettiest head carriage, but it's now 1 win from 7 starts. Rory just got the better of Onyx in a bit of a thriller, and Onyx looked like when he got to the front, blindly panicked because he had never been there before.
Oh, I'm not sure about that, but he had to work hard to get to the front, and Sari Twake didn't weaken. But you could see from that point that the winner was closing stealthily all the time. So I don't think Onyx has gone there looking like he was going to win and then thrown it away. I think if you just watch how the race is panning out before that, the winner is always going to be a danger. Don't particularly like the head carriage on the winner. You see he holds his head pretty high, but does run on. The race set up nicely for him. He had targets to aim at. He got into the clear, but you can see that he wouldn't be one you'd be that keen on to follow up, given that high head carriage. Noseband might help him a little bit. But I can see why he's been placed multiple times without winning before, but this just panned out perfectly for him.
Yeah, in his previous efforts, he's had to come wide again, but he's had to really work to come wide while the other horses have kept going in front of him. A lot of these lot have stopped in front of him and have given him the opportunity to kind of just get a nice trail into this race. And you can see head high in the sky, but he's always going forward, and I think that's the key thing. He's kept that full momentum going. Meanwhile, the leader, Onyx, hasn't.
Yeah, Onyx has got tired, but he's worked hard to get himself to the front. And I'm not sure I want to be terribly rude about Onyx. Although I said his head carriage was a little bit of a concern at a point last time out, and he's not hitting the line hard. There's a few horses closing up from behind, so they've gone pretty hard in front and haven't quite got home. The winner's ended up being well placed, even though he's not looked particularly willing in the finish.
See the breast girders hanging on for dear life at that point, and one of the ones who was much slower away than the others as well. It was a very slow start. I just missed who that was.
Nassim London started quite slowly.
Actually, who fell out the stalls there towards the inside, one of the reserves that got in.
Yeah, he was in stall 2 in the end, wasn't he? Just inside Anna Al-Wafi, so may well have been him. There was a few slow starts, and I said Nassim London was one we saw starting slowly, but there were a couple behind that as well. And the race sort of split into 2 before halfway. We had a strong pace being set by Sari Twake, the grey on the inside.
Bit of a bumpy match on the rail here with Anna Al-Wafi and some of the others. They just get a bit tight there, you can see, and then I think Anna Al-Wafi just spits the dummy out at this point. It's like, I don't really fancy going through with that because that wasn't too enjoyable.
Possibly was coming through with a challenge at that stage, but there's also one. Hakim Ahom was in about 2nd or 3rd place at that stage and just wanders around a little bit, struggled to keep a straight line when coming round the bends, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You don't want to keep a straight line when you're coming around the bend, but was wandering from 2 horses off the rail to 4 horses off the rail. He also got a bit of a bump, and you see him almost colliding with the rail there. Got a bit of a bump coming out of the stalls from the runner-up. So that wouldn't have made it easy for Anna Al-Wafi either, with that horse moving around in front of him. But again, as we rejoin it, our selection, the selection for most of us, Onyx had hit the front, but was already a sitting duck, and our winner came through late.
That chest girth just breaks. You can see, because it doesn't break long before the line. It's probably just about 100 metres to go. One part of it snaps. You can see you've got the bit of white leather flapping around as well. I don't know whether that's enough to stop a horse, but it certainly doesn't help.
No, I don't think it made a difference at all. It only really would have been an issue if there was a problem with the saddle, and I could see something flapping there before the turn. But yeah, I just couldn't hold on. Tried to respond, in fairness, when the winner came alongside, but then Zamar wasn't particularly keen to go past and win by a margin either. And while, as you said, the race broke up at halfway, you suddenly have 4 or 5 horses appearing in the picture late in the day, just making cheap late headway as the leaders slowed late in the day. So
just a little bit of postscript from that race. Alina, is being checked over by the vets afterwards as well, and so was the debutant Hakim Ahom as well, both getting checked over by the vets post that race. Hakim Ahom has just been returned to the stables, and they're still checking over Alina, so we'll just keep an eye on that. That's happening over our shoulder in our ideal position, and we'll just let you know if we can see anything. We can't hear anything, but we will just be able to judge by body language. But all seemed to be okay with Hakim Ahom. I imagine first time up, ran around, probably came back a bit stressed afterwards.
Yeah. I mean, he had a slightly unfortunate experience coming out of the stalls where he was in stall 9, Onyx was in stall 8. Onyx has burst out to his right, and Hampertak came home, who's then gone forward. But as I said, when he's got into position coming around the bend, he wasn't able to. He just looked a bit uneven, to be perfectly honest. But he's run a remarkably good race for a long way, given that he got messed around a fair bit.
Yes, but take nothing away from our race winner, who will now find himself in handicap company, no doubt, and a rating of 64. That will probably go up just a little bit, and I imagine he'd have every chance in some of the low-grade handicaps.
Yeah, he's going to be the type to run into the frame occasionally. As I said, I'm not enamoured by his head carriage, and I'm not be in a rush to be following him in after this.
Would you be following Onyx? Would you go back to the well?
I'd maybe. I mean, I wouldn't be. I don't think he did an awful lot wrong on the day. I think he is. I wouldn't fancy him in a handicap of a mark of 75. He's clearly good enough to win a maiden, though.
Alex Fussy is in the commentary box, and he will give us the runners and riders for race 11.
Thank you both. Let's have a look at the field then for this upcoming 11th race. A much smaller field than we've had so far today. This is an Arabian horses, a desert-bred maiden over 1600. Number 1 is Jafar Al-Khaladia with Berto Ramos. Number 2, Ariat Naj Al-Khaladia, Del Al-Furedi. Number 3, Old Hahab for Luis Morales. Number 4, Mansour Al-Thab for Khalid Al-Limoni. And 5, Hasara Al-Mutaza for Ayad Al-Turisi. 5 runners, race 11. That was a lot more simple than normal, Callum.
Yeah, smaller field than normal, Alex, indeed, and they're in the parade ring behind us, and these are desert-bred, purebred Arabians, and I think the first thing we can tell is a lot of them are very small, Rory, aren't they?
They are, yes. You don't get too many of these desert-bred maiden races, and this is a little bit of a novelty for us. But yeah, there's not. I'm going to be struggling to fill on this in terms of information about the horses, because what you get is what you see, really. Yes,
it's a good opportunity for those desert-bred types, because I imagine they might find themselves in a little bit of a disadvantage compared to some of the other more widely bred types that can be imported and whatnot. But it'll be interesting to see how they get on. Jafar Al-Khaladir is the one that brings probably the best form to the table, the only one that's had a run this season.
Yeah, he's a 10-year-old now, so there aren't many secrets. So a 10-year-old maiden, he has had 3 runs in these desert-bred maidens in the past, finishing 3rd, 5th and 2nd. He'd be vulnerable to something less exposed, but I'm not sure there's anything particularly special in the race. Do you have a strict definition for desert-bred? I take it it's Gulf bred.
I imagine it's local bred. I imagine it would be the same as local bred for thoroughbred.
But it's interesting they use desert-bred rather than local bred. And for the local breds, they don't have. Do they have to be Saudi bred or bred in the?
I imagine they have to be Saudi bred.
I don't think. When it says desert bred, I wonder whether that means Saudi bred or just means bred sort of in the Gulf area. But
I mean, I am clutching at straws.
Anyone who knows who's watching us on YouTube can let us know.
Yeah, let us know in the comments if you do know the definition of desert-bred maidens. We'll work our way through them, though. That is Jafar Al-Khaladir on screen here now. Again, absolutely tiny. Not much bigger is Aliat Najd Al-Khaladir, who is horse number 2.
Yeah, very much on her toes, Aliat Najd Al-Khaladir. One thing we can say about this race is that all these horses are Saudi bred. Yeah. Otherwise, those who are from Qatar or whatever would have a suffix. So without a suffix, they're all Saudi bred. So that helps to answer that question. Debutante by a top sire, there's not an awful lot of her, but she seems full of beans. So what else can we say?
Rams Al Dahab is horse number 3.
Had the 2 starts, finished 11th on debut, and then ran a little bit better, won 6th of 10 to an old friend of ours, Al Mori, in March. Beaten 16 lengths that day, but you'd like to think there'd be a bit of improvement. That was in an open maiden, if you like, so Al Dahab would be in a better spot here. So
Mansour Al-Tab is horse number 4.
Another newcomer by Mansour Al-Bewabia, but again, I couldn't tell you an awful lot. The dam's called Bahar. I can't find any form there other than the names of the sire and dam. Looks okay.
One that looks very, very small is Hasara Al Mutaza, horse number 5, Ayad Al Tarifi on board.
A newcomer by a sire called Mugdad Al Khalidia. Again, not much more to tell you than that. Shamila will have more information for us, though.
Yeah, Shamila, you would know more about this than we would. We are throwing you under the bus here a little bit. Can you give us any information on these desert breds?
I absolutely can. So basically, a desert bred is a horse that is bred in a Gulf country rather than being bred in Italy, France, anything like that. So this can be bred in Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, any Gulf country. And it's only a field of 5. So I thought I'd mix it up a little bit. And I'm going to give you my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the race. So my paddock selection is horse number 1, Jafar Al Khalidia, rated 65 on Wigberto Ramos on board as well. Second last time out, I'm meeting at 58, so haven't seen him in a while. And he is the oldest horse in the race by a long shot, being 10 years old. So I think he will come first. Horse that I think will come second is horse number 4, Mansour Al Thab. Looked relatively well in the parade ring. I think definitely the second best horse that I think will come third is the mount of Louis Morales, horse number 3, Rams Al Dahab, and horse number 2 I think will come fourth, Aliat Najd Al Khalidia under Fahad Al Faredi. I could be eating my words a little bit here because Adel Al Faredi, because he is a fantastic jockey and it's only a small field. They jump out of stall number 2, but I think he will come up fourth. And horse number 5, I think, will come fifth. The most underwhelming horse in the parade ring to my eye.
Thank you, Shamila, and we do appreciate all your knowledge on these purebred Arabian races because sometimes we are just caught a little bit on heels. I know who I'm going for here. Who are you going for, Rory?
Well, as I said, I thought Jafar Al Khalidia would be vulnerable to something above average, but I don't think there's anything above average in this race. Looking at them in the parade ring. So despite the fact that he is a 10-year-old maiden, I think he might just outclass them.
I am going for the horse in shot there. Horse number 2, Aliat Najd Al Khalidia. Look at the jockey. Adel Al Faredi, he loves the winner on these purebred Arabians, and it looks for the only one who looks a bit like a horse. So I'm going to go for the one that's not built like a pony. So it'll be good to see how he gets on. He's a gorgeous individual, and hopefully
looks like a horse,
he can do it all, or hopefully she, can do it all first time up. She's also by Super Salient Leif Al Khalidia. So for me, she's got it all on paper, she's got it all on looks, and I hope that she can do it all when she gets onto the track. So my selection will be Aliat Najd Al Khalidia. Rory, are you sticking with horse number 1?
Yeah, I'm going with Jafar Al Khalidia.
So Rory and Shamila are teaming up with Jafar Al Khalidia. Interesting to see that it's horses bred in the Gulf. So you imagine there'd be far more horses with the option of running in a race like this, wouldn't you? Because lots of the horses that we see in our purebred Arabian contests are bred in the Gulf. So.
They are, and we've got a race obviously coming up after this, which isn't for Gulf breds, but most of them are locally bred. Yeah.
Interesting to see why this field is so small. They're racing for a pot of 19,000 Saudi Riyal, first getting 9,500 down to fifth getting 950 Riyal. So everybody, as long as you complete, is getting something for it. So the petrol is paid for as you make the journey over.
Indeed, yeah, it always helps.
Always helps get those owners' bills paid. I couldn't believe the size of number 5, Hasra Al Mutaza. Probably one of the smallest horses, but Jafar Al Khalidia, is it much bigger?
No, he's not. He's not particularly big. And they're not the most prepossessing bunch. Mansour Al Tab looks okay as well. But yeah, this. I mean, picking horses on basis of size is a fairly blunt weapon, but sometimes it's the only one you have, really, isn't it?
It certainly is. Talking about the jockey, that's a good lineup of riders with Berto Ramos, Adel Al Faredi, Lou Morales, Khaled Al Mamoni, and Ayad Al Tarifi, all featuring here. So certainly, despite the lack of horses, the quality of the jockeyship should be bang on. Tactically, this is just going to be an absolute burn-up, I feel. They're just going to go for it from the start and try and hold on at the end.
Yeah, it should be fairly straightforward, I would say.
We might actually find some who get massively outpaced early. Jafar Al-Khalidi, will be looking with Wigberto to get to the front and maybe shrug off some of those horses that just haven't got the ability.
Yes, I mean, if you know who your challenger is likely to be, then as I've said in the past with these races, sometimes the best thing to do is get on the best horse and just move up to your main rival and put a tiny bit of pressure on and hope that they crack before you do. Otherwise, if you're confident you're on the best horse of the race, just jump out there and make the running.
Do you remember when we saw that with Naufal Anazi on Best Jalakem, first race when we got here in Riyadh, which he was clearly on the second best horse in the race, but he just was niggling away at the horse that would look the best on paper, and eventually caused that horse to crack because he could never let it settle.
Exactly, yeah, and that's at least as effective as a tactic in purebred Arabian races it is with the thoroughbreds.
Certainly, they've got a while to go until they start loading. As you can see, they're in no rush to get them loaded because there's only 5. Shamila's got her 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Rory, do you want to challenge her with a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of your own? I will. I'll throw one in there. I'm going to go Aliat Najd Al-Khalidi first. I'm then going to go for another newcomer in Mansour Al-Tab, same as Shamila, to get second. The experienced horse Jafar Al-Khalidi to come third, and then I'm leaving the smallest thing to come 5th, so I'm going to have to go with Rams Al-Dahab to come 4th. Time-wise, 1:45.85 course record. Do you think we're breaking that today?
I don't think it's that likely, but you know, I've been surprised by many things since coming here.
Alex Fossey, it's over to you.
The way forwards here, which is Aliat Najd Al-Khalidi. Into stall number 2 is the destination and is in, so they are set. Maybe a little hold because we're not quite at post time. Flags up. Waiting for the clock. There we go, they're off and away. Racing here for this Arabian desert bred maiden. Could be quite an interesting tactical contest, couldn't it? Aliat Najd Al-Khalidi is the first one to go. One of the newcomers leading early on for Adel Al-Furaydi. On the outside of that runner, Mansour Al-Tab, and also Rams Al-Dahab is coming between horses now. They're followed by Jafar Al-Khalidi and Ashara Al-Mutaza at the back of the field and racing quite wide and adrift. So 4 of them already dropping the back marker, who was the smallest one in the parade ring. That's Ashara Al-Mutaza, with the pace continuing to be set by Aliat Najd Al-Khalidi. So Adel Al-Furaydi just ahead, leading the way. Rams Al-Dahab in second for Luis Morales. On the outer, Mansour Al-Tab for Khalid Al-Mimoni. Behind them on the inner, Jafar Al-Khalidi and Wigberto Ramos now shaking the reins. Aliat Najd Al-Khalidi leading up by about a neck here as they continue this left-handed swing back towards home. On the outside though, Rams Al-Dahab is certainly applying good pressure and moving probably better of the pair, it would appear. The 2 of them are zooming right away from Jafar Al-Khalidi. So Rams Al-Dahab is just edging on now. A little shake of the reins has moved past Aliat Najd Al-Khalidi and heading inside the final couple of 100 meters. They're straight all the way up the home straight here, but it will be Rams Al-Dahab who's going clear by 6 or 7 to the line and will make a winning return. Very easy win to beat Aliat Najd Al-Khalidi into second place. Got to wait some time for them to cross the line here. Jafar Al-Khalidi was third. Mansour Al-Tab in fourth, and we will still be waiting, I suspect, for Ashara Al-Mutaza, who was a long last home. Victory then for Luis Morales, another one, couple up for him today, and all in all a nice effort from our winner, Rams Al-Dahab, who's gone on to score by 9 1/4 lengths, so a good wide margin victory in a time of 1:53.88, has beaten off the 2 and pace-setting Aliat Najd Al-Khalidi, and a further 12 lengths to the recent second, Jafar Al-Khalidi, who was no match for the first pair home. The order of finish in our 11th race was 3, 2 and 1.
Luis Morales. Luis, congrats. He did not succeed with the start.
Well, he broke a little bit slow Akbar, you know. But he developed very, very quick, and I sit second till the last 400, and he took off last 400, mashallah. Very good, alhamdulillah. Well, I think he won by like 10, 7, I don't know. But mashallah, he did good, very good. First time, yeah. Alhamdulillah, thank you.
Well, Luis Morales has scored a double on today. He won the second race as well with a very impressive horse. And this is, it looks like a very impressive Arabian. The first time Luis has sat on Rams Al Adab. 6th last time out and 11th the time before that. So today was 3rd time lucky for this stunning grey colt by Amr. And this race, as you said, I'm surprised there was only 5 horses entered in this race, as it was for desert-bred Arabians. You think you would see a lot more horses. However, it worked out in the favor of Luis Morales and this horse, and it is a great win for the owner as well, Fawaz Abdullah Al Admam. Jumped out of stall 3. The horse seemed to jink a little bit after he crossed the line, so interesting to see if Luis knows why that was. But other than that, a pretty smooth sailing win to Luis Morales to come in at a double on today. And he looks absolutely delighted with that, as he does with all of his wins. Congratulations on your double, Luis.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Tell me a little bit about this race. So there was only 5 runners. It seemed super easy for you throughout the whole race.
Well, he jumped very slow, but he developed quickly, you know. He put himself in the second position, and I give him the chance to, you know, like recover the air and everything. And the last 600, I touched him with the whip, and he responded very good. So I said, okay, I will wait the last 400 and then see. And he switched legs, and boom, he took off like for 5, 6 legs. He did good. First time on my rider also.
And he seemed to spook a little bit after the line.
Right before the line. You know, I saw I'm away from them, so I hold him a little bit, and then he go like a little bit. So I said, oh, come on, don't drop me now. But alhamdulillah, everything okay.
Do you think that's just because he's a little bit immature?
Yeah, immature, and the first time, I think, in the track also. So he was like skating from probably the lights, you know, because they pretty tough in the finish line, but he's all right.
And tell me, how is it different riding these desert-bred Arabians as it is to thoroughbreds, for example?
Oh, yeah, it's way different. It's way different. Because they are slower, and also, you know, some of them, if you catch them too much, then they don't want to go. If you leave them too much, and then they stop. So it's a little bit tricky, but the class ones, they continue all the way.
Well done, Luis.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Luis Morales is at the double aboard Rams Al Dahab, who is a winner of our penultimate contest of the evening and has done it in good style. 2 of them ran away from everything else. Aliat Najd Al Khaladia was second, but wasn't able to close the gap. And you're just going to see him have a little spook and just run wide. I mean, it's certainly nothing for Luis to concern himself with. He's a far too good a horseman there, but he did miss the kick. You see, he missed the kick and got a little bit of a bump from Aliat Najd Al Khaladia, but it wasn't enough to stop him in the end. He came cruising up on the outside and looked to have that race put to bed at the top of the straight.
No, it was very quickly a 2-horse race with Aliat Najd Al Khaladia going to the front and Rams Al Dahab very quickly getting up into a challenging position. The bigger horse on the inside seemed to travel well, but when Luis Morales asked for an effort from Rams Al Dahab, he found plenty for pressure and went on. And as you can see, he just jinked at something before the line. Always a dangerous thing there, because it's the last thing a jockey's expecting, and it doesn't take an awful lot. You know, a horse sort of jinks and then moves back aside. It's often the correction that sees a jockey coming out of the plate, and Luis Morales showed that he's got a very good seat by making that look not a big deal. I think it was a lot trickier than he made it look in the end.
Yeah, it also helps when you're cruising along anyway as well, because you've got you're very balanced, and we've mentioned it a lot when you're pushing out a finish. Your balance can tend to lean all over the place, especially the younger jockeys with not as strong a core. and find themselves getting quite unbalanced. And that's when you see Jinx can be really dangerous for both horses and jockeys. But when you're sat there in that beautiful position that Louis is, and he's able to cruise across the line, he can go underneath, but his balance will shift with the horse, which makes it a little bit easier, because at this point he's got the race won, hasn't he?
Well, we're seeing it from above here, so hopefully we'll get to see this incident in all its, I don't want to say glory, but in all its detail again. Just drifts across the rail a little bit. The rail itself is not an issue, but it might be the winning post itself, or just something.
The light off the winning post.
Yeah, it just seems to have distracted him briefly, and as we're going towards the line, here we go. Just keep an eye on how the horse reacts here and how the jockey reacts to make it look like it's not such a big deal. There you go, that's the jink. And then when he corrects himself, that's where the jockey's weight will then shift. And Louis has managed to get himself back in the saddle. The last thing you want to do is be unseated at the line.
Oh, heartbreaking, wouldn't it?
For the avoidance of doubt, if you're in contact with the horse and not in contact with the ground at the winning post, you have won.
You still win?
Well, assuming you're first past the post. Yeah, but once any part of your body touches the ground, then that's where the partnership is deemed to have been broken.
Yeah, interesting rules that come into place with remounting over jumps as well, isn't it? When that situation happens, when you find yourself touching the floor, and unfortunately your race is over.
Indeed.
But we move swiftly on to our final race of the day. That is a race 12. It's over 2,000 metres. It's an Arabian horse maiden for 3-year-olds, and we have Alex Fussy to take us through the runners and riders.
Many thanks, Callum. Yeah, let's have a look at the field for our last of the day. Number 1 is Park Lights. 0 from 4 so far in the career. Khalid Al-Mimoni. 2, Sahib Paris. 0 from 2. That one's record. Number 3, Ajar Al-Mashna, a newcomer. 4, Al-Mala Judah. Also just had one previous go. Number 5, Abba Al-Hassam. 0 from 6, a bit more exposed. Al-Faraz on board. 6, Barzan Al-Rayli, 0 from 9. Certainly had a few chances. No, number 7, that's a non-runner. The 7 is out. 8 is Princio Awam, Turkey Alofi. And 9, Afthal Jasur. Number 10 is Al-Gaith. No, not the trainer, the horse. 11 is Oldham, 0 from 2. 12, Amsiati. Jimmy Carrion will steer her. Number 13 is Samad Pro. 14 is Gaith Al-Dahabad, Ayad Al-Turisi. 15 is Karian Al-Dam. 16, Garat Eilat Naj, Hamza Sad. 17 is Gundafa Al-Bar, Ali Al-Mimoni. 18 is Warad Al-Itnaj, Adele Farouz. Then 19, Mahaba Al-Muqtaba. And 20, Hadla Al-Magirat will round out our final field of the day. No number 7, 19 of them going for the 12th and last as we go back to Callum and Roy.
Thank you, Alex. And yes, we are ready for our lucky last as we've flown through this Thursday card today. It doesn't get any easier in this contest though, does it, Rory? We'll start from the top, we'll work our way down, but there's a few horses here who have let us down in the past, including horse number 1, Park Lights.
Yeah, we were disappointing last time out. Park Lights have been 3rd in a Taif Open 2 starts back, below form in a mile maiden here last week. Might come on for that run though. That was the first run in in a while, and this is an easier contest.
Sahib Paris is number 2.
Been around 22 lengths when it's to Angad Al Khalidia over 1,400 metres last time out. Steps up markedly in trip now.
Ajar Al-Mansar is horse number 3.
Yeah, by Ajar Al Khalidia out of Merkel Sula, making his racecourse debut here.
Al-Mala Judah is horse number 4.
Tailed off on debut here last season and doesn't make much appeal.
Abba Al-Saham is horse number 5.
Abba Al-Saham ran well enough, I thought, went 4th to Azam Allah in a 1 mile maiden last time out, beaten 11 lengths at the line, but just in front of Warat Ali Najd on that occasion, so not much between that pair again.
Barzan Al-Rayla is horse number 6.
Sorry, Azam Al Khalidia, I should have said in the last race, and that I've scribbled that down. Barzan Al-Rayla, we know a lot about Barzan Al-Rayla, fully exposed now, and form is probably going the wrong way.
No number 7, so we go straight to Princio Awam, horse number 8.
Yeah, I can't tell you an awful lot about the pedigree, but this grey colt is making his racecourse debut.
Afdal Jassour, horse number 9.
Was beaten 35 lengths in a course and distance open, won by Vizier last time out. That was a decent enough contest. Takes a drop in class here, so should be competitive. Has a high rating for what he's achieved of late.
Al Gaith is horse number 10.
Algaith hasn't shown an awful lot in 2 starts so far. Not easy to fancy here.
Aldam, horse number 11.
Has shown very little in 2 starts in the spring. Was 14th and 15th, so easy to pass over.
Ansiati is horse number 12.
Another newcomer representing connections who get their share of wins in this grade, so one to have a look at in the parade ring.
Samad Pro, horse number 13.
Not from 4. Balance of form suggests that he's going to struggle here.
Gaith Al Dahab, horse number 40.
Gaith Al Dahab was beaten 40 lengths when 5th of 7 in a mile open last time out, and when he was 3rd in Taif, that was last of 3 behind Fou de Pinet.
Hey, good horse. Kilin Al Dam, horse number 15.
Beaten 18 lengths when 6th of 9 in a 7 furlong maiden last time out. That's on paper his best looking run, but he needs to step forward from it.
Garat Aliat Najd, horse number 16.
Little sign of ability in 2 starts to date.
Gudanfa Al Bar, horse number 17.
13th and well beaten on debut, needs to take a massive step forward from that.
Warad H Najd, horse number 18.
Far from disgraced when 12 lengths 5th to Azam Al Khalidiyah in a 1 mile maiden last time out. As I said, he was a length behind Abar Al Siham there, and the pair of them have got similar sort of chances on paper.
We've got Mahaba Al Muntakaba, horse number 19.
Well beaten last time out, meeting 76, finished 15th, and previous runs aren't much better. Been kept pretty busy here, but she's not offered a huge amount.
And finally, Hadla Al Maghirat, horse number 20.
Bit more chance from Hadla Al Mughira. Was 5th in a Fillies Open over 7 furlongs in Taif, and 3rd in a couple of maidens at up to that trip. Was just behind Park's Lights in that 1 mile maiden last time out, finishing 8th. And if she puts her best foot forward, she's got a chance.
She's very, very one pace. We're having a look at a couple of these going round. Zidane Sati, horse number 12 on your race cards. Nice looking individual. Samad Pro, much lighter type here, horse number 13.
He's shown a little bit of ability to date, but not enough to think he's going to win this, and his rating of 50 is a fair assessment of what he's done so far.
As per usual in an Arabian race, we've got plenty of grades. Another one, Gaith Al Dahab, number 14 here, walking out nicely, but not blowing me away physically. But the winner of our last race didn't do the same either.
No, but if you look at his form figures, he's been 3rd and 5th in 2 of his 3 starts, but he was tailed off 3rd, tailed off last. And then he was beaten 40 lengths when 5th last time out. So.
Car Elam Aldam is the horse in shot now, this lovely chestnut individual. He's a 3-year-old colt.
He's shown bits and pieces of form, not consistent. He ran okay early on in Taif and then ran disappointing in his next 3 starts. Giving a little bit of a break, he came back here and ran a respectable 6th of 9 in a 7 furlong maiden, but I think he'll need to do better. And his rating of 64 may be a little bit flattering at the moment.
Good down for Alba as well here, horse number 17. Got really interesting patterning on his coat, hasn't it? It looks like he's been attacked with a paintbrush.
He does a little bit, yes, but he's a slightly odd shape as well. But 2 starts have suggested he's pretty moderate.
Shamila is in the parade ring. She's had a chance to look at these purebred Arabians. Plenty more to look at, Shamila. Who caught your eye?
I have indeed. Thank you very much, Callum. And horse number 18 has caught my eye massively. Warad Al-It Najd for Abdullah Al Fayrouz. This Arabian has been super consistent this season. 5th last time out, 4th the time before that, and 5th the time before that. So it would be great to see him and Abdullah Al Fayrouz back in the winner's enclosure for this contest. He is a 3-year-old colt by Texas Chrome CS, who is a very highly respected Arabian sire in the US. less, so that would be great for them and their breeders as well. I also really like the look of course, RB Park Lights. She is absolutely stunning. She takes my breath away every time I see her in the parade ring. However, I will be siding this time with Warad Alit Najd, but she does look really good, to be fair, and horse number 16 as well. As for paddock negatives, I couldn't put my finger on any paddock negatives at all. All the horses are being really well behaved. Nobody is carrying too much condition or too little condition. So what a way to end for the last race of the evening.
Thank you very much, Shamila. And yes, I think we manifested the end of this card. We thought about it. We thought we were going to get ourselves some winners, so we're going to keep manifesting away and try and find ourselves a winner of our final contest on the day. We're seeing horse number 19 in shot at the moment, which is Mahaba Al-Muntakar. Then finally, horse number 20, Hadla Al-Maghira, who would make my shortlist. It certainly would.
Yeah, it's taking the eye in the parade ring, and as I said, she was just behind Parks Lights and Amal Maiden last time out. She was pretty consistent in Taif, finishing third 3 times in maidens, and then a respectable 5th in open company as well. So, in a weakish maiden, you'd have to give her a fair chance.
Would you be willing to give Park Lights another opportunity?
Still one kind of gives her a help here. Yeah, it was a better race she was in last time, and I would give her one more chance to repeat what she did in Taif. She wasn't a superstar, but she was likeable. She always took the eye, and she had been running well there before that disappointing effort at meeting 76 here. Definitely give her one more chance, particularly in this slightly weaker race and from a better draw.
There she is right now, heading down to post. Amsiati, horse number 12, goes for a debut. As you already mentioned, for Powerful Connections, who have their fair share of winners here. Jimmy Carrion gets a ride. They had another runner, Rakan Alabaid, on that one. Clearly the second string, because Rakan is just a young apprentice still learning his trade. Jimmy's not a bad jockey. It doesn't get too many winners out here in Saudi Arabia, but I think Hamziati, for me, the jockey booking just said that it is the one they're most looking forward to.
Yeah, it does seem that way. It's never easy to be absolutely certain about jockey bookings for the big yards here, but we're seeing one of them come to us now. That is
Hamziati, the filly. Yeah,
she's bright. She looks pretty well in herself, and we don't know how good she is. Well, we're just assessing her on looks and pedigree, and with the pedigree we've got limited clues, obviously. But yeah, you wouldn't be put off by her demeanour at all.
She's by Saklawi Al-Kaladir, I imagine. She's probably going to be my selection. I do like Hadlar Amagirat, but I just think that horse is a little bit one-paced. Keep your hair away from the flame, Jamila. Keep your hair away from the flame.
You're aware that she can't get her hair near the flame.
It's in the tube, isn't it?
It's in the tube.
It's very well done. I do like them. They look quite cool, don't they?
It's a tremendous idea, and all the jockeys are crowded round between races at the end of the evening. Who am I going to be? I think I'm going to. Do you know, I'm going to give Parks Lights another chance.
Yeah.
You've made the point of saying, would you give it another chance? And sometimes you've got to go, oh, well, yeah, if I'm going to give it another chance, I've got to make it my selection,
yeah.
don't I?
You don't have to. They were forcing you, but I get it.
There are 4 or 5 you can give that chance to. And I also quite liked Warat Ali Najd, who I thought had a slightly better profile than the one that finished in front of it last time out. And obviously that one gets the thumbs up from Shamila as well. So that's the other one that I had shortlisted.
That's one we can just see in shot now, isn't it?
Big, strong purebred Arabian, isn't it? There you go.
That's the excitement there. Samad Pro also goes for quite powerful connections. We've seen these colours ridden to victory before. You can just see that one going down to post, passing the 1600 metre mark. That horse would possibly have a sneaky opportunity under Abdul Al Hussein.
No, I didn't think.
Trending in the right direction.
Well, yeah, 16th, 11th, and 8th. It's not.
We're placing this time. We're in the money this time.
And sometimes you want to be very careful of the numbers.
Yeah, field sizes as well. Yeah, that's what catches you out there.
They do fluctuate quite a lot in the purebred Arabian races.
Yeah, 2,000 metres here. It's a long way to the start, so it will take a while till they get down there. But I'm fairly stuck for anyone else really in this contest, because Sahi Paris has looked fairly fairly average. There's a lot of these who look fairly average, and then you're looking at debutants, and you just don't know what to make of these purebred Arabian debutants.
No, exactly. All you can do is, if they absolutely stand out in the parade ring, then you might want to give them a go. But generally speaking, you're best passing over them.
They tend to come on for the run as well, don't they?
They do, yeah. And
even
it's
with
not
the Al Khaldir types, they tend to step forward having had a run.
And a lot of the purebred Arabians take time to reach maturity anyway. You know, a lot of the good performers are older horses as well. So unlike the thoroughbred races where you get, you know, you look at a 2-year-old maiden, you can tell from pedigrees what's liable to be a horse that's capable of winning on debut, and that gets harder the older they get. And I think it's you don't tend to get purebred Arabians G'd up for debut, and they're not as explosive either. So it's harder to work out from pedigrees what's liable to do the business, unless they're extremely well related.
We talk about maturity, and I think you made a very good point on Saturday last week about the Frankels and how my Frankel is a 6-year-old, and even James Doyle, who rode him last week, said that he was still a bit of a baby last year, the 5-year-old. Talk a bit more about that. They're going to be circling down here for a while. I feel like we've covered this contest as much as we can. I'm interested because I don't feel like we had enough chance to discuss that.
Well, we breed and we buy horses to be as successful as early as possible these days. It's all about getting a return on your money, and that's what the game is. That's what all games are about these days, not just horse racing. So therefore, you're breeding them to come to hand early, and so we're looking for horses that are going to be precocious, but a lot of horses aren't bred to be precocious. There are a lot of very good stallions would probably get better results if the horses weren't pushed early. But by definition, that's the way it tends to go.
And is Frankel one of those stallions?
Frankel's a really good example of in days gone by. Frankel might have been a horse you wouldn't have raced it to. But we pretty much have to, and a lot of Frankels are very backwards mentally. And you can argue the same thing with Frankel. He was on the cusp.
His 4-year-old performances were his best performances.
But by a mile, yes, absolutely.
Yes, as we see them circling down at the start and the loading process beginning to take place, we'll go through our selections here. So Shamila likes Warad Alif Naj. Rory, you're sticking with Park Lights, aren't you? Giving her one more run. And I am going for the debutant Al Masiati. So horse number 12 for me, horse number 18 for Shamila, and horse number 1 for Rory. Alex Fussy, for the final time, you've been a star all day today. That's why you're an award-winning commentator. It's over to you.
Thank you very much, Callum. Yes, runners going forwards for our final race of the day. Big field Arabian contest to conclude proceedings. Just working on Princio Awam, moving that one forwards into the boxes. Last 2 or 3 all sliding in together, actually. So we are just about ready. All clear about to be given. They're off. We're off and racing then in the last. This Arabian maiden, they go over 2,000 meters this time around. One of those back markers early is Barzan Al Rayla. Also dropping out is Ajar Al Mashnar. And with those at the back of the field is Alderham. Good starts though from Parks Lights on the inside, bang up there. Leading up with the pace early, also handy position for Garat Eilat Naj as they go through the first couple of hundred. Another runner crossing forwards is Gundafar Al-Bahar, one of those in blue colours, wants a prominent role. Warat Alit Naj, another one getting to them. Mahaba Al-Muktahaba is next in the field, the red colours, as they fully settle themselves into stride. Up on the inner then, Parks Lights just has the overall advantage here, but it is quite a narrow one with Gundafar Al-Bahar probably just in second place. Warad Alit Naj is still there. On the outside continues to be Mahaba Al-Muktahaba, looking for a first win at the 5th attempt. Also with those is Amsiati, another one who's just lost a bit of a pitch as they go down this far side. On the outside, Hadla Al-Maghirat's got a chance. And nipping through back to the inside of horses is Kalian Aldam. So the race really starting to unfold and thin out here, and Parks Lights up top is now under quite some significant pressure, and it's Warad Alit Najd who will be just a narrow leader. Kalian Aldaham is in second. Sarmad Pro is now with them in third place on the outside, the blue. Hadla Al Maghirat is next in the field. Picking up a bit now is Afdal Jassour from the tail end, the grey colours, as they greet the top of the home straight. Kalian Aldam is out in front. Clear now by 3 lengths and is being kicked on for home. Trying hard, Hadlat Al Maghirat is the closer, trying to get back to this leader. Strong finishing effort from Abar Al-Siham in the centre, who's coming there in company with Afdal Jassour, all out up top. Kalian Aldam really needs the line. Trying hard is Afdal Jassour. Here's the line. Afdal Jassour has got up very late on indeed, has denied Kalian Aldam in that good finish to our final race. Right behind them was Abar Al-Siham, who was one of those strong closers, but just pipped at the post at Kalian Aldam, who'd gone on at the top of the straight and has been worn down by Afdal Jassour, who goes on to taste victory here by 3/4 of a length and goes on to win in a time of 2:22.94. Gets past Kalian Aldam, as you see. Third place goes to Hadla Al Maghirat, who was always up there with a bit of a chance and just held third in advance of another one of the closers, which was the 5-horse Abar Al-Siham in that checked sleeved jacket. That's how things are played out then in our 12th and final race today. Our final order of finish, 9, 15 and 20.
Well, Afdal Jassour justifies his 75 rating and gets up in the dying strides to break the heart of our eventual second, Kalian Aldam, who looked like he shrugged off everyone, Rory, for a long, long way there, but was unable to hold on just at the end.
No, I think Kalian Aldam, a little bit the architect of his own misfortune in the end, wandered around and rather gave that away in the last 100 metres. But Afdal Jassour has benefited from the drop and trip. Ran over course and distance last time, was beaten 35 lengths. But that was an open company and found himself a much weaker race here, the 3-year-old gelding. Dropped in class, justified that rating of 75. Hasn't really been running to it recently, but had more of a chance in this company and has got his head in front in what was a pretty ordinary maiden, all told.
Hadla Al Maghirat also ran a much better effort than last time, leaving that form with Park Lights in the dust.
Yeah, it was just behind Park Lights in that contest last time out when finishing 8th, but Park Lights, having got to the front, weakened quite quickly out of things, was working hard off the home turn and couldn't get there. That left Kalian Aldam in pole position at this stage. They're coming up the centre of the track at the end of this, and Kalian Aldam just wants to drift to the right late in the day, and you'll see that Afdal Jassour proves strongest in the finish.
Yeah, they broke into about 2 or 3 groups. You saw the group with the early pace, and then those in behind started to drop back. My selection, Amsiati, got just bumped out of things quite early on and ended up just spitting the dummy out quite soon. There are a few of these that if it doesn't go to plan for them, they quite quickly say, nah, not today.
And with a big field of 19 runners, there are bound to be a few hard luck stories early on, and a few of these don't need excuses just to take little interest in the race, and that hasn't. A few of them are disappointed for that reason, as is often the case in these races.
As we came into the finish of this race, it was really interesting to see the horses that were beginning to back out of it and those that were sticking on, and it did look for an awful long way that Kalian Aldam was going to come out on top. Then you get to the final 100 metres and this horse starts to drift like a barge.
Yes, and just rather give the race away in the end by doing so. It was quite tight in the finish. You saw a couple running on well. Abar Al-Siham ran pretty well behind Azam Al-Khalidiyah last time out, and again ran well to be 4th there, just failing to get up for 3rd place with Hadla Al Maghirat just holding on to that position. You can see in the finish from stall 20 with the blue cap. She will finish third. She's been pretty consistent.
Yeah, pretty consistent there. And Khalil Al-Dam, I wouldn't be going against that horse again. I'd be trying to get this horse in the future, because I think this horse hasn't run a bad race at all. After Jazor, though, where do you go with this one? Pumped last time in open company.
Yes, and that's going to make it difficult for Afdal Jasur. The race rather fell into his lap again later on there. Handicaps are the way forward, I think, but the current mark is probably stiff enough.
He's not going to stay at 75, though. Is he going to go any higher?
I wouldn't have thought so, not really.
No, so a 0 to 75 might still actually be available to him, which would make him a really good opportunity. Just crossing the line now, Afdal Jasur takes the victory in good style. In second, you had Khalil Al-Dam, and in third, Hadla Al-Maghira ran an absolute cracker. Shamila has joined us here at the after show. Great to have you with us. And again, you were in fine form today. You had the 1-2-3 in our first race of the day.
I did indeed. And, you know, I was skeptical of today's racing, the quality of it, but it actually ended up being a really good day of racing all in all. I mean, we saw some superstars. We had some really nice stories in there as well. So, yeah, I'm pretty happy with today.
Well, we tell everyone at home that Thursdays aren't always the best days when it comes to the overall quality of the car, but you do often see one superstar, and Rory, we did see one today, I think, with a very good time.
Yeah, we ended up seeing a decent maiden in the second race of the day. And the thing about these Thursdays, which are heavy on maiden races, is you can see some really good ones. And in this case, we saw a very smart performer in Warrior's Head, a colt by Munnings out of a mare who didn't achieve an awful lot in the States, but was very well related. And he looked out of the top drawer and winning this by winning it in a time of 1 minute 11.56. He was strong at the finish. He's a good-looking performer. Luis Morales was very happy that he said, you know, I felt whenever I wanted to go, the horse would find for me. I'm going to go and win the race. And he's beaten Ikab into second with Shayek, who was always up there in the green cap. He went forward from a low draw early on. Maybe didn't quite stay the 6 furlongs here, having shown his best form at 5 in the UK. But he had a rating of 80 coming into this, and Warrior's Head has been very impressive in beating him by a clear margin and winning this in a smart time. He's going to go on from this. He's going to stay further than 6 furlongs in time as well, given that pedigree. Munnings, obviously a very smart performer in the Coolmore colours in the US, and now doing the business for them at stud as well.
Yes, for me, what really caught my eye about that performance was the way he went to the front powerfully and he ran the sting out of everything else. Shayak went like the clappers and was still unable to hold up. You saw coming around the bend, Louis Morales, that was part of a double for Louis. We had a few jockeys having multiple winners today, including Tariq Al-Mansour as well. It was great to see him, fantastic to see him get the double. But the way Louis ranged up and just had all the confidence in this horse to go forward, Shamila, it really took my breath away. I'm sure you down here on course side thought the same.
Yeah, I mean, he was built like a monster. I didn't choose him as my paddock selection as it was his first time out, obviously, but he is absolutely built really, really well. And Louis seemed really happy with him, and he didn't even say that he was at 100% fitness level, so be interesting to see what he does next.
That's the exciting thing, that he can come on further from that. Not to be outdone, though, there was a double for Adel Al-Faradi as well. He showed his ability on a few good horses too, and I think he's the sort of jockey that is just going to keep building and building throughout the season. Camilo Ospina, a rare day out the winners' enclosure.
Yeah, Camilo didn't have a particularly strong book of rides today, but always with Alex Moreno not on course, it was an opportunity for some of the jockeys slightly further down the table to make their mark, and they certainly did. There were a few highlights for one or two younger jockeys in the day as well, weren't there?
Oh, Fawaz Wanas must have been probably the highlight for me of the day, just watching him get his 50th winner and just watching what it meant to him. We talk about Saudi racing because it matters, and you can see it really matters to that young man.
I was getting so emotional interviewing him. I'm quite good friends with Fawaz Wanas, and he's been chasing this 50th winner for what seems like, I mean, ages, weeks since he's had his last winner in the Taif season. So you saw how much it meant to him. Like, he was nearly crying. I was nearly crying in the interview as well. It was just great to see, and I hope he has more winners throughout the season as well.
Yeah, he's certainly going to have plenty more opportunities to get his head in front. He is obviously the younger brother of a very successful jockey as well, so it's all in the family. Rory, tomorrow we step up a gear a little bit, but again, all roads lead to Saturday. We've got some big races on the Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday is going to be the the really big card. Tomorrow's racing is again trappy, difficult to get through, but Saturday is lots and lots of class, so we're looking forward to that.
Yes, looking forward to bringing you the racing on Friday and Saturday. We can't wait to have you with us. It's been great here on this Super Thursday to look forward to, but we've got plenty more in the can. Be with us then.